Hello, yes, good morning and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live. Now we are back here at our home ground, Trent Bridge, and the red ball is back. And as you can see, the club captain in his whites, looking fresh. Mr. Mullaney, how are we?
Very good, thanks. Yeah, great to be back. Obviously looking forward to hopefully four good days of cricket.
Now, first of all, I've got to say to you, congratulations. You've had a good month with the Rockets. Congratulations to all the boys there. But how nice is it to be back? And obviously, 11 games down, 3 games to go. There's a dangle of carrot there at the end, but how are the boys feeling? Because everybody's been away. Some people have been playing Royal London. Obviously, Ben Duckett's now away with England. It's been a strange month in one way, but how nice is it to get all the lads back?
Yeah, it's been great. We met up yesterday for a meeting and training, but I think the good thing about us now is we're that close that we keep in touch. So everyone's been away for a month, but it doesn't really feel like that. We've just been in, it's the same as the winter really, people in different parts of the country or world. Keep in touch, and I'm very confident we're in a good place to go and put on a performance this week.
Do you kind of feel that maybe it's given everybody a little bit of a refresh, and now we know, we've got 3 games remaining, and we know what we need to do to obviously, get our title that we're looking for? Do you think it has refreshed a few people maybe?
Yeah, I think so, and I think the people who are definitely in this 11 and Bally who's missed out have all had a decent month. There's probably only me who's not played, to be fair. But you look at Brett in the Royal London has done magnificently well. Haas has led well. Lyndon's got some scores. Montgomery's had another good tournament. So, yeah, I think everyone's refreshed and ready to go. But we know that we're going to have to play well to compete this week.
So a local rival with Leicester being the visitors for these 4 days here. Obviously, a toss takes place. You lost that toss. Well, that's the first job you've done wrong in it already. Does it really matter though? Because you were just talking to a few of the supporters there, unsure of what to do. But obviously, a challenging first few hours for Ben Slater and Haas.
Yeah, to be honest, I was really, unsure what to do. The overhead's probably going to be the best today, looking at the forecast. So I wasn't too bothered. I would have bowled. But again, yeah, probably 55% to 45%, so nothing major. And we're going to have to play well. The new ball on any pitch does something, so we're going to have to try and negate that, and then hopefully we can cash in and build partnerships in this innings and put a total on the board that we can put Leicester under some pressure.
Now, you've mentioned Matthew Montgomery. He comes in for Ben Duckett, obviously, who's been called up for England, which is obviously very much congratulations to Ben. But he's been in once already. Matthew, we've been a part of sort of second team and the Royal London, as you say. What do you think the supporters can look to see here at Trent Bridge from him?
Well, he was unlucky after the Glamorgan game to get dropped, actually, but then when he did, I said dropped, replaced by Ben, and then he got 200. So you can expect a really calm head, composed at the crease. I thought he looked like he'd played 100 games when he played at Glamorgan. So, as I said, anybody can get a low score, but if he gets in, he can score big. So hopefully he gets that chance, and at some point, not too early, but yeah, I think they can be excited.
And then from a bowling group, obviously we'll see them hopefully, not today and maybe tomorrow potentially. But you've already mentioned Jake Ball misses out there, but Brett Hutton, he comes back into a red ball. Luke Fletcher, you've been away with him with the Rockets, etc. Dane Patterson, leading wicket taker 4 knots this season. I imagine they're still chomping at the bit to get those wickets to kind of put us in a place to win this match quite comfortably, hopefully.
Yeah, and it was a tough team selection because Jake's obviously done well in the 100 and then come back well, had some good nets this week. But we just felt that these 3, this time last year, they were striving and putting everything in for us, and I think they're going to be great, as Jake would have been on that pitch. And they fully deserve their place in the side. So really excited to see what they can do. But hopefully, as you said, not too early. Hopefully we're bowling later or tomorrow.
Well, speaking to Luke Fletcher this morning, I think he'll be secretly glad that you lost the toss and he's got a bit of a rest. But just finally, Leicester, first up, they're local rivals. Yes, they're below us in the table, but it's going to be a tough game. What can we expect from you guys as a group trying to win this match?
Just to keep things really simple, I just spoke in the huddle then about, really bringing it back to basics. We've got some principles and things that we work on and have got on boards and stuff what we want to work towards, reminding people of that. And it's really simple things, we don't want to overcomplicate it, but ultimately being in the fight for 4 days and really bringing it back to the first half hour really, and winning sessions of little half-hour sessions, and then to go on to win full sessions, and from a batting point of view to build big partnerships really. So start off with 3 or 4 50 partnerships to put us into a position where we can kick on and then really put Leicester under some pressure hopefully tomorrow and beyond.
Okie dokie. Well, it's really nice to talk to you once again, mate. I've missed our little chats here, so thank you very much for joining us, and we wish you well. All right. Okay, cheers to the captain, Stephen Mullaney there. So let's just show you the 11 that has been selected for this fixture against Leicester. Now, we've already mentioned the fact that Ben Duckett has been called up for England duty. Congratulations to Ben, a real great achievement for him. But as you'll see, it will be Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid who make their way out to the middle very, very shortly, with play due to get underway in just over 5 minutes' time. Matthew Montgomery, you've also got Joe Clark, Lyndon James, the captain Stephen Mullaney. Obviously, Tom Moore's birthday yesterday, so he won the 100 on Saturday. He celebrated his 26th birthday yesterday, and he'll have the gloves later on in this game as well. Liam Patterson-White, and then as we've already mentioned, Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson is your 11 for this fixture. Now, seeing that we're batting, let's just take a look at the runs that the Notts batters have scored so far this season, and you will see it is Ben Duckett that is out on top there. Over 1,000 runs for Ben Duckett, but then you'll see that also Hasib Hamid, as I've mentioned, he'll open with Ben Slater, 912 runs, and also the captain's been in good form as well, 779 runs for the captain. Right now, as I say, play is due to get underway at 10:30. We're in September, so everything is brought half an hour earlier forward. So play will due to get underway at 10:30. So let's just remind you of the table, and you will see that Notts are on top. They have got a gap of 20 points at the moment, and they'll be looking to extend that. Obviously, batting and bowling points available as well, so they'll be looking to get those bonus batting points over the next day or so. And then you will see that Middlesex are there behind us, 165. So the gap, is 30 points. And then from a Leicestershire point of view, they currently prop up the table on 72 points. Now, as you can see, Steve Burks and his men are just literally clearing the pitch, so the umpires will be making their way out very, very shortly. The Leicestershire players are out there warming up, and I'm pretty sure that Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid will be making their way down the pavilion steps very, very soon. So play is due to start at 10:30. I will hand you over to your commentary team, and they will be the next voice that you hear is that of Mr. Dave Bracegirdle.
As I say, to Trent Bridge, and joined by the voice of Leicestershire cricket. It's only a couple of weeks ago since we were down there at the Upton Steel County Ground for the Royal London match. But always nice to catch up with good chum Richard Ray. Very good morning.
Morning, Dave. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, that was a match to remember, especially for Brett Hutton.
And Chris Wright.
Chris Wright, yeah, but it's like Chris said, in defeat, he says it's not quite the same. But Brett Hutton, sensational that day, but he's not going to get first use of what looks to be a well-grassed pitch here at Trent Bridge. What a glorious sight this. I always want to call it a sort of grand old ground, and it is in parts, but obviously so much work has taken place over the years. It isn't really. The two umpires, Richard Illingworth, Neil Pratt, coming out into the middle. Leicestershire will accompany them, and it is a much changed Leicestershire side from the last championship outing, most notably, obviously, the absence of the South Africans Vian Mulder and Bjorn Hendricks. So Azad Evans, Kimber Ackerman, Rishi Patel, Harry Swindles, Eddie Barnes, Callum Parkinson back in whites, Roman Walker, Chris Wright, and making his debut for the Foxes, Michael Finan.
Yeah, we saw him in the Royal London. He made his white ball debut for Leicestershire in that match a couple of weeks ago. He's in the Foxes red ball side. For those of you that know Trent Bridge, we're not quite metaphorically craning our necks away to the left, but we're almost playing in the front row of the Fox Road stand today, right over on that side of the ground, smack bang in line with the committee rooms at the far end of Trent Bridge. Players are just almost like a tortoise, I guess, after the winter hibernation, just sticking their heads out and perhaps wondering, shall we, shan't we? There's been no running onto the field, no sprinting about, no chasing around, throwing the ball from one to the other. They've just slowly walked out there in almost a little bit of a respectful procession to hail the resumption of the county championship. Notts top, Leicestershire at the other end of the Division 2 table with 3 matches left to play. Nottinghamshire 30 points clear of second placed Middlesex, 35 clear of third placed Glamorgan, and mention that because Glamorgan do have a game in hand and they're the only side to beat Notts this season here, the second week of the season, the second round of matches. We're going to get underway in just a moment, and quickly the Notts side. Ben Slater and Asiba Meader out there with Think Matt Montgomery, who's come in for Ben Duckett, will just take his place at number 3. Joe Clark, Lyndon James, Stephen Mullaney, Tom Moores, Liam Patterson-White, Luke Fletcher, Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson. With the ball, it's Chris Wright in his hand. Play will start from the Radcliffe Road end, and it will be the left-handed Slater on strike, and we're going to get underway in the next 5 seconds, because Chris Wright is in and bowls first ball guided away into the offside, and they take a single, and straight away there'll be a swapping over of left-hander to right-hander. Slater with that single moves on to 395 championship runs, 592 championship runs for the season at an average of just under 40. 1 century and 2 50s. The 100 he got was that huge one, 225 not out up at Durham quite early on in the campaign. Had a terrific Royal London campaign, did Ben Slater. Matched off individually with a century at Blackpool in the eliminator round, but not slipping out of the competition. Asiba Mead is on strike. Give you his figures in a moment as he nudges this to mid-wicket. Second top scorer in the county championship for Notts. Asiba need 912 runs, so 88 away from the 1,000 that I think all top order batters just sort of have as a little bit of a yardstick. They want to get that 1,000 runs. So Mead averaging 57 for the season, top score of 196, 3 centuries and 5 50s. Had a terrific run also in the Royal London, including 99 not out when the two sides met at Leicester a couple of weeks ago. He's flinched at this one outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper Swindles. Notts 1 without loss as Rich comes back from updating listeners on BBC Radio Leicester. It's going to be a little bit of neck craning away to our left for this one, isn't there?
Slightly, but it's still a wonderful view, must say. That did a bit, didn't it? held its own off the seam.
What do you think they're looking? In fact, they're pointing towards the ground staff, so it might be that
time.
Yeah, it might just be there's a little bit of moisture out there. Here comes Richard Marshall in his shorts, got his bucket of wooden shavings out there. We'll deposit them at this end, just checking where the line is, where the keeper might stand, where Chris Wright will run in from, all that sort of stuff. And then deposits a pile at this end and then runs down to the far end, and we'll leave it there. I would imagine he was very much on standby to do that. In fact, Asiba Mead says, can I have some of that as well? Just laying it down on the popping crease there where the batsman stands. He's obviously also spotted a little bit of moisture out there.
Sometimes it's only when sort of weight through the feet goes down on the pitch that the moisture starts to come up a little bit, doesn't it? Everybody treads a little bit carefully beforehand, although now Andy Ward, Leicestershire's groundsman, often uses a light roller, sort of twisting it up and down to get moisture out of the pitch, but that's obviously for the white ball stuff by and large.
I went out for the toss. You went a little earlier. It was a little damp in the extremities of the outfield. This one down the leg side from right. Mead had a bit of a swish at it, didn't get anything on it, and it goes through to Swindle. So we think, or you think, the Leicestershire side will bat in this order?
Yes, with it's a longish tail. I think it would be generous to say that Harry Swindles could be going in at, well, will be going in at 6 if it goes according to plan, with Barnes very much a bowling all-rounder at 7.
There's Chris Wright, bowls to Hamid, solid forward defensive push up to Ed Barnes, who's at mid-on, no run.
Azad and Evans will open. Louis Kimber is going to go in at 3. Colin Ackerman as ever at 4. Rishi Patel at 5. Swindles and Barnes 6 and 7. Roman Walker probably 8. Callum Parkinson 9. Chris Wright 10. And Michael Finan at 11.
I'm sure I shrink or two by the day. Is Wright in, bowls again down the leg side, and this time Hamid has nothing to do with it. End of the over 1 without loss. But I was stood next to Louis Kimber out there in the middle.
Boy,
he's a giant.
He's a
giant of a lad.
He is. He is. Yes, you can sort of see him as a rugby player as well.
Yeah.
They're well nourished these days, these boys. Michael Finan, I assume, will share the new ball with Chris Wright.
Well, it's nice to see him because a couple of years ago, Derbyshire came and they had, you'll know him, Michael Cohen in their lineup. Just suddenly appeared the day before, taking on the staff in the squad in the 11. Dave Fletcher didn't know an awful lot about him. I knew even less. Left arm quick. He didn't bowl at all in the first innings. They didn't bowl him at all. And this is a little strange. So it's very nice to see that. He's been around the club, we know, for a couple of weeks, but Leicestershire certainly know Michael Finan's qualities, and they're going to give him the new ball.
Yep. He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. He's going to have 3 slips, looking to swing it away from the left-handed Ben Slater. Long leg as well. Otherwise, single saving field as ever. Left arm over the wicket, comes in and bowls outside off stump. Does swing a little bit, but from short of a length, and from outside off stump, Slater can just lift his hands over the line of the ball, and does.
So when we last parted, Notts just about needed Snook London, and they got them. They beat Surrey, and 2 other results went their way, so they got into the eliminator phase, if you like, and faced Lancashire at Blackpool. Leicestershire, there's some glum faces at losing to Notts, had to beat Durham.
In goes Finan, bowls Fuller this time, but again it's outside off stump, goes straight through, allowed to go straight through by Slater into the gloves of Swindles.
Well, you did beat Durham, and a home knockout match for the Foxes at that eliminator stage.
Yeah, which they just, I was going to say it's an exaggeration to say they didn't really turn up for, but once again, as they put it, they didn't bring their A game. Everybody didn't play well except Vian Mulder, who always played well throughout the entire competition.
Scrap well,
Pretty
Ken,
much.
though, don't they? Good scrappers.
They are, but they were beatable that day, and you felt. In goes Fine and bowls outside of stump, cut hard down into the ground by Slater. Good stop away to his left by Sam Evans, who's a backward point rather than deep gully, and he connected nicely with that one, Slater. Bounced quite nicely, but it was travelling. A good stop by Evans. Back in the side.
Samit Patel watching the early action with us. We've got Andre Adams down in, residing in Australia now with us. Lovely to have you along.
And goes Fine and bowled, slightly short, pulled. Dismissed from his presence really by Slater. Sat up nicely for him, and he saw it early. Was back on his toes and pulled it around the corner with actually sumptuous ease, to be quite honest. No chance at all for Azad at long leg to get around to deep backward square to cut it off. Slater picks up the first boundary of the game in some style.
7 matches scheduled for today in the County Championship, 4 in Division 1, 3 in Division 2. No surprise that they're all underway on time, which is very nice to see. Finan
is in and bowls outside off stump, and Slater a little bit short of a length lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Oop, off goes the line.
Yeah. I suppose we should keep talking for the benefit of the stream. We have lost the contact to the BBC Sport website. It's the end of the over. It's 5 without loss. Still nothing going through there, unfortunately.
While Dave is plugging away manfully at the ISDN lines, I'll keep going with Chris Wright. Now then, from the Radcliffe Road end is in, bowls. It moves away from Hamid, but from again slightly short of a length. Hamid went forward, and as it moved away, lifted his bat over the line of the ball. Umpire Pratt, who's standing at the Radcliffe Road end, wanders out and just looks at the follow through. Curiosity rather than suspicion, I suspect, as much as anything. Right turns, runs in and bowls. That's a better line on off stump. Hamid is leaning forward into a careful defensive push. Out into the offside it goes. Runs out towards point. Evans comes running in from that backward point position. He's had a more conventional point for Hamid. Having said which, he moves slightly to his left, so he's gone to that backward point position again for the right-hander as well as the left-hander. Right, hair flopping is in and bowls again, half forward. Hamid just letting the ball come on to him on off stump, and nice high left elbow as he blocks it out again into the offside.
Hang on then, hang on.
Good smattering of members in front of the pavilion and in the stands. Spectators, casual, gorgeous day, as we've been saying here at Trent Bridge. And why wouldn't we enjoy one of the Not's last 3 games? 4 left for Leicestershire. They'll be playing every week until the end of the season. Right is in, bowls, dropped out into the offside by Hamid, and there's no run.
Yes, please, yeah.
By Thursday we'll all be complaining it's always raining in this country.
Right, goes down on his knee and spreads a little bit more sawdust across the crease.
I've also got live feed for the programme.
So somehow deal with it. And that's what we do. That's what we have to do.
And so Pratt goes out, brushes a little bit away, makes sure he can see the line.
So, which way are we going with
So sorry, Rich, we had a few issues there. We will get rid of the the feed from Radio Nottingham in a second.
Shall I finish this over?
Yeah.
And in goes right and bowls full, driven beautifully by Haseeb Hameed through extra cover for 4. 2 glorious boundaries, contrasting boundaries this morning. One pull from Ben Slater and one languidly casual but nonetheless extremely attractive cover drive from Haseeb Hameed. Nottinghamshire 9 without loss. 5 to Slater, 4 now to Hameed. What a nice way to get off the mark.
Luther Vandross from 1986. He was a man who could always carry off
Right, giving it a chance to swing, but it was rather overpitched and didn't move too much. He is in and bowls. Hameed is squared up a little bit by that one. Thick outside edge, something of a leading edge, and it squirts out towards backward point where Evans is the fielder. End of the over, the third of the innings. Nottinghamshire 9 without loss. 5 off rights, 2, and that one scoring shot of Finan's only over. And I think we're back on line now. Hopefully, you'll let us know, I'm sure, if... oh, you're hearing us? I think it's gone again. Oh, on and off a little bit at the moment.
All good?
Finan continues from the pavilion end. Bowls very full, almost actually. In fact, a full toss, and Slater down on one knee, looking to cover drive. Didn't quite manage to get it wide of Barnes, who's in the covers, and probably feels he missed out a little bit there.
The trials and tribulations of just trying to put a sports broadcast on air, it's incredible. We tested the line, we tested the line. It all worked fine up until the start of play, and then somewhere along the line, Radio Nottingham say you're connected, Salford say you're connected, but somewhere in between the line has dropped, and no, our listeners weren't getting the coverage, but hopefully they are now. There's Finan from the pavilion end, bowls wide of the off stump, and it goes through to the wicket keeper, Harry Swindles. Lewis Hill's out with a hand injury.
He is, yes. He's been very unlucky this season, Lewis. He broke a bone in his hand in his very first innings when he made early 90s or late 80s, the very first game of the season. And he was hit on the hand actually by Michael Finan in the nets just before the game against Kent. He had to drop out.
Here comes Finan then. 3 slips. Bowls and had a little bit of flirt at that one. Did Ben Slater. As it goes through to Swindles. Leicestershire, I won't say they're the only county, but one of the few that have the green names and numbers. Stands out, doesn't it? Looks a picture. I like the Glamorgan red as well. But very nice, very bright, easy to see, nice and clear. 9 runs on the board. Slater has 5 of them. The left-hander's on strike. Michael Finan bowls again. Slater drives into the offside, only into the covers. That's a decent stop there. Is that Ed Barnes again?
It is, yes.
Been involved in some of the early activity here.
1 or 2 unaccustomed to the fielding positions they're in. Sanazad down a long leg. Well, he's either in the slips or down, sort of being hidden away a little bit. Rishi Patel is at first slip, Ackerman at second, and Louis Kimber, who's got a very good pair of hands, is at third.
Bit of a shame for Rian Ahmed not to feature. This one cuts back into Slater, and it certainly inconvenienced him. Struck him, I think, above the knee roll and pops out onto the offside. I guess if you've got a front line spinner, as in Callum Parkinson, as your captain, that's going to be one of the slots taken up, and it's always going to be a question of shall we, shan't we, with a second spinner.
I'm told he has tennis elbow,
right,
or something similar. He obviously did bowl a fair amount, relatively, in the 100, in as much as you ever can.
He was in the 13, wasn't he? But omitted from the starting 11. This one wide of the pegs. Goes through to the keeper. 9 without loss. A little bit of a steadier start out in the middle than we had trying to get on air on the BBC Sport website. and App, our umpires for today. I think we've mentioned them, but Richard Illingworth and Neil Pratt. Roger Marshall was telling me he's had a nice few weeks off. He's managed to get away with the family for a few days. Roger Marshall back scoring, and is it Paul Rogers?
It is.
Who is doing the notching for Leicestershire. Ian Smith working the big screens as ever here at Trent Bridge. A couple of things to mark your card about as well as we go through the game. There's a Nottinghamshire members forum at lunchtime today over in the Hound Road stand. I'm sure all the members have been advised on that, and there's a number of talks.
Are they discussing the review? Do you know? Right is in, outside off stump, moves, good leave by Hamid, and I mean that, it moved late and bounced a little bit too, and Hamid, half forward, just lifted his bat over the line of the ball.
I would very much imagine it's a topic on the agenda. And also I will pull up all the talks by the Heritage Society that are going to go on through the course of the game. But if you are coming down to the match,
right is in, bowls again, movement, but from slightly short of a length, and Hamid, who'd gone forward, able to lift his bat sort of more comfortably this time out of the line of the ball.
Or listening in the ground, there's a talk from the Heritage team in the Derek Randall suite on the first floor where we are of the I beg your pardon, in the Derek Randall suite in the Hound Road stand. This tea interval today.
Right is in, bowls outside off stump. Hamid doesn't move as much this time. Hamid can step forward and leave it on the line, and it moves through to Swindles.
Today the talk is all about players who've played for both Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire. I'm sure we can all think of a few in the past and very much in modern times. Crossing the border, Steve Lamotti will be doing that talk, so that's at the tea interval today over in the Derek Randall suite.
Interesting to attend. In goes right, bowls, edge caught at first slip. It was getting movement, and Wright managed to get his length right. Hamid went forward, thickish edge, went through to first slip. Rishi Patel made no mistake, and Hasib Hamid has to go. One of the perils of being an opener, it's a little bit of movement early, and Wright found the edge, and a fairly straightforward catch for Patel at first slip. 9 for 1.
Yeah, I think if you are going to field in that slip cordon, you couldn't wish, I think, for a better sighting ball to catch there. It just seemed to almost decelerate a little bit off the bat. Sometimes they absolutely fizz through at all sorts of heights, as we all know, but that one just seemed to lollop very gently towards his midriff, and he'll have had a good sight of it coming towards him and just nicely cupped the ball waist height and took it. So Hasib Hamid has gone, caught by Rishi Patel from the bowling of Chris Wright for 4 knots, and 9 for 1 in the 5th over.
It had been moving, hadn't it? He had been leaving really well, but he had to play at that one. Really, it was on off stump, just straightened, edge caught. Matthew Montgomery, who also made runs in that Royal London Cup match, and very important runs too, comes to the wicket in place of a man with whom he built a pretty good partnership in that game, Hasib Hamid.
Yes, just playing his second first-class game for Notts. Played a handful for KwaZulu-Natal back in his native South Africa. Played down at Cardiff back in June. Made 80 in the first innings and just 3 in the second. But I think Nottinghamshire supporters, Nottinghamshire followers, and particularly the Nottinghamshire coaching staff have already seen enough of Matthew Montgomery to know that he's a huge talent. It did seem as if probably they're going to have to find a way to get him in the side, and just perhaps as a matter of good fortune with regards to Matt Montgomery, Ben Duckett not available for this game, so he's just slotted in nicely to the number 3 slot, and he's out there to face Chris Wright.
Chris Wright's 19th first-class wicket of the season. He is in and bowls, and that one bounces a little bit. May just have straightened a fraction. Montgomery forward a little uncertainly, unsurprisingly. Top part of the bat, almost the shoulder. Bounces down towards fourth slip, who has come in now. Hassan Azad makes the stop on the bounce. Gets a low 5 from Sam Evans running across from backward point. Leicestershire trying to exploit this early movement. Fourth slips. Azad much the closest at fourth slip. Right is in. Bowls again, straightens, but again from well outside off stump, and this time Montgomery can leave and does so very safely indeed. End of Wright's third over, a successful one. Need a wicket maiden for Chris Wright, who has 1 for 5 from 3, and Nottinghamshire, after 5 overs, are 9 for 1.
Yeah, good start by the Foxes. You win the toss, you stick the home side in. You're looking to make early inroads. They've done that in the first half an hour of the day. We're looking for obviously further wickets as the morning goes on. Just to finish on the heritage events for this game, so there's a talk this tea interval tomorrow at lunchtime. Best of 3. Heritage volunteer Peter Smith tells the story of the triangular test series 110 years ago here at Trent Bridge. Next ball pulled away by Slater. It was just too short from Finan, and Slater has absolutely walloped that away square of the wicket on the leg side. He got into a good position early on, rocked back and pulled it away with conviction, and Ben Slater's second boundary takes him to 9, 13 for 1. And chats also Wednesday lunchtime and Thursday lunchtime. Wednesday lunchtime is all about Sir Julian Khan, the eccentric entrepreneur. That's a very interesting one. Mike McNamara's talking about Sir Julian Khan. Had links, indeed he was president of both Notts and Leicestershire back in the day. And on Thursday at the lunch interval, another chat about the links between Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire. Everybody welcome. Next ball on its way. Slater with a little push onto the leg side tells Montgomery to go back. There's no run. Remains 13 for 1.
Free entry, basically.
Free entry, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Makes it a really good day.
Thanks again to all the volunteers on the heritage team who put these things together, and I'm sure they'd love to hear from you if it's something you want to get involved in over the winter. I think they have any number of meetings. They usually get together in the library. Always a lot of work to do down there. As Finan comes in, Slater shoulders arms this time, goes through to the keeper. In Division 1, I can tell you Hampshire are batting against Northants, Essex batting away at Kent, Lancashire batting at home in the Roses battle, Gloucestershire batting away at Somerset in the Cider derby, if you like. The only wicket to fall in Division 1 is at the Ageas Bowl. Hampshire 8 for 1 there. In Division 2, Derbyshire made a poor start. They're 11 for 2 against Durham. Worcestershire are 16 without loss in Cardiff. Next ball is sent down by Finan wide of the off stump, through to the keeper. 13 for 1. Slater has 9. Richard Illingworth, the umpire, is just having a look where Michael Finan's feet are landing, and conversely Finan just trying to remove a few clods of soil or grass or whatever it may be from his studs. Do you notice the moisture on the outfield? Just a gentle little bit of moisture out there as you walked across?
And on a couple of the wickets that are being, or the pitches that are being prepared as well.
It's Finan in again. Slater steers it to backward point. There's no run. There's one pitch that is covered by matting. I wonder if that's mud. I wonder if that's going to be for the Royal London One Day Cup final. You'd imagine they're going to take extra protection with that, but it's not right in the centre, is it? So,
no, and it was an awful lot of mud on it as well. There's no way that, I don't think, would be ready or could be ready in time. This isn't sort of growing season, so
where are we? 17th of September, so just under a couple of weeks before the One Day Cup final. Is Finan to Slater, pleasing push through the covers. Just have to see just how much energy the ball's got. Won't quite reach the rope, and then settle for 2. Shortish boundary, but it was nothing more than a push. Has it gone, do you think?
Because he missed it at the first attempt, running back right, grabbed it at the second, but he slid across. So yes, he has now signalled for. So that was ordinary piece of fielding, I'm afraid.
Ed Barnes has been involved in
I think
some
it
of
was
the
Wright
early
going
action.
back for it.
He was chasing, wasn't he?
With Barnes sort of following him. He slid, but as he tried to flick it back, missed it at the first attempt, had to do it again, by which time his feet were over the boundary. And acknowledged as much to umpire Illingworth, so good return for Slater from just a neat push, really. 3 boundaries to him. He looks in good order.
Tomorrow, just to mark your card, it's the Nottinghamshire Past Players Day. I know it's a very popular day, certainly with the autograph hunters. There'll be quite a number of former Nottinghamshire players coming along. We'll try and entice 1 or 2 up to the commentary box just to say hello through the course of the day.
Chris Wright in from the Radcliffe Road end. Again, there's movement, but again it's from outside off stump, and Montgomery can lift his bat over the line of the ball, and does. 17 for 1 remains the score.
And on Thursday we'll be joined by Grace Ballinger, who has been with us for a couple of matches. I think she's done 1 or 2 with Rich as well at Leicester. She locally has been playing for Lightning. They used to be called the Loughborough Lightning, of course, but she's also had a 100 stint.
Wright is in, outside off stump.
She'd never played at Lords, and then she got snapped up by whatever the team was down there. Was it London Spirit or some such? So I know she was very excited about going to play at Lords and be part of the 100, so I'm sure we'll hear a little bit about her experiences on Thursday.
If we are here.
In fact, no, that's Wednesday, isn't it? The third day.
Okay,
No, that's the third day.
We should be here on Wednesday, although there is movement out there at the moment. Right, as you would expect on the first morning, is in and bowls outside off stump. 3 in a row that Montgomery has been able to leave very safely indeed.
It's a shame, I guess, that it is a Monday start. It's a little bit unusual after such a long layoff, and a lot of people, why couldn't we start yesterday? Why couldn't we start yesterday? I guess it's because of so many players, or they wouldn't have known which players were here, there, or wherever with regards to the 100 over the weekend. And of course, if it had gone into a reserve day, if Saturday had been a washout, I suppose there'd have been a conflict there, but anyhow, it is what it is.
Right, bowls again outside off stump again. Montgomery, 4 balls in a row. He's been able to safely leave, just not quite getting his line right at the moment. Chris Wright.
We've got a very good view to look away to our right for probably an episode or 2 of Bob the Builder here, because we've got a couple of cranes frantically working away, just what was the old car showroom right outside the ground. I know there's another car showroom next to it, but
seems to have been going on for a while.
Yeah.
I remember it was certainly going on when we came for the T20. Right is in. That is a better line, just about on off stump, maybe a fraction outside. Montgomery had to play. It did hold its own. It did leave him, and he played and missed. Right, a handful at the moment. And again, umpire Pratt comes out and just but it's not inspecting Wright's follow through. I don't think I've ever seen Wright warned for. He falls away quite quickly. He's just scraping along here, but he does test the line sometimes. Coming up to the end of the over. Wright is in. Bowles again, goes past the outside edge. He finished the over well. A maiden.
Yes, Matthew Montgomery eager for some red ball opportunities with Notts, but it's a testing little period here. This, of course, is Trent Bridge first class debut, played here in the Royal London game against Sussex, so has experience on the ground. So we're through 7 overs here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Nottingham. Richard Ray, myself, Dave Bracegirdle. Leicestershire with that all-important wicket of a Seabermead, who was caught at slip for 4. Here's Michael Finan. 3 overs, none for 12. Bowls to Slater. Little push into the offside for a single. So they'll swap over. Slater on to 14 now with those 3 boundaries. Lots from the last county championship match, which was against Sussex in mid-July. Made 2 changes, with James Pattinson having gone back to Australia for, and I quote, fitness and family reasons. And of course Ben Duckett, who's away as part of the England squad. This one wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper, and it's been flagged up as a no ball. Michael Finan certainly can't say that Richard Illingworth hasn't been giving him the cue, if you like, to move his front foot behind that line. He's scratched away at it a couple of times. There'll be an update for Radio Nottingham in just a moment. Perhaps already hear the 11 o'clock news bulletin having started in my ears. 20 for 1. Next ball into Montgomery. Will drive it away. That's a semi-stop in the covers. And a single is taken. 21 for 1. It's the return of the county championship after 5 weeks. The players have been away playing white ball cricket, but back now dressed in white. Red ball cricket. Nottinghamshire, remember, top of the Division 2 table with 3 matches to go, and they are batting, having been put in by Leicestershire. Brett Hutton plays, so too does Matt Montgomery, and Matt Montgomery is at the crease. He's gone out at the fall of a Seba Meads wicket. The opener only making 4 today. Notts put into bat a 23 for 1. There's Slater, another pleasing push into the offside. Finan just fed him a couple recently in that area. He's either been too short to Slater and been pulled away through the leg side for a couple of boundaries, and then over pitching outside off, and Slater always eager to feed on those and push them away. This time a gentle push brings him 2 more. Slater onto 16, 25 for 1. So fine, and just starting to leak a few runs. None for 20. This one again short and again pulled away, but there is protection out there now. And there's only a single. Where's my list of names? That Roman Walker out there, the former Glamorgan man, doing the fielding. End of the over. 20. Oh, it's not the end of the over, I beg your pardon. They're just swapping over right-hander and left-hander. So all the field is on the move, including the umpire. It very much has the feel, doesn't it, at the end of the over, when suddenly everybody sets off into a different position. But 26 for 1. Montgomery with just a single from his first 10 deliveries. Faced a tricky over from Chris Wright. Now he's facing Finan and solidly eases this into the offside for no run.
Is that the first time Finan has bowled to a right-hander? Feels that way. He seems to have bowled all his deliveries up to now at Slater, who's dealt with them all pretty competently one way or another.
Wasn't the first ball of the match a single? I think it was.
Probably.
I think it was, yeah.
But was that not right?
Yeah, Slater took the single, and then Hamid would have faced the rest of the first over. .26 for 1. Finan bowls again, and it's defended. Did you say it's the first time?
I thought Finan had bowled to a. He seems to have been bowling at Slater throughout his spell, pretty much.
Of course. Beg your pardon. Yep. Right at the first over. Yep.
He did.
Yeah.
So he's finally got a right-hander at whom he can try and swing the ball in a little bit, but.
I think he went for a few, didn't he, in his in the
did.
Royal London game after a.
I'm afraid he did. Yes.
Steady opening over or so, and then he went for a few runs.
Yes,
he was involved, wasn't he, with some good fielding, and took a catch. Next one left well alone by Montgomery, and that is the end of the over. We're through 8. 26 for 1. Nottinghamshire, just a reminder, if you've only just found us this morning, 10:30 starts now in September. 12:30 till 1:10 is the luncheon interval. 1:10 till 3:10 supposedly the afternoon, and 3:30 till 5:30 the last session. Yeah, we know it never pans out like that. Well, I'm sure we'll still be playing till 6:15 maybe today if we get a full day in, but that's what it's supposed to be. But we do know this first session is going to be almost set in stone unless there's a weather interruption. 10:30 till 12:30.
Do you know what they're building there, by the way?
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
Well,
it was a car showroom.
Sometime next season.
Well, then it was a garden centre.
Chris Wright is in, bowls outside off stump to Slater, and that one goes straight to. That one doesn't really move, and Slater lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
There is now then, there is a new public house, which we're not giving it a mention because it's a public house, but we're giving it a mention because of the name that's just opened as well outside the ground behind us on the Radcliffe Road.
Oh.
Is it the William Gunn or the John Gunn? It's the William Gunn.
Right.
I must pop in there and rehydrate and just have a look. You'd imagine, so close to Trent Bridge and with the cricketing name, there might be some paraphernalia on the walls.
Wright is in, outside off stump again, and again with a bigger stride this time. Slater can leave, very much against the trend of things at the moment, isn't there? For
yeah.
pubs to a new pub to open.
So
is it a chain or is it a? You don't know. Okay.
So we've now got the Trent Bridge Inn with the Larwood and Vos, and I think it's the William Gunn. It's certainly a gun. I'm sure it's the William Gunn.
Nodded to the heritage of the area, the cricketing heritage of the area, which is a good thing. Right, 31 on his back, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls to Slater, who leaves as an appeal. He's bowled. Has he bowled him? Has he gone back and flicked the bail? I think it has. He left it. It came back in, and I think it flicked the top of the off stump. So Chris Wright moved that one back in. Slater looked to leave, and it did hit the top of off stump. It might just have come back in, but it was, I think you have to say, well, it obviously was a misjudgment by Slater, but I think it was predominantly a misjudgment by Slater rather than a great deal of movement back in from Wright. So Chris Wright causing problems for the Nottinghamshire batters this morning on a pitch that is giving him a little bit of assistance, has picked up 2 wickets, and Slater, who looked in good nick, goes bowled for 17 and knocks a 26 for 2.
I know it's I think most of us have passed comment through the course of the year, and I know it's with a nod to the County Championship sponsors, and we're very grateful for all cricket sponsors and the support they give to the game. Those green bales are just so hard to see. There was a season or two where they had almost snow white stumps and bales, and at least you could see when the bales went flying. Of course, in the one-day stuff and the short format stuff, they have the zing bales, but they're not going to do that in the County Championship. But these are just so hard to see, and I was there with Rich. You just wondered if it had flicked the pad and they were all going up for that, but they weren't. They'd seen a bale clipped and it had dropped. On to the turf. Misjudgment from Ben Slater, fine bowling from Wright, who is currently on for all 10. He's 2 for he's 2 for 5.
I have seen it done. I've been at a game in a first class game. I have indeed. Otis Gibson, of course, for Durham against Hampshire.
Joe Clark still without a century this season. 95 at Glamorgan, and again that's one that I've talked about. He was given out caught behind Rich. I'm sure I wouldn't have expected you to have followed every Joe Clark innings, but he got a 95, batting like a dream. Spinner was on. I think it was Kieran Carlson who came on, almost a part-time spinner for Glamorgan. Went through to the keeper standing up, who whipped off the bail and appealed to the square leg umpire for a stumping, and the umpire at the standing end had given him out. The ball, his bat had hit the ground, we think, and he'd heard a snick, and it was the standing umpire who gave him out. So he was very unlucky with the keeper appealing for a stumping, and he was given a catch. But that's as close as he's got. I've not followed his Welsh Fire progress that closely, but he's not scored many runs in the 100.
Wright is in and bowls to Clark on off stumps, short of a good length. Clark looking to stay on the back foot. The top part of the bat steers it down towards Evans at backward point, and there is no run. Well, I have seen Joe Clark given out, cross the boundary rope and come back in, so, so my sympathy is slightly diluted in those terms, but long time ago. 4 slips behind Clark now, as Wright bowling well, runs in past umpire Pratt, bowls outside off stump, this time too wide, and Clark no doubt with a Just a tinge of relief, can let that one go. Have another good look, wanders forward, prods at the pitch, which from up here, the Radcliffe Road stand, the magnificent Radcliffe Road stand, does still look well grassed, beginning to change colour a little bit in the sun, although there's a little bit of white cloud around now. I've just heard BBC Radio Leicester say possibility of the odd thundery shower this afternoon. As Wright is in, bowls very straight, but Clark very straight back behind it. Wright, as is his wont, bends down and tries to sort of flick the ball onto the stumps or deflect it onto the stumps. Fails to do so, it trickles past them, and of course Matthew Montgomery hadn't gone anywhere anyway. End of a very successful over for Chris Wright. Another wicket maiden for the veteran, who now has 2 for 5 from 5 overs, and Nottinghamshire are 26 for 2.
Yeah, can you remember what 6 for what? What he got in the Royal London, Chris Wright? 6 for 30 odd?
6 for 35, I think
yeah,
it was.
terrific performance. That was just a couple of weeks ago, so he's going well for the second
You're
time.
going to take delight in asking me questions which I'd need to refer to my notebook to answer, knowing full well.
Now you've brought that up. We've got a bowling change here. I'll mention it in a second. Finan coming out of the attack, 4 overs, none for 21. Dan White's been in touch. Morning, Dave. It is the William Gunn, and the former car showroom is now planned to be retirement apartments. No comment. Yeah, I think you told me that.
Be popular with
with me. Yeah, with me. It's going to be Ed Barnes, Fairhead, from the pavilion end, bowls to Montgomery. This shapes away from the right-hander, goes through to Swindles. His name's Ed Barnes, not Ed Barnes Fairhead, but shock of fair hair, glistening in the morning sunshine. 26 for 2. Mentioned that Clark innings at Cardiff, and of course with Matthew Montgomery making 80. I seem to have a look. I seem to think they put on quite a few. Next ball driven, missed time drive really, up to mid-on. And there's no run. 26 for 2. There were different innings. Bracegirdle, you fall. Yeah, Montgomery in the first innings made 80, and in the Nottinghamshire second innings, Joe Clark 95. So they didn't share a lengthy partnership. But thanks for that, Dan. Yeah, the William Gutt is Barnes. Began at Yorkshire, didn't he, Richards? This is played up to mid-on, no run.
He did. He's a Yorkshireman from Knaresborough, North Yorkshire. Very keen Leeds United supporter, like the umpire he's running past, Richard Illingworth.
There's a few around as well, isn't there? Neil Mallinder's another one.
Is he?
If ever you happen to be sharing the same hotel on away trips as Neil Mallinder and there's a game on, he's always watching. It's on through to Swindles, 26 for 2. So Will Davis not involved, and of course Ben Mike, who would also have been part of the Leicestershire red ball attack earlier in the season. He's not involved in this one, though he is on the ground, we think.
Oh yes, he's the I've seen Ben. He's the acting 12th man.
Barnes past Illingworth, and again Montgomery happy to let it go through to the keeper. A little bit of shape, you think, there, perhaps, just nibbling away.
Just a fraction.
Gavin Griffiths no longer with the side?
No.
26 for 2, and of course there has been a little bit of movement, as everybody always reminds Nottinghamshire supporters, between the two counties over the years, but latterly, of course, Joey Everson has played for both sides this year, now down with Kent, and of course Sol Ballinger has just made the move. It's this one through to the keeper, so a dynamic white ball hitter, Sol Ballinger. Don't think he'll have figured or featured in the Red Bull thinking. I don't know if he's involved in Leicestershire's second team squad today. I'm sure as the day goes on we'll get a little bit of news from the second 11 matches that are going on. It's the end of the over, but Sol Ballinger obviously wouldn't have been allowed to play in this match. But
I'm not even sure that they've announced it officially yet. That he has made the move. As you say, it was fairly well known. Likewise, Matt Salisbury they've acquired from Durham, not officially announced yet, but that is what we understand to be the case. Right arm seamer, another right arm seamer. Continues from the Radcliffe Road end. Chris Wright bowls outside off stump, slightly short of a length to Joe Clark. It does again hold its own outside off some, straighten a fraction, but from that far back, Clark can just lift his bat over the line of the ball, let it go through to Swindles behind the stumps. Need to make the most of what movement there is this morning, Leicestershire. Wright certainly is doing that at the moment. Probably only have a couple more overs. In he goes and bowls. That's a good length and line. Brings Clark forward. No great movement on that occasion. Gets almost to the pitch of it for defensive out towards mid-off.
Somebody with a bit of a sneeze that was perhaps picked up on our effects microphone there. Booked my flu jab for in a couple of weeks' time, and I still every other day keep getting. It must be an automated one from the surgery. Come and book your flu jab. There's a thing on the radio this morning that they're going to start calling people in for COVID boosters again before long.
Wright is in again, very straight, middle and leg this time. Walks forward almost into the defensive shot. Everything very neat and close together there from Clark. Pushes the ball back past the leg stump. Barnes moves across to his left. Barnes' cap is now becoming pleasingly, from his point of view, faded. They do like that, don't they? The pros, they want their caps to look too new. Although Parkinson's at mid-off looks still fairly pristine. Ditto Walker's at mid-wicket. Wright is in and bowls on off stump. Clark times it nicely. Back foot defensive push out into the offside to Evans. Backward point coming in. Again, there's no run.
So what were you saying at the end of the last over? You brought it up. You forgot to do any preparation for this game. Is that what you were saying?
As ever, hours and hours of prep, but it's all in my notebook, which I've managed to leave on my dining room table.
We've all done it over the years. You know, there's been days when I've got here and I've somehow left the laptop at home.
Wright is in, bowls, straightens and beats Clark, all ends up. Again looking to walk into the defensive shot. Slightly trying to negate the movement, but there's a little bit too much there for him, and it went past the outside edge. Wright causing all sorts of issues for the Nottinghamshire batsman this bright late summer this morning in Nottingham. Wright turns, runs in and bowls. Clark turns his wrists on that one, slightly short of a length, drops it out into the onside. Walker comes into field, and it is another maiden over from Chris Wright. His fourth in the 6 overs he's bowled. He's also picked up 2 wickets. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 5 from Chris Wright. Figures which rather stand out in comparison, in fairness. Barnes has only bowled a 1 and gone for 1, but certainly in contrast to Finan's efforts from the pavilion end.
I feel horrible now because it's producer Kirsty who's apologising, saying she's got a bit of a sniffle this morning. So,
it was all the way down the line, was it? In the background. Okay. 26 for 2, therefore remains the score.
Early toss, 10 o'clock, won by the Foxes. Got a couple of wickets now. Matthew Montgomery shoulders arms to this one. The match referee for this game, Will Smith. Nice to see Will again on the ground. Former Nottinghamshire player, of course, and then he went off and had time with both. Which order did he do? It's Hampshire, wasn't it? And then Durham had plenty of success at both.
Durham first, then Hampshire, was it?
I think he then went back to Durham. Yeah.
Yeah. He captained them to the county championship.
He did.
In fact, he may have been playing in that Gibson game.
26 for 2. Next delivery is pushed to backward point. Got a nice shirt on. It almost looked like he was ready for a little bit of line dancing, and it's a nice shirt. Well, nice and casual this morning, and then I noticed the ECB logo on it. He says, "Oh no, it's properly approved ECB gingham wear." He said, "Very, very nice."
Oh, that blue check thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, it's got the ECB logo on it.
I didn't realise it.
No, I didn't. I thought it was just a. It always Montgomery pushes at this next delivery, concentrating on the cricket brace girdle. Nice bit of bowling, wasn't it, by Barnes? But yeah, it's the properly approved ECB casual September wear. 26 for 2. Derbyshire have lost 3 wickets at home to Durham this morning. They're 31 for 3. Couple of wickets to Chris Rushworth, the evergreen Chris Rushworth. And some player he has. Didn't even get a Lions look in back in the day. But, this one just too wide from Barnes, but he's kept Montgomery under pressure throughout this over.
22 balls Montgomery has faced. 23 now for his single.
Yeah, that won't faze him or the side. Will be all about batting time. Chris Wright wants a sub, yeah. So you'd imagine he's at the end of his spell. Then 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 5. Terrific figures from Chris Wright, and his figures back up the performance as well. This is pushed back to Barnes, who picks it up. The ground, as has been for most of the morning, bathed in glorious sunshine. There's some white wispy cloud around. Never know the different sorts of clouds.
Tell you what, there is around loads at the moment. Blackberries everywhere.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Oh yeah. We've had a little bit of the old blackberry and apple crumble last couple of Sundays. Very nice indeed. 26 for 2. Montgomery still on 1. Barnes again just a little bit of width, which Montgomery can use to his advantage by leaving it alone. It's a maiden from Barnes, who's not conceded a run yet. 12 deliveries to Matthew Montgomery, and figures of 0 for 0.
Ben Mike, who has come to know this ground well in recent days, one way or another. The home of the Rockets, of course. Did he actually play again? I'm not absolutely sure whether he did.
Who's that?
Ben Mike for the. I don't
think so. I don't think so.
Who was playing? I know Callum Parkinson played just once for his side.
Bill Rodham says Matthew Montgomery will have played against Eddie Barnes in the North Yorkshire League. Well, Yorkshire League North is their Twitter thing, I presume. He will have played for Clifton Alliance, which I think was near York, and Barnes would have played for Sheriff Hutton Bridge Cricket Club. Thanks for that, Bill. Good knowledge.
I'll have to check that with Eddie. I'm sure it's true. Roman Walker takes over from Chris Wright at the Radcliffe Road end, bowls down the leg side to Clark, who steps inside it. Shapes as though to try and turn it down to long leg or fine leg. Don't think he actually attempted to do so in the end. The man on the PA realises that the bowling has changed. Comes in a fraction late, but we'll forgive him that. Walker, 49 on his back. Short-ish run is in, and bowls again down the leg side, and he's already turning away almost in disgust. Walker, as again Clark steps inside, this time very clearly does let it go through to Swindles behind the stumps.
So is that Ben Mike on at square leg?
It is, yes. Having a chat to Richard Illingworth at the moment. And Walker would like his feet landing slightly differently to Chris Wright's, a little bit of extra sawdust, which his captain, Callum Parkinson, cupping in his hand as gently as it was a baby bird, comes running in and then spreads it over the crease. Steps on it, doesn't try and sort of tread it in, just a little light covering for Walker. The Welshman, is that what you say? North Walian, North Welshman. Runs in and bowls and beats the bat of Clark, who's groping for that one a little bit again, looking to sort of walk forward a little bit into the shot. It was nowhere near the pitch of it, and it went past the outside edge again.
Just looking at the partnership, Rich. Partnership 0 from 24 balls.
Yes, Clark 12 balls faced, Montgomery 25. But the single he scored was relatively early in his innings in his terms, when Ben Slater was still at the crease. Walker is in outside off stump, too wide this time, and Clark can safely leave. Intent purely at the moment on survival, these two, and why not just try and get some overs into the legs. They've seen off right.
Because it wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if today, and I'm not just talking about here at Trent Bridge, but up and down the country, if there are some fairly modest totals put on the board. A lot of players away, been away. Some haven't been playing cricket at all, haven't they?
In goes Walker, looking for the Yorker. It's full, and it was very low full toss in the end, but Clark, as I say, in survival mode, doesn't try and clip it away too hard, just makes sure he gets plenty of bat on it and punches it out towards Eddie Barnes mid-on, wide-ish mid-on.
You know, some haven't been playing at all, but certainly nobody's been playing red ball cricket, so
if that sort of storm last night, which was quite heavy, albeit brief, in goes Walker, bowls outside off stump. It moves extravagantly, but from very wide and from very short, and Clark just drops his bat and watches with interest as it goes through to Swindles. If that was sort of fairly, if that storm was widespread, there might have been a bit of moisture around early as well. So the state of the wicket that is now covered, or the repairing wicket that is now covered, was remarkable. It was really muddy.
Another maiden, 26 for 2. Clark, no runs from 15 balls. Montgomery 1 from 25. Will be Eddie Barnes to continue. Just quickly then, in Division 1, Hampshire 24 for 1 now at home to Northants. Essex away at Canterbury against Kent, 36 without loss. In the Roses match at Old Trafford, Lancashire 26 without loss against Yorkshire. Good start by Gloucestershire. They are 51 without loss at Taunton against Somerset as Barnes bowls. And again, Montgomery happy to leave. In Division 2, Derbyshire 33 for 3 against Durham. No Shan Masood, he's gone. A couple of wickets there to Rushworth. And at Cardiff, Worcestershire 50 for 1. It's Jake Libby, the former Notts man, who's out. They are along with this one, the 7 county championship matches that are going on today. At Brace Cricket, if you want to send me a message. This is nicked and dropped. Montgomery on 1 has had a life, and did say earlier on that the catch that Rishi Patel took was almost as comfortable as you would wish if you're standing there at flip. Well, this one was almost identical, perhaps a little bit higher, but wasn't exactly racing through there towards him. It was a comfortable height, just slightly to the left side of his body, would have struck him just maybe below the left shoulder, both hands to it, and down it went, and it should have been 26 for 3. So Barnes unlucky, Montgomery with a life, and happy again to leave this alone without playing it. Chat there, Swindles and Patel. Swindles moved across to his right, almost as if to say, well, I think it was yours, mate. You know, I could have gone maybe, but it was yours. It was, though it was left side of Rishi Patel's body. It was a first slip catch. Would have been 26 for 3. Here's Barnes. Past umpire Illingworth bowls, and again wide of the pegs. Oh, and it's missed this time by Swindles. So this partnership is up and running with 4 byes. Absolutely extraordinary there. Maybe Harry Swindles just momentarily took his eye off the ball. Lapse of concentration, thoughts elsewhere, maybe about what had happened a couple of deliveries ago. Maybe just died on him and got an unkind bounce, but it's gone through the keeper. Here's Barnes again. Been update for Radio Nottingham listeners in a second. This one's edged and has gone for 4. Flying through the air there at backward point. Fielder almost got a hand to it. 34 for 2. That was Sam Evans who very nearly got to it. $34 for 2. Montgomery on to 5. Just waiting for that cue to speak to local radio. Not been easy for all the Nottinghamshire batsmen this morning. Stephen Mullaney lost the toss, no surprise, when Leicestershire opted to bowl, and Chris Wright, who's a really fine exponent of this early morning conditions, we're obviously towards the back end of the season, the ball will wobble around more with these early starts, and Chris Wright picked up both openers early on. Hasiba Mead out for 4, Ben Slater for 17, and it's been very tricky since then for both Matthew Montgomery and Joe Clark. Clark's yet to score, been out there now for around about 6 overs. Matthew Montgomery at the other end, he's just had a life, should have been taken at first slip, dropped on 1, but then, wouldn't you know, it hit a boundary to move on to 5. Difficult, as I say, for Notts. Early on here, they're looking to weather the storm. They're 34 for 2. Start of a new over. Roman Walker, who began with a maiden to Clark. Let's this go harmlessly through to Swindles. 34 for 2. So Clark has now faced 15 deliveries. Notts were 3-day winners when the sides met earlier in the season at the Upton Steel County ground. Joe Clark made 89 in Nottinghamshire's only innings. Oh, this one's very wide. Neil Pratt, the umpire, will have given that serious consideration, I think. Just about within the regulations there. Didn't stretch his arms out and call it a wide, but I don't think you can get any wider than that without being penalised. 34 for 2 it remains. Comes Walker again, not the longest of approaches. Width offered to Clark, not drawn into chasing after it. So it goes through to Swindles. Been 3 slips there throughout from Leicestershire. Very much attacking. A line of about 5th or 6th stump even for most of the morning. Walker in again. This time Clark has to play at it but can only fend it away. Square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. That match in Leicester was in mid-June, 12th to the 14th of June, done in 3 days. Notts won by an innings and 9 runs. Leicestershire with a huge first innings score, to be fair, of 440. Centuries for Lewis Hill and Colin Ackerman. 78 from Ben Mike, really giving the end of the innings a little bit of a boost. This one is pushed at by Clark, no run. In fact, the last man, Will Davis, on that occasion made 32 not out. Ben Mike and Will Davis. Let's have a look. What did they put on for that last wicket? 49.89 for the final wicket, which, if memory serves, was a last wicket record for Leicestershire against Notts. So Foxes racking up 440 when the sides met in June. Notts came back with 548. Ben Duckett was absolutely terrific as another delivery is left alone by Clark, so it's another maiden 34 for 2. Joe Clark made 145, was bowled by Callum Parkinson. Joe Clark made 89, so Notts had that first innings advantage of 108, and then Leicestershire almost inexplicably were blown away for just 99. 4 wickets for Liam Patterson-White, the spinner. Dane Patterson bowled nicely. He got 3 wickets, a couple for Hutton and 1 for Pattinson. It was very much James Pattinson in his enforcer role, if I remember rightly. So Notts winning by an innings. Also one notable score there I didn't give you in the game. Tom Moore's 81 retired hurt as Rich comes back to join me. Got a nasty one that came off the bat handle into his windpipe, Rich, if you remember.
I do remember. Barnes, unlucky in his previous over, is in. Bowls very full, and Montgomery's looking to drive, scrambling across to his right at extra cover. The fielder is unable, Walker that is, to make the stop. Gets half a hand to it, slows it down. Parkinson completes the fielding running behind him, but Montgomery picks up a single. He moves on to 6 from 32 balls, 35 for 2. Clark, who's faced 21 without getting off the mark, will be down at this end for the first time, the Radcliffe Road end of the ground for the first time, and takes his guard from umpire Illingworth.
Yeah, it really should have been a second catch of the morning for Rishi Patel. We talked about a fairly regulation, the one he taught. Well, this one wasn't much more difficult, was it?
It seemed to take a long old time to get to him, but as you say, it was by first slip standards, it was a bit of a goober, and Barnes, I don't think, could quite believe that Patel hadn't taken it. He is in and bowls to Clark again, full, and Clark digs it out a little bit. Back down the pitch it bounces towards the persevering, if at the moment, no doubt somewhat ticking Eddie Barnes.
Yeah, I talked while you were out the room. Swindle then sort of came across and they looked at the positioning and all the rest of it, but I think it would have hit Rishi Patel on his left shoulder, or maybe just below the left shoulder. It was certainly a first slip catch rather than the keeper's, wasn't it?
Absolutely, no question about it. Barnes is in, bowls. Clark is looking to drive, slightly squared up, plenty of bat on it, punches it out into the offside. Not quite as straight as he was hoping to hit it, I suspect, and indicates again to Montgomery that there's still plenty there in the pitch. And I've just said to BBC Radio Leicester that Leicestershire will want and feel they ought to be going in for lunch with Nottinghamshire 4 or 5 down, really, given the amount of movement that's in the pitch. And if these two were to get through to lunch, then I think Notts would be pretty happy. In goes Barnes and bowls outside off stump, 2 wide, and Clark can and does leave safely.
It's funny how you sort of at the time think about things and then almost put it on the back burner. I'd forgotten that Leicestershire got 440 in that first meeting and lost in 3 days. I mean, that was a pretty
which is what they did against Glamorgan last time out as well. They managed to get
pretty dismal second innings
score and lose by an innings. So that's not a coincidence. Perhaps. In goes Barnes and bowls, line and length. Clark is forward carefully, head over the ball, slightly angled bat, steering it out towards point. Evans moves in and fields. A record-breaking game against Glamorgan when we saw Sam North East score over 400.
In a way,
it was dropped.
I mean, they went on and won the game, obviously, so it justified everything that they did on the last day. But I thought Laura's record was going to be under pressure. In
goes Barnes, outside off stump. Clark steps forward and lifts his bat very decisively over the line of the ball to end Barnes's over. 4 overs, none for 5. 2 of those overs have been made and should have a wicket, but Montgomery dropped badly on one by Patel at slip when the score was 26.
Yes, I watched the final morning, which was it a Saturday morning for some reason, but I certainly watched the Saturday morning, the North East innings up to 400. But what was he overnight? 270, 280, something like that. Well, he got 100 or so, and that 100 was against a wearying attack, and he was at the very peak of his powers, and clearly he would have also known we're looking for a lunchtime declaration, Sam. So away you go, enjoy yourself. But you'll have seen, every run, every ball as a new over starts here with Walker bowling to Montgomery. It's been very difficult for Montgomery and Clark over the time they've been together, and this one was just challenging that off stump, maybe just shaped away a little bit, and Montgomery again was happy to shoulder arms. But over the course of his full innings, is it one of the best innings you've seen?
Yes, I think it was, really, because of his sort of the calmness with which he played throughout. He didn't really change tempo throughout the innings too much.
Next delivery on its way, driven through the offside, and there's a boundary for Matthew Montgomery. He'll feel a little better for that. Moves on to 10. Just quickly, we'll come back to Sam North East in just a second if there's more to add. But of course, again, while you were out of the room just after the drop, there was the previous boundary that Montgomery hit. It was fairly close to Evans, wasn't it? He flew through the air.
Yeah.
You know, it would have been somewhat ironic had he been dropped and almost dolly at slip, and then a magnificent diving, flying one-hander saw the end of him. Walker over pitches, driven, but straight to extra cover, and there's no run. 39 for 2 it remains. He's a fine player, Sam North East.
He was dropped at slip, I think he was on 97 or something like that by Ackerman. Sort of chest tie off the spinner, and put on a huge partnership, obviously another sort of one of the other records that fell. Montgomery
has 10. Walker, 4th ball of this over, again pushed into the offside, fielded by a Sanazad. Very much in the thick of things there at extra cover. If it was a one-day match, there would be a line of discs round about where Sanazad is fielding at the moment on the offside, about 30 yards away from the bat.
He put on that huge partnership with Chris Cook, the Glamorgan skipper, but Cook was dropped 3 times as well, and South Leicestershire. Well,
next ball, but this time a little squarer and bisects the fielders on the offside. So Montgomery just warming to his work here now. They've given him a life, but he's had a good look for half an hour or so, and just starting to pick off the bowling. He's a very, very fine player, and just wonder if that might come back to haunt Leicestershire. I mean, already he's added 13 more, but he is the sort of player that could really go on and compile a big one. 43 for 2, 1 ball left in the 17th over. Started at 10:30, so we've been playing for about 75 minutes. Tough going of late, but Montgomery, that's a good delivery. Digs this one out, full pitch delivery. Good Yorker, sent down by Walker. 3 overs, 2 maidens, but in that over he went for his first runs, a couple of boundaries to Matthew Montgomery. 43 for 2, Montgomery has 14. Joe Clark is 0 from 26.
This Roman Walker's just his second red ball game of the season. Just the 1 wicket in his first, so he'll be desperately keen to make an impression, and this is the sort of pitch on which he should make an impression. Montgomery and Clark batting determinedly at the moment, and Montgomery, as Dave said, just beginning unfurl 1 or 2 shots. Picked off Walker a couple of times in that over pitch deliveries outside off stump, steered away to the shorter of the boundaries. Barnes, unlucky, will continue from the pavilion end. Comes in and bowls to Clark, who is forward, playing with an angle bat out into the offside. Walker, who's fielding out there in the covers, runs in and fields. Still got the 3 slips, Rishi Patel, Colin Ackerman, Lumba alongside Harris. It was a very eventful over that of Barnes after the drop. Swindles then let one through badly for 4 byes, and Montgomery flashed one away, not so very far wide of Sam Evans. Clark waits with raised bat as Barnes is in, bowls to him. It's a pleasantly firm defensive push out towards mid-off, but it does go to mid-off, and again there's no run. Parkinson makes the stop. 28 balls faced by Joe Clark, yet to get off the mark. I wonder if he's faced that many previously without getting off the mark. I'd be surprised, because he's a sort of positive batsman by inclination.
He's also one of these, a little bit like Kevin Peterson used to be, likes to get off the mark straight away. You'll see him come out of his crease a step or two and generally push his first ball and run.
Barnes is in, bowls to him, squares up on the back foot, thick outside edge, almost a leading edge that sort of squirts slowly through the air down towards gully. Kimber moves across to his right.
Bit of rain around on the south coast. They're off for rain at the Aegeus Bowl, where Hampshire are 31 for 1 against Northants, playing everywhere else up and down the country. Gloucestershire made a fine start. They're 77 without loss at Taunton against Somerset, and Somerset are in danger, aren't they, a little bit? Gloucestershire bottom, Somerset next to bottom.
Barnes is in, bowl short to Clark. That was a chance for him to get off the mark, and he got up on his toes, tried to work it rather than pull it into the leg side, and managed to pick out square leg rather.
An informed Clark, or a white ball Clark, and that had been 6.
Yeah, I was going to say that would be somewhere over the Fox Road, wouldn't it? Or into the Fox Road, perhaps. But he's at the moment being very cautious. 30 balls faced now without getting off the mark. Barnes is in, bowls to him, outside off stump, slightly short of a length. He stands up tall, tries to force it out into the offside, doesn't time it, rehearses the shot as he sees Walker move across to his left of field.
Good crowding, you'd say, for a Monday. Lot away to our left, almost right behind the arm on the middle tier of the Radcliffe Road stand, but liberally sprinkled around the ground.
Such a lovely day as well.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? Although, as you say, a fair bit of high white cloud around now, just beginning to build up a little bit, just taking the edge off the temperatures. As Barnes is in, and that is Clark off the mark with a boundary as well. It was over pitched on middle and leg stump, and he just waited for it, timed it nicely, turned it away through the vacant mid-wicket area, and picks up 4. His first, as I say, scoring shot of innings from his 32nd ball. Nottinghamshire 47 for 2 after 18.
Yes, the loudest roar of the morning. Ed Barnes 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9. Roman Walker 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. This partnership now worth 21. Eventually got going with one slipping through the grasp of wicketkeeper Swindles for 4 byes. That was after 4 maidens. But just starting to get the board moving again. Montgomery on strike on 14. Walker with width. It's taken by Swindles. Lyndon James due in next. Then Stephen Mullaney, who hasn't had any cricket at all for 5 weeks, or any competitive cricket. You'd imagine he'll have been netting most days. Tom Moore's doing at 7. Said earlier, got 80 odd in that match at the Upton Still County Ground. Next one with width goes through to the keeper, Liam Patterson-White, and then the 3 bowlers that served not so well at the back end of last season. They've not been involved together too much this year. Luke Fletcher, Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson. James Pattinson has played in most of the games when he's been available. Stuart Broad at the start of the season. So just with the 3 quicks, lots haven't gone in with this trio. Next delivery's clipped up to Chris Wright at mid-on, and there's no run. Matthew Montgomery has 14. Joe Clark has 4. Men out. Ben Slater, bowled by Chris Wright for 17, was not offering a shot, and it just did enough just to leave a straightish line, just to nibble back a touch to clip off the off bail. That was 26 for 2 because Hamid had gone earlier. Next one's just played with soft hands by Montgomery into the leg side. I'd say there'll be a couple there. It was almost a leisurely amble after it from Barnes, perhaps doing him a disservice there. Just seemed from here as if he was going to chase it down and it would be a couple, but the ball almost seemed to get away from him. They came back for the 3, and that produces a ripple of applause as the Nottinghamshire 50 is brought up 50 for 2. almost looked as if he was beside the ball, and then it just skipped on a little bit for that extra run.
Quite a good judge. I think he knew it was going to be 3 whatever, didn't he, really? And he would have. And also he's just bowled 5 overs on the bounce. In fairness, but take your point.
Yeah.
It wasn't a frantic pursuit, that's for sure.
50 for 2. No, it looked as if he chased it down, but then he got away from. Oh, he's got another one now. Yours or mine, yours or mine. It's going to go for 4 here, unless it just pulls up inside the rope. And if it does pull up, no, it's gone for 4. There was Chris Wright and Ed Barnes. I'm sure they didn't look at each other, but they will have been aware of where each other's position was on the field, and it bisected them both, and one of them was going to have to fetch the ball back, and it after that Barnes chase from the previous delivery, this time it was Chris Wright, and for a second it just looked as if it was going to pull up about 6 inches short of the rope.
They'd have run for sure, I think, under those circumstances, because there's one for the throw from Barnes or Wright from down there, that's for certain.
So that's 7 from 2 deliveries, just getting Nottinghamshire moving again. 54 for 2, and it's Joe Clark's second boundary. There's Roman Walker, bowls to Clark, happy to block this one. A good length delivery on off stump. End of the over, end of the 19th. 54 for 2 knots put into bat by Leicestershire. And they've lost Slater for 17 and Mead for 4, both wickets to Chris Wright. Just the 4 seamers we've seen so far, which is probably just about right. There are obviously other on, perhaps later on. Callum Parkinson, the skipper, will certainly have a bowl, you'd imagine, unless the seamers can run through the side, and maybe there'll be 1 or 2 other options used if there's a stubborn partnership that needs breaking.
1 or 2 Leicestershire supporters would like to see Parkinson sooner rather than earlier, on the basis that if it's seaming it should spin as well. But Parkinson, he's a little bit reluctant to bowl himself, noticed as a captain. And Barnes is continuing from the pavilion end, bowls full and leaning forward. Montgomery pushes firmly back down the pitch. Barnes throws himself to his right, sticks out his right hand, managed to make the stop. I suspect Parkinson behind him would have intercepted anyway, but Barnes slightly more willing to chuck himself around when he's fielding off his own bowling. That's not fair, really, but certainly there was a huge effort on his part there to make this stop. 54 for 2. Still the 3 slips in, an indication of how much movement there still is, as Barnes is in again, the grunt of effort, and Montgomery looking to work it off his legs, thumps into the pads. Must have been a little bit of movement. Defeated his attempt to push it away through mid-wicket.
Derbyshire have lost another wicket there, 58 for 4 at home to Durham.
Well, it feels like this is that sort of wicket, you know, and that Notts will be pretty pleased, as I say, if they get through the lunch with just 2 down. Leicestershire will be disappointed. They have put one fairly straightforward opportunity down at first slip, as Barnes is in. Montgomery, nice high left elbow in defence, as he blocks that one back down the pitch on the onside. Wright jogs in to pick up from mid-on.
The 3 games in Division 1 that are playing, remember they're off for rain at Hampshire. The 3 that they're playing, no wickets at all. Essex 54 without loss against Kent, Lancashire 60 without loss against Yorkshire, and Gloucestershire 84 without loss at Taunton against Somerset. So I don't know what that says for the Division 1 matches against the Division 2 games, where Derbyshire have lost 4 wickets and both Notts and Worcestershire in their matches have lost 2 each.
Barnes bowls outside off stump to Montgomery, who leaves. Patel's hands go into the air at first slip, as though it had almost come back and clipped the top of off stump. Might just have shaped back in a fraction to Matthew Montgomery, but it was still well wide of off stump.
What's your programme of fixtures from here on in, Rich?
We have 2 home games coming up against Durham and Middlesex, and then finish at Derby. So a full September. Barnes is in, short of a length. Waiting for it rather is Montgomery, drops it down, not quite at his feet, slightly behind him outside off stump, and Kimber casually, not sort of deliberately casually, but the way his demeanour is that he doesn't move particularly purposefully. He just walks towards the ball and picks it up.
Size of a wardrobe. Notts have a week off next week, frustratingly. You just get back to red ball action, and then they have their bye week, and then in a fortnight's time we're at New Road against Worcestershire before finishing with Durham here.
Barnes is in outside off stump again. Patel was the you probably heard in the effects, Mike, but his was the only cry of frustration. Swindles, who took the ball outside off stump, and Ackerman alongside Patel. No noise at all. It was too wide, and Barnes gets a couple of pats on the back, which suggests his spell of 6 overs, none for 9, might be as far as it goes this morning. He should have a wicket. He did have Montgomery badly dropped by Rishi Patel when Montgomery was on just 1. He's moved on to 17. Clark has 8, and the partnership beginning to build. It's moved up to 28 now.
So Nottinghamshire certainly with a couple of things to play for. All the decisions over next year's scheduling still very much up in the air, but the whispering is potentially that there's going to be the 2 divisions, and so the top 2 from Division 2 are looking towards a promotion slot. So
is that what you've heard? I must admit I'd heard the 3, but
54 for 2 as Wright back into the attack then. Starts a new spell by bowling to Joe Clark, who works it to mid-on, and there's no run. They're certainly saying 14 matches, aren't they, for next season, but if it is going to be top 2 for promotion, Notts will be hoping to first of all sew that up, and then over the course of the next couple of 3 weeks they'll be looking to try and win the title, but we'll need a positive result here. Opportunity next week with Notts not playing for the others to gain ground. Next one, a decent pace from Chris Wright outside the off stump, just hurries on Clark and decides to bail out as it's sufficiently wide.
I think that the fact Parkinson has already gone back to Wright, to a certain extent a reflection on the different quality of Wright's bowling compared to
the supporting
Walker,
cast.
The supporting cast, really. Barnes hasn't bowled too badly. He hasn't bowled with any luck, but
here's Wright again. Once more, Joe Clark shoulders arms. He just made an initial movement outside the off stump, got himself outside the line, and goes through to the keeper. Roman Walker's still stretching and flexing and bending over there.
I think he's okay. I don't think he.
I just wondered if it's perhaps an end change.
Yeah, possibly. Barnes having bowled 6 in fine, and you would think might be, unless Parkinson bowls himself.
Clark's on 8. Next ball is driven crisply. Nice stop by the mid-on fielder, who is Ed Barnes. Good diving stop. 54 for 2. So they've been tough going for Joe Clark this morning, but he's still there. He'll not need anybody reminding him he's not scored a century this season. In fact, he's not scored one since the Yorkshire game at the back end of last season. Right, past umpire Pratt, again with enough width for Clark to be happy to leave alone. 54 for 2. Ball all the time, of course, getting a little softer. Fine player, Chris Wright. Began with Essex, then went to Warwickshire. Now at his 3rd county. Clark steers this into the offside, so Chris Wright back with a maiden. At the end of it, Joe Clark waving to the Notts dressing room, I think, for a change of gloves. Wright 7 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 5. It's 54 for 2. And it is going to be an end change for Roman Walker. He's going to replace Barnes. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 9 from the pavilion end. Overs we've had this morning, just past midday, so 27-28 minutes or so to go in the session. Leicestershire pressing for that 3rd wicket, which I'm sure they'll feel they've done enough to earn, but haven't been able to grasp it yet. What can Walker produce? 4 overs, none for 15 from this end. Now from the pavilion end, bowls Montgomery just plays it with soft hands down into the ground, and Louis Kimber comes from 3rd slip to field.
She's on the road. Now you sport, and in cricket, Nottinghamshire batting on the first day of their county championship game against Leicestershire at Trent. Dave Bracegirdle is watching.
Nottinghamshire 54 for 2 in their first county championship game here for around about 5.5 weeks or so. They were put into bat by Leicestershire. Chris Wright removed both others. Ben Slater for 17, Asiba Mead for 4. We then had a rather stodgy period of play. Matthew Montgomery couldn't get the ball away. He was dropped on 1. A comfortable catch should have been taken in the slip cordon. Joe Clark was 32 balls before he got off the mark, but they're both starting to tick along nicely now. They've put on 32. Montgomery has 21. Clark has 8. Nottinghamshire, as we near lunch at 12:30, a 58 for 2. Montgomery just cut that way into the offside, through the offside for 4, over towards the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. Here comes Walker by way of a response, an over-pitch delivery into the pads. Felt, we'll have a look at umpire Illingworth, was there some bat involved? No signal, so he gets the run. Seemed to be very leg-sidey, but it did produce an appeal from the bowler. 59 for 2. A reminder, if you're following us on the BBC Sport website and app, there are pictures available, the live streams available through the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, trentbridge.co.uk/live. Or the Leicestershire County Cricket Club website if you want to follow the pictures, either with or without our commentary. 59 for 2 as Walker now comes in again to Clark, and there was evidence there of Joe Clark just trying to take a pace forward and then readjusted, came back into his crease and was beaten by 1 outside the off stump as it goes through to Swindles. 59 for 2.
That was more like the line and length from Roman Walker. He needs to be bowling.
So he did get that end change, Rich.
He did.
Straight away leaking a boundary. Comes in to Clark. Again, a little bit of movement from Clark. 59 for 2. The coaches aren't particularly in favour of that, are they? But on the other hand, they'll always say whatever works for the individual. We see that quite a lot from Joe Clark. There is a little bit of a forward press and then he'll rock back again. But if you're moving as you're about to play the ball, it's never ideal, is it? Walker in once more. Again, just too wide, and Clark leaves it alone. 59 for 2. 5 from that comeback over. So Walker's figures now 5 overs, none for 20 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leicester. That's 59 for 2.
Chris Wright just conceded 5 from his 7, hands his cap to umpire Pratt.
Played a little bit for Durham, didn't he? The Pratt family, well known up in the northeast. Crikey, what was the brother that ran out Ricky Ponting?
Yes.
Yes.
I remember the incident, partly because of Ponting's reaction, of course, but it wasn't his first name.
It wasn't Neil Pratt. Help us out, folks. At Brace Cricket, at Foxes Cricket 2022.
Still the 3 slips. There've been 3 or 4 pretty much the entirety of the morning as Wright runs in and bowls outside off stump to Matthew Montgomery, but too wide. Montgomery steps forward, lets it go through to Harry Swindles.
Matt Arnold says time to settle in for an afternoon of listening to proper cricket, and Matt says he heard me on Saturday doing the Notts County commentary away at Dagenham Redbridge. My word, that was a...
Fango Fox says it's Gary.
Gary Pratt, that's it.
There you go.
Thank you very much, sir.
Wright is in, bowls straighter this time, but meets a nice straight bat from Matthew Montgomery out to mid-off. The ball is played.
So does Matt as well. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, everybody in advance. If there's one or two in the ether on their way towards us, yeah, Gary Pratt running out Ricky Ponting back in 2005. A bit of football on Saturday for Radio Nottingham. Notts County walloping Dagenham and Redbridge 5-0.
Right, bowl slightly short of a length. It stands up, Montgomery and steers it rather than punches it away through the offside off the back foot, but in so doing manages to pick out Sam Evans at that backward point position. Didn't try and overhit it, might just have come back into him a fraction, that one.
I think Leicester City supporters and Nottingham Forest supporters won't thank us for mentioning any football at all at the moment, so we'll gloss over that.
Yeah, both sides struggling for fairly different reasons at the moment. In goes Wright and beats the outside edge of Montgomery's bat, and having pushed at it with the bat quite a long way away from the body as it straightened away from him, Montgomery just tucks the bat back behind him and walks away. He knows he was drawn into playing at a delivery he didn't actually need to play at. It was quite wide to start with. It did move, but he could have left it. Instinctively just tried to poke at it really, and it could only have ended in disaster. Went past the outside edge without flicking it. Yes, Leicester City would probably like some of Nottingham Forest, one or two of their signings really. In goes Wright and bowls outside off stump, and this time Montgomery. Once bitten. Second time is very shy, lets that one go through.
You do realise though they are bottom and next to bottom, don't you?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But as I say, they've acquired, what is it, 21 new signings, something like that. Leicester City, if any, I'm not sure, to be honest. Not many, I think that is for sure, judging by the angst being felt by the Leicester City supporters at the moment. Right, in bowls on off stump, and cautious Montgomery leans forward, steers the ball out to Evans again, and another maiden over from Chris Wright, his 5th in 8 this morning, 2 for 5. His figures, which a reflection of the pretty much for the most part the quality of the bowling. He's possibly will feel, I know it sounds ridiculous given those figures, to suggest he may have bowled a fraction too wide on occasion, but he'll probably feel he hasn't quite made the batsman play as often as he would have liked, but he's been very hard to get away, and he has picked up 2 wickets. Notts 59 for 2 after 23.
Joe Clark on strike, and a little bit of bat twirling there from Joe Clark. It's often a sign of a player with a little bit of confidence. He's at ease at the crease. He pushes this one straight back to Roman Walker when they stand there twiddling the bat around him.
Just famous last words, but he's starting to time it better. Even the defensive shots are sounding better off the bat, aren't they?
Yeah, it was just his demeanour then. I'd not noticed him sort of twiddling the bat around before. It almost looked a little bit as if he was anxious for his next run. He stands again, bobs down with a crouch, comes back up to shoulder arms. It goes through to wicket-keeper Swindles. Just 2 slips there now, with Roman Walker bump. With Louis Kimber having been released to the leg side.
Retirement flats cricket ground, seen quite a few go up of late.
Yeah,
Bristol,
I'm not entirely sure what sort of view you're going to get in the ground from those retirement flats, unless they're almost as high as the Burj Khalifa. This one's dropped on the leg side because It is going to be built behind that Smith Cooper stand over on the Bridgeford roadside.
And that stand is kind of ripe for redevelopment, isn't it? Not many parts of this fine ground could be developed really, or need developing, and I mean that one doesn't need to be, but there's the room, isn't there?
They've sort of said over the years that's the William Clark stand that Rich is referring to. Always seems to be quite a long way away from the action. Whichever strip they're playing on, this one wide of the off stump and goes through to the keeper. 59 for 2.
Of course, it's not Nottinghamshire who are redeveloping that. I assume it's not them redeveloping that piece of land on the side of the Bridgeford Road.
Yeah, you wonder what the spin the estate agents would put on it, wouldn't you? Just handy for the cricket, I guess.
Yes.
Quite like either Bristol or Taunton, where you can
actually watch it.
Physically sit there. 59 for 2. Next delivery is pushed crisply by Clark. Decent stop by Roman Walker off his own bowling. There's no run.
Where else is a Hove? But they're not retirement. I mean, they're just very expensive. Nice flats, aren't they? Yeah.
I've stayed on the ground at the Aegeus Bowl. Obviously, wasn't able to sit and watch the cricket. Obviously, doing the commentary, but a ground-facing view from the hotel there. This is Clark driving the next one down the ground. This one was in his slot and was able just to get that left foot forward, drive through the ball and caress it down to the ropes at the far end. 63 for 2. But the only time I've stayed in the hotel at Old Trafford, I was round the back overlooking the bins, so I didn't have a very good view of that one. Clark on to 12 with 3 boundaries. It's occupied 49 deliveries. Matthew Montgomery 22 from 57, not 63 for 2.
Stayed at the hotel at Worcester and had a very, very good view of the ground staff in the morning, taking the covers off.
No, I've always stayed in town there, not stayed on the ground. So where are we? 15 minutes, Rich, away from the luncheon interval. You should see 1 or 2 spectators, and as they are already, starting to gravitate towards the Hound Road stand, that members forum in there at lunchtime. I'm sure there'll be a build-up of spectators just trying to get over there and able to get the best seats.
Right is in, bowls line and length on off stump. Montgomery just leans forward, blocks it out to Azad, who's in the covers, and there's no run. Already the movement, obviously now the ball is in its 25th over, isn't quite as hard and shiny as it was. It still should be in fairly good order, but movement isn't quite as pronounced for right as it was earlier, and you just fear from Leicestershire's point of view they may have missed a real opportunity here. Right is in, bowls to Montgomery, goes, well, I'm going to give Montgomery the benefit of the doubt there. It did move and it was a super delivery, but I think he might just have tucked the bat inside just by his left knee there.
Sort of protecting his off, wasn't he, just in case there was any dramatic movement back into him.
It's good stuff from Chris Wright.
Yeah.
He's handed rather than thrown the ball by Eddie Barnes at mid-on. Turns, chases in and bowls, slightly shorter of a length this time and straighter, so not as much movement, and Montgomery can turn his wrists on it. Back foot defensive shot, push the ball out towards mid-wicket where Walker is the fielder. 6 overs, none for 24 for Roman Walker. Stark contrast to the figures of Chris Wright. 8.3 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 5.
Yeah, I can't remember his bound. I assume it was a single from the first ball of the match and then a boundary later on in that spell. I think there's only been 2 scoring shots off him.
Right is in, slightly short of a length. Well,
make that 3.
That was absolutely inevitable, wasn't it? Slightly short, slightly wide, and Montgomery, who's been there for 61 deliveries now, just got up on his toes and very neatly and calmly guided it away off his back foot through the vacant gully area, along the ground all the way down towards wide third man for 4. Montgomery moves on to 26, Nottinghamshire 67 for 2.
Yeah, Montgomery came in at first drop, as they say, at number 3 in the order, so he's been at the crease for getting on for an hour and a half.
As right is in. Bowls to him. Fuller, he's looking to drive with a slightly angled bat. Doesn't time it. You heard it sound a little bit tinny off the bat face, and it rolls quite slowly out towards Azad at extra cover. Parkinson himself, which will please Leicestershire Sport, is just beginning to bowl a couple of looseners. I think we are going to see a couple of overs from the captain. There isn't too many options really. If he obviously wasn't over impressed by Finan's effort this morning, and Walker hasn't been great either. In goes right and bowls forward, leaning goes Montgomery, pushing it out again into the covers. Azad moves to his left of field, and there is no run. Will Parkinson bring himself straight on? Looks that way. Walker isn't taking his cap off.
Nobody rushing on with a helmet and pads just yet. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, Finan 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21. Ed Barnes, the unlucky Ed Barnes, 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 9. Roman Walker, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 24. So Chris Wright holding it all together in terms of taking the 2 wickets and with the economy rate as well to match. 9 overs, 2 for 9.
Parkinson has just signed to the pavilion for a helmet and pads, but he's going to bring himself on in place of Wright at this Radcliffe Road end, and Finan is going to bowl a couple of overs, or 1. That should be 2, shouldn't it, from the pavilion end?
Depends how long it takes to get short leg dressed. This is, you know, it
could be happening now.
It could. Whoever is going in at short leg, we presume somebody is, but you know, put them down at long leg or deep mid wicket and get them on the boundary. In between deliveries, they can be popping the pads on. There is Finan then, starting a new over. Or a new spell, beginning his 5th over with one which looped up for a moment off the shoulder. Might just have been heart in mouth time there, because it very nearly carried to deepish backward point where Sam Evans dived to stop it. Again, umpire Illingworth quickly on the case of Michael Finan, goes down and just says, you know, watch where your feet are landing. Did call him for a no ball earlier, didn't he? So Finan again from the pavilion end, bowling to Clark, stands menacingly with the bat held aloft. Leaves this one alone, goes through to the keeper. Skipper continues to loosen up and go through his pre-bowl routine. 67 for 2.
Looks very lean, Parky, at the moment. I'd say he's lost a pound or 2. Pounding away in the nets, presumably. As I say, he only played there once in his 5-week sojourn in Manchester. Was it the Northern? Is it the Northern Originals or Super? I don't know what they're called.
67 for 2. Clark's on 12. Finan bowls to him, and he's crisply clipped this straight to mid-on, where Chris Wright, with a textbook long barrier, goes down and prevents any runs being scored. It's 3 boundaries for Joe Clark. And he's 12 from 52 deliveries now.
Yeah, he's had to work very hard. But he may reap the benefits if he gets through to lunch, that's for sure.
We'll have to start again, should he go the other side with his wicket intact. Fine, and bowls to him, and this down the leg side, it'll be tickled away for a single down to Hassan Azad for a single. Clark on to 13, 68 for 2. Try and sort out our monitor during the lunch interval, and if Kirsty's listening, but we've had no picture for half an hour or so. Hope
there we go.
Hope they've had one. Oh, wherever you're watching, hope you've been able to see the action. There's not been anybody getting on our case, Rich, to say that the pictures have gone down, so I think it's probably just in here. 68 for 2. Next delivery on its way, again slightly over pitched, and it's been deflected nice and fine. Was it boot or was it bat? It was bat. So Matthew Montgomery gets another boundary. That's his 6th in 30. 72 for 2, 30 from 64 balls, and once again, it's a shame because Michael Finan looks to have all the necessary attributes, and obviously he's been getting decent raps since being at Leicestershire. None for 26 now. He had a maiden very early on, but his leaked runs in his overs since.
He got away with one off Clark the previous ball, which found fine leg, but not that one. Put away nicely.
Fine, and in again to Montgomery. This one overcompensated well wide of the off stump to conclude the 26th over of the morning. Nottinghamshire put in 72 for 2. They lost to Seabermead with 9 runs on the board in the 5th over, and Ben Slater for 17. That was in the 9th over, 26 for 2 when he fell.
Interesting to know, they've given Michael Finan a 2-year contract. Leicestershire is his first professional contract. Acquired him from Cheshire, of course, where he has a pretty good record, but very different first-class cricket, and a little bit surprised that he got a 2-year contract without playing first, without having a trial game or two for the first team. Yes, played for the twos, of course he did, but as I say, it's a different, on first-class wickets, on Test match grounds. But it's very early for him. Of course, out comes the helmet for Harry Swindles. No short leg is padding up because there is not going to be a short leg, just the slip Ackerman. The only other close fielder, Kimber, who's at shortish, straightish extra cover, is arguably there for the catch, for the lofted, or the drive that isn't quite kept down. But Clark will be on strike to Callum Parkinson. Is there going to be any turn for Leicestershire's captain? Can he remember how to bowl? He hasn't bowled much of late. In he goes and bowls well down the leg side. That's speared down there, and Swindles couldn't get there, and I think that's going to be 4 byes. Let's wait for the signal. No, he got a little tickle on it of some kind, and that is the 50 partnership between Messrs Clark and Montgomery. Clark on to 17 with that one, so did Parkinson a little bit of a disservice there. 50 from 106 balls, 17 Clark, and 29 of those runs to Matthew Montgomery. Parkinson wanders in and bowls. That's a better line on middle and off. Clark stretches forward and blocks it out to Kimber.
Yes, and unlikely, you'd imagine, for Matthew Montgomery to outscore Joe Clark, but it has happened this morning.
Parkinson is in fuller this time and leaning forward, plays with more weight that time, Clark, but Azad, who's deepish at extra cover, makes the stop moving away to his left. It is the short side of the ground, probably about 55-60 yards on that side. Straighter from Parkinson, turns his wrists on the forward press. Clark plays it out to mid-wicket. Probably no more than that, I don't think, on that side of the ground, the Fox Road side of the ground. A good 80 on the other. Parkinson is in, drops a little bit short. Clark goes back and plays it nicely out through the gap in the covers. Doesn't try to overhit it. There is a sweeper out there on the offside boundary, Roman Walker, who's out there, very straight cover, almost on the point boundary. Makes the stop single taken. Clark 18, 77 for 2. 1 ball left in the over. What is turning into a pretty good morning for the home side after being put in. Parkinson is in, does turn a little bit. You could see the extra revs he really did try to put on the ball, but it was a little bit too wide, and Montgomery stepped forward and let it go through, turning into the gloves of Swindles. End of the 27th over. 77 for 2 is the score.
Yeah, we're about 4 or 5 minutes away from the luncheon interval. You can already see people, members, making their way into the Derek Randall suite over their members forum at lunchtime. Just before they broke up for the 100 and the Royal London One Day Cup, just looking, Joe Clark's last 3 innings, 5 against Derbyshire and 1 and 0 against Sussex. So it didn't exactly go into the white ball phase of the summer. Off the back of a good feel in the red ball games, the 2 red ball games before it, as Finan starts a new over, bowling to Clark. 77 for 2. Before then was the Glamorgan game in Cardiff, where he did get 95. Got 89, of course, in the first match against Leicestershire, and a couple of other 50s earlier in the season. 61 not out here against Worcestershire, and 66 not out in the first match against Middlesex. But hugely talented player, but not produced the weight of runs this year that he would have been hoping for. Clips this next delivery from Fine in a way, square on the leg side, and takes a single. 78 for 2. Clark on to 19. Partnership 52 between Joe Clark and Matthew Montgomery. Still lots of noise coming from what we can term the building side. Away to our right as Fine and bowls. Again, I think striking the pad. It's gone down the leg side. Once more, umpire Illingworth is having a good look. Then raises his left knee and taps it. So a leg by. That takes extras up to 9 for the morning. And knots on to 79 for 2. Brings Joe Clark back onto strike. On 19, Fine and halfway through his 6th over, none for 27. They'll want to gallop round at the end of the over, get another one in for Parkinson. I think they should be alright for time. And not entirely sure why things broke down then. Joe Clark backed away, Michael Finan pulled out of his approach. Don't know if Clark wasn't ready. Can't see any obvious movement, but whatever. It's got to be re-bowled. I don't think it was a little bit of gamesmanship from Joe Clark there. I think he probably just looked up and Clark was fearful that Finan was going to bowl to him in the next half a second. This one just helped away by Clark. A complete, not a miscue, comes off the bottom edge, runs away for a single. 80 for 2. We're closing in on 12:30. But we'll be down to the umpires as to whether we get another over in or not. This is the 28th over. 2 balls left. There's a steady stream of spectators head into the Randall Suite. Clark, or rather Montgomery on strike this time, gets a chopped run down to long leg where Asanazad is fielding. 81 for 2, Montgomery 31. It may well be, and there's 1 ball left in the session. Clark on strike, on 20. Finan to bowl to him. He's punched this into the offside, no run. Let's have a look at the umpires. Richard Illingworth hands the cap to Michael Finan, as if he's prepared to wander out to square leg at the far end. So looks like we will get 1 more over. Leicestershire race around to make sure it will happen. My laptop says 12:29, my watch says 12:30, my phone says 12:30, but none of that really matters. The umpires will have decided which clock they're going by, and we're going to get another over in. Parkinson bowls to Montgomery, pushes it out into the open spaces on the Fox Road side for a single. 82 for 2. Montgomery on to 32. Be more than happy if Joe Clark just sees out the rest of the over. Slight delay here whilst wicketkeeper Swindles, who popped off a glove for some reason, pops it back on again. Next one driven back to him by Joe Clark. 82 for 2. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leicester at Trent Bridge. Been a very pleasant morning. Light, gentle breeze blowing across the ground. Lovely conditions. Clark again in defence. Watchfully. 3 balls left. They'll be ticking them off. Got the music from the Radio Nottingham studios in my ears now, so they'll be coming for a lunchtime update, which is now 2 balls away as Clark happy to defend. 82 for 2. Ball returned to the Leicestershire skipper. Clark on 20, again happy to block.
Now, it's a busy game. Nottinghamshire are playing Leicestershire on day one of their latest county championship game at Trent.
It's 82 for 2, just watching the Leicestershire skipper Callum Parkinson bowl the final ball of this morning session to Joe Clark. It's a push into the offside for no run, so Joe Clark can tuck his bat under his arms and walk off alongside batting partner Matthew Montgomery. Clark is 20 not out. It's been a far from fluent innings from Joe Clark. He was 32 deliveries before he got off the mark. Has now faced 67 deliveries for his 20. Matthew Montgomery was dropped on 1 at that stage. Leicestershire very much on top, but he's now on 32. The men out: Ben Slater for 17, Asiba Mead for 4. I think it could have been a lot worse for Nottinghamshire this morning because the bowlers held sway for a large portion of that session, but we've reached lunch with Nottinghamshire 82 for 2. So that an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Rich will be well, he's here now and he's got the headphones on. Rich will be alongside me when we're resuming 40 minutes time, but just your thoughts on the morning. I'm guessing you're going to say Leicestershire perhaps feel they've missed the boat a little bit.
Definitely, no question about it. You know, it could have been 26 for 3 when Patel put down a relatively straightforward chance at first slip off Matthew Montgomery, and then you never quite know what might have happened from there. But well, though Chris Wright bowled this morning, I don't think he got great backup from particularly Roman Walker. Went for a few, Michael Fine and ditto. Ed Barnes didn't bowl too badly. There was no obvious turn there for Callum Parkinson, so I think Notts will be considerably the happier of the two sides at lunch, having been put into bat by Leicestershire on a pitch offering the seamers plenty of assistance, and they'll feel that they can really build on this partnership, Messrs Montgomery and Clark, over the afternoon. Notts' morning. Thanks
very much, Rich. We'll look forward to Rich's company and commentary when we restart at 1:10, whatever you're doing this lunchtime. Make the most of it, but we'd love it if you'd come back to join us when the players resume at 1:10. A reminder, the lunch score here at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 82 for 2. We'll be back with you, as I say, in around about 35 minutes time. I hope you'll join us then. It's that wispy cloud that we've been talking about that just threatened just to start to fill in a little bit, has dispersed, and we've got patches of clear blue sky, warm sunshine, and it's ideal watching, and I guess playing conditions out there as the players again make a rather leisurely return to the middle. Nottinghamshire resuming from 82 for 2 after a morning which saw 29 overs being bowled. Chris Wright, the standout bowler, with the 2 scalps for the Foxes. Ben Slater made 17, Asiba made 4. They both fell to Chris Wright. But then a stand of just over 50 between Matthew Montgomery and Joe Clark, which began very slowly. It was a very stodgy middle part of the session, but accelerated towards the break. Sees Notts 82 for 2. Welcome back. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, alongside the voice of cricket for Leicestershire, Richard Ray.
Ed Barnes, who was probably the pick of the supporting bowlers to the Chris Wright show, is going to resume the attack for the Foxes from the pavilion end. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 9. Should have had a wicket had Matthew Montgomery badly dropped by Patel at first slip. Patel is there at first slip now as Barnes comes running in and bowls outside off stump to Montgomery. Looked perhaps just to shape back into him a fraction, but it was outside off stump, and the right-hander stepped forward and let it bounce through into the gloves of Swindles. Ackerman alongside Patel. Kimber at third slip claps his hands together. Otherwise a single saving field, with the exception, he says, looking down of a long leg, who's Hassan Azad down there in front of one of the scoreboards here at Trent Bridge. Barnes is in, bowls slightly short of a length. Up on his toes is Montgomery, steering it away through backward point, and I mean through backward point because Evans, who was fielding not too very far away, sprawled across to his right, got a good hand to it but could only slow it slightly, and Walker, having to run back from cover, had to complete the fielding. Montgomery, as a consequence, can pick up his single and get his score moving post lunch. He moves on to 33, 83 for 2. Lots of shirt sleeves, or even less, on the stands alongside us. Hopefully sun cream on. Sun's still very hot. Barnes is in. 2 Clark, he bounces back his leg before wicket. It seemed back in. I thought it hit him a fraction high. I'd like to see that one again. Clark looks back at the stumps, looks a little nonplussed, but walks off, and Barnes, having been unlucky before the interval, takes matters into his own hands in the very first over after lunch and picks up the wicket of Joe Clark, leg before wicket for 20. We'll have a look at the replay as and when it comes up. Your first thoughts, Dave?
I thought he was going to be in trouble. I must admit, it was a very confident appeal. It did jag back quite dramatically, and I don't know. We were watching the action live. If a replay's been run out, we can get the opportunity to see another one. Joe Clark certainly just had a little look where his feet were and looked back, didn't he, to see where he was in line with the stumps. But he's gone for 20. Didn't add to his morning tally. 84 balls. I beg your pardon, 84 minutes at the crease, 68 balls, 4 fours. That was it. Was that his first ball after lunch? It would have been.
It was,
yeah.
Yes. Montgomery, having faced the first 2, picked up a single off the second. So just what Leicestershire needed, and that will lift Ed Barnes in particular. Lyndon James comes out to join Matthew Montgomery. Montgomery looking to play himself back in, has a word with the taller man, James. Long sleeved shirt for him.
Bowling point for the Foxes.
Takes guard from umpire Illingworth. Looks to be around about middle. Flexes at the knees. A couple of little squats, bounces to and fro. Plays a couple of defensive pushes, just tries to get his feet moving, then takes guard as Barnes runs in and bowls to him. It's bouncing over the top of third slip, took the shoulder of the bat and down to third man it goes for 4. Banged it in, Ed Barnes, and James on the back foot couldn't get on top of it, took the shoulder of the bat, looped in the air over about fourth slip and down to the third man boundary. It flew for 4. So James off the mark fortuitously, his first ball.
Just about to say, in a sort of convoluted way, Lyndon James on a pair against the Foxes, because in the first match got Lyndon James caught Mulder, bowled right, naught, third ball.
Well, it wasn't so very far away.
Can't remember it, I must admit.
Barnes is in and bowls. It seems back in and bounces, and it seems back over the top of the stumps. A good foot over the top of the stumps. Suddenly Barnes has found something a little bit extra, and that one seemed back in, as I say, bounced over the top of the stumps. James let that one go through.
And he got 19 in the Royal London match a couple of weeks ago. Again, I don't know if at the end of the over, if the production team's listening, if they're able to pop another replay of the dismissal up.
We'd appreciate it.
We would.
Barnes, who's really opened well post lunch, bowls to James straight, and James back foot defensive shot out into the offside, but well bowled. Ed Barnes, that's the way to start proceedings in a session. 1 for 14 he has now from his 7 overs, and Nottinghamshire 87 for 3.
Boundary to Lyndon James, then getting him up and running. Matthew Montgomery on 33. So they're going to start with at this end, yeah, Chris Wright. So trusted way of doing things, isn't it, for the bowling sides after a session? Tend to start with the
Your best
two bowlers, that have had a decent session prior to the interval. So here is Chris Wright, 9 overs, 2 for 9. He's bowling to Matthew Montgomery, and he lets this go through to the wicketkeeper Swindles. Couple of things, no spoilers, but understand we've got a new Prime Minister, folks. As I say, no spoilers. You might have recorded it to watch later. 87 for 3, and the other thing is the members forum is still going on over in the Derek Randall suite over the Hound Road stand. As Wright bowls, Montgomery leaves it alone. It goes through to the keeper. 87 for 3 it remains.
Yeah, it wasn't high. It was about knee roll.
You've resorted to rolling it back and having a little look at the action. Yeah, looks a good shout, and he was falling across his crease. So Leicestershire with a bowling bonus point, Notts with work to do. 87 for 3. That's Chris Wright bowls, and again he withdrew the bat inside the line. Did Matthew Montgomery, dropped on 1 off Ed Barnes this morning. Understand they're having 1 or 2 issues with the replays, but Kirsty's all over it. Next ball is scuttling along the ground. They're going to take a bye here. It just kept a whisker low there, and Matthew Montgomery startled, but not as much as Harry Swindles as it hopped and bopped along the ground in front of him. Couldn't gather it cleanly, and as it ran loose, Lyndon James quick to seize the opportunity of skipping down to the other end to get on strike. Bye takes Notts on to 88 for 3. Men out then. Hamid for 4, Slater 17, Joe Clark for 20. This one previous first-class game for Notts, Montgomery held the first innings together with a score of 80. Can he do the same again here? As Wright bowls to Lyndon James for the first time, and it's defended. Not skipper Stephen Mullaney due in next at 6. Tom Moores, whose birthday it was yesterday, he was 26 yesterday. Two in at 7, Liam Patterson-White. And then the three seamers, Luke Fletcher, Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson. Wonder how many of those we'll see today, or indeed in this session. That's right. Balls. Good delivery, edged, and it's gone through the slip cordon for 4. Lyndon James nicking it. Again, the fielder involved is Rishi Patel. And did he get a hand to it, or did it just burst straight through the gap between his hands as he dived to his left? 4 fortuitous runs. 92 for 3, and again, apologies, they are having some technical difficulties with regards to the replays. So we've not got an instant look back on that one, but the feeling was that he dived to his left, expected him to catch it, and it just seemed to go through without any pace at all on the ball. Here we are, we might be able to see this.
That's Barnes' leg before.
There's the LBW then we've just seen on the...
I think Patel has dropped Montgomery for a second time. This time off.
It was Lyndon James this time. It was Lyndon James. He was on 4, so he's gone to 8 with the second. You have to say the second streaky boundary, because his first one was off the shoulder of the bat.
Yeah. Barnes is in off stump, and leaning forward is Montgomery, defending out into the offside, and there is no run. It was a slightly odd one in that it was to Patel's left at first slip, and then you always think should it be the keeper's, but he was standing a little bit wide and looked to be about knee high to his left, and he sort of fell towards it because, as has been the case throughout the day, that the ball hasn't travelled particularly quickly through to the slips.
And again, I thought, I suspect he'd have had a good sight of it.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. Barnes is in, bowls straight. Again, Montgomery covers up, pushes back down the pitch on the onside, picked up by Wright. So James on 4 at the time. The score was 88 at the time.
Yep.
And to make a note, well, they've paid for dropping Montgomery badly to the tune of 32 runs so far. Leicestershire, will they pay for dropping James?
But as you say, we'll never know how that morning would have unfolded had Notts been 3 down in 40-45 minutes.
Barnes is in, drifting that one down towards middle and leg this time, and Montgomery just turns his wrist on it, pushes it out to square leg, where Michael Finan, or Mikey, as he seems to be known by most of the Leicestershire players, that was a sort of chorus of approval when he received the round of applause for being awarded his first team cap, or his first team first class cap this morning.
Did he play against Kent in the eliminator game?
He didn't. In goes Barnes and bowls. Finan is closing in on the ball, coming in from square leg towards mid wicket. Doesn't pick it up cleanly though, so the run is comfortably enough taken by Montgomery in the end. I suspect it would have been anyway.
Well, there was Durham as well, wasn't there? He played against Durham. I was just going to say, is his professional career at the moment. Played 2 matches, Nottinghamshire 2 matches.
Did he play against? I just have to think back. Once again, without my book, I have to have a quick look on Tinterweb. Barnes, sun glinting off his strawberry blonde hair, bowls outside off stump, a little bit short, and James lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
Strawberry blonde. That meeting's still going on, the forum. Reminder, if you're coming to the ground every day, there are going to be talks on there at lunch and at tea. Obviously today there's the forum, but at tea time there's going to be a bit of a chat and some pictures and all the other paraphernalia of all the players that have played for Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire.
Barnes bowls outside off stump, and it's a no ball, says umpire Illingworth, which was left alone by Lyndon James. Barnes looks more depressed about bowling that no ball than he did when the catch was. I know bowlers aren't supposed to show it to make the fielders feel bad, but
it was one off with his lottery number. It was that sort of expression. Oh no!
His head sank to the ground, and he hands on knees.
A last-minute goals ruined his accumulator.
Something like that. Gets the ball back from Callum Parkinson. think the over ticked over on the scoreboard. It's going to have to be adjusted.
Yeah. Some jiggery
There it is.
pokery.
Yeah. It has now been readjusted. 7.5 runs in and bowls. James is looking to drive. He's a little bit late on it. Thick inside edge, firmly down into the ground. Barnes watches, reaching out to his right as it bounces out towards right at mid on. 95 for 3. Nottinghamshire. Very solid partnership between Matthew Montgomery and Joe Clark. A fighting partnership, a fighting half-century partnership.
Is this the
Let's have a
drop?
look. Patel's standing wide there, isn't he? Should have taken it.
He should. If he'd not gone for it, you could perhaps say, well, it appeared to be going down the leg side initially. There was just a little bit of movement which squared Lyndon James up, but no, he certainly saw it and went and just really couldn't get a firm grasp on it. Right, bowls to Montgomery, who allows this to go through to the keeper. Montgomery's just added 2 since his interval score of 32. Notts were 82 for 2 at the break. They've lost Joe Clark, first ball that he faced, the third ball of the session. LBW to Barnes for 20, and then Lyndon James has come in it. A couple of boundaries. Had a couple of extras as well from a no ball and a bye. That's right. Bowls. This one might just have shaped back, but Matthew Montgomery protecting his stumps. 95 for 3. Right, bowls, and there's going to be a boundary here for Montgomery. Played forward to a ball outside the off stump, angled the bat, ran it away on a line of 45 degrees down to the fence, and it's 99 for 3. Mark the Mod says, has Joe Clark ever been this out of nick before, Dave? He should have had a spell in the seconds, in my opinion, to build up his form. Rich says Joe's had a very poor season, but seems to be one of the untouchables. Very interesting, wouldn't it, if Ben Duckett had been around? Would it have been Duckett and Clark? Would Montgomery have got a game? We'll never know, I guess. 99 for 3. Right, bowls, another good delivery, but again Matthew Montgomery, like so many before him, has got a happy knack just withdrawing the bat inside the line or holding it on a line of off stump without just proffering something towards the ball. 99 for 3 in the 33rd over of the innings, and Notts going on at round about 3 and over almost exactly. Next one is worked onto the leg side, and there should be at least a couple of runs here for Montgomery. It's out towards the boundary, and it will go for 4, in fact. Decent attempt to get there by Mikey Finan, but couldn't, and that will bring the 100 up for Nottinghamshire and take Matthew Montgomery into the 40s, on to 42. Just work that one off his hips and away for the boundary. We've got rain at a couple of grounds now. They went off fairly early on down at Southampton, where Hampshire 31 for 1 against Northants. Still raining there. It's also raining during the luncheon interval, or just after the luncheon interval, at Taunton between Somerset and Gloucestershire. Decent morning for Gloucestershire. They've lost a wicket but now gone off for rain, with Gloucestershire 130 for 1. Down there the bottom 2, Gloucestershire and Somerset. Skipper Parkinson just having a word with Chris Wright, who comes in. Bowls, going to be another gentle single here, just dropped onto the leg side by Montgomery, so he'll keep strike. 104 for 3, and he's on to 43 here on BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Radio Leicester. Lyndon James has 8. Elsewhere in Division 1 at Canterbury, Essex 96 without loss. against Kent, and also no wickets at Old Trafford, where Lancashire 100 without loss against Yorkshire in the Roses match. Division 2, a couple of other games. Derbyshire 106 for 4 against Durham, couple of wickets there to Chris Rushworth, couple to Ben Rain. And Cardiff, Worcestershire 106 for 3 against Glamorgan. Here 104 for 3, going to be Ed Barnes once again at Brace Cricket if you want to get in touch, or at Foxes Cricket 2022 if you want Rich. Next ball on its way now, and edge and caught. Matthew Montgomery goes for 43. He's just steered it to backward point straight into the hands of Sam Evans, and there was no way he was going to put that down. That's an absolute regulation catch, and Matthew Montgomery flung his head back. So Barnes, who was very unlucky during the morning session, has now got the wicket of Matthew Montgomery for 43. It was a loosey shot, not properly over the ball, in control of it, and he's just steered it straight into the hands of Sam Evans at backward point and goes for 43. He was at the crease for exactly 2 hours, faced 86 balls and 8 fours, but bang bang, and suddenly Notts are 104 for 4. And I feel a little bit for Rich, because I think you were between rooms.
I've just been telling BBC Radio Leicester that the Foxes still creating chances, but they've got to start taking their catches. But that was a fairly routine one, and Montgomery will be disappointed, because on a pitch like this you can always edge, and you never, and then it's not really your fault. But he got plenty of that, didn't he? And he'll feel, to a certain extent, having battled his way through to 43. He may just have given it away a little bit. Did a good job for his side though, especially with that partnership with Clark before lunch. But 2 early breakthroughs for the Foxes. They'll feel if they can pick up a couple more.
Don't get greedy,
back in the game sort of thing. But this is where they should be, really, given how much the pitch is offering the seamers in particular. And Barnes has come to the party. 8.1 overs, 2 for 17 for him. Chris Wright 2 for 22 from 11. And well, we said this morning they'd been comfortably the pick, certainly Wright, with Barnes second best. But that is being borne out by the way they bowled after lunch as well.
Very much so, yeah. Stephen Mullaney at the crease, then 779 championship runs at an average of 55. Top score of 192, 2 centuries and 4 50s. Didn't give you Lyndon James, actually. He's averaging just a whisker under 50, 49.3. Top score of 155, and he also 2 centuries and 4 50s, as Ed Barnes starting his 9th over now. 2 for 17. Figures have improved with those 2 quick wickets. Bowls to the Notts skipper Stephen Mullaney. He'll be grateful for a few early sighters, because this is his first competitive cricket for 5 weeks. Didn't play any matches at all in the 100. I don't know. That's one of the things, isn't it?
Why they signed so many, isn't it? Yeah. Really, budgets must be enormous.
Well, they say they are, don't they? You look at the number of backroom staff. 104 for 4. Stephen Mullaney, the Notts skipper, right-hander, stands with bat held aloft and brings it down just to clip this to mid-on. So 2 wickets in the morning session for Chris Wright, 2 very early strikes after lunch for Ed Barnes here, after the Foxes won the toss at the Upton Steel County ground. Stephen Mullaney made 62 in the one innings that Nottinghamshire had there a couple of months ago. 104 for 4. Barnes looking to keep him quiet. 3 slips, as there has been for most of the day, and Mullaney leaves it alone. Plenty of oohs and ahs. Didn't look to be particularly close, but obviously Ed Barnes very happy with the little bit of movement that he got there. He's putting the ball in good areas, as he has throughout. He's very much been the chief support for Chris Wright. I guess there will come a point, you'd imagine, in 20-25 minutes time, maybe, where Callum Parkinson's got to start rotating them. But right now, he wants to get as many wickets as he can from Barnes and Wright, whilst they're bowling as well as this. Next one just a little wider though, and Mullany leaves it alone. We'll be looking for more of an impact from the support duo, if you like, of Mikey Finan and Roman Walker.
Just looking at that Montgomery dismissal, it swung a little, but it was
loose.
Yeah, a little bit, I'm afraid. He didn't get on head over the ball.
Evans just in the right spot. 104 for 4 as Barnes to conclude a wicket maiden, and he does, with Mullany again happy to shoulder arms. So Barnes now 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 17. Nottinghamshire 104 for 4 after 34 overs since lunch. Joe Clark, LBW Ed Barnes for 20. That was 83 for 3 in the 30th over. And then Matthew Montgomery caught Sam Evans at backward point from the bowling of Ed Barnes for 43. That was 104 for 4 in the 34th over.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit careful, Parkinson, with Wright, hasn't he?
We've still not quite got all our contingent of spectators watching the cricket. There is still a packed house over in the Derek Randall suite for the members forum in there. There'll be the chief exec,
so
the director
can
of
you
cricket.
see in the windows or something? That
Well,
can you?
Yeah, you can just about see all the heads, can't you?
Is that the
over there where people are just starting to come out?
Okay. Wright is in and bowls straight on off stump. James is defending back down the pitch on the offside. Trickles out to Parkinson. And there's no run. Yeah, they all are coming out now, so presumably that's that.
Well, there's a few that's certainly had enough. Might be one or two asking last lingering questions. And I say there'll be the chief exec, the director of cricket, Peter Moore's the head coach. Might be one or two more of the backroom staff or club's administrators, the chairman. Very interesting to glean what happened.
Wright bowls outside off stump, too wide, and James, minimal foot movement, just lifts his bat right back over his shoulder on the back foot and just watches as it goes through to Swindles. Decent crowding now, I would think. Best, given we can't really tell how many in this Radcliffe Road stand, but it's probably best part of 800, something
or downstairs
like that.
as
downstairs, well. All around the ground. Wright is in, bowls off stump. James again, all care and attention as he blocks that one away out into the offside. Evans picks up.
And it's this sort of day, Rich, and this sort of time where you discover who are the sun worshippers away to our left in the Fox Road stand, who are very much looking into the sun, but they'll be getting a nice warm glow in the face. And those that want to be out of the sun, a little bit of shade away to our right, the Smith Cooper stand with the hangover at the top there, there in the shade.
I wonder if it's sometimes to do with how close you are to the cricket or not. I don't know. In goes Wright, outside off stump, a little bit short on this occasion. Doesn't require James to play a shot, and he doesn't.
But you know as well as I do, there are people that will sit in the same seat, whether whether it's warm, dry, cold, wet, windy, you know, and your mate who you don't really know, but you see him at the cricket once every 2 or 3 weeks. He comes and sits 6 seats away from you, and you say good morning, and then how do you think they're doing at lunch, and decent session at tea, and see you next time, mate, at the close.
Wright is in, bowls straighter, but again James can stay on the back foot, probably just slightly too short of a length. Doesn't move too much either. James defends it down the pitch on the offside. Parkinson steps back as Wright ignores the ball and fields.
Now, last time we were together, as we were leaving the ground, there were people coming into the ground at Leicester to see Marvin Humes and what have you. Did you hang around for the the Saturday night music fair? There seems to have been quite a bit going on at Leicester of late.
They've one or two concerts. In goes Wright bowls outside off stump, steered down into the ground by James. Evans falls to his left to do the fielding, doesn't do so cleanly, rebounds off his hands a few feet away to his left. Kimber runs across to complete the fielding. James picks up 1, moves on to 9, end of the over, 105 for 4. We've had various tribute bands. I think yesterday it was ABBA. I know we've had a Neil Diamond tribute, which always goes down well. Mr. Humes, you mentioned. So I think the Upton Steel County ground has been reasonably well used in the absence of cricket, or after cricket.
Saturday, the football match I was commentating on, the Dagenham and Redbridge centre half was called Tavares, so we rattled through their hits. More than a woman, and heaven must be missing an angel, and who done it, all that sort of stuff. Got an airing or two as Barnes starts a new over. It'll be another Lyndon James boundary, somehow squirted over third slip and away for 4. Not the most convincing of shots, but gets another boundary. Lyndon James moves on to 13, 109 for 4. Not sure if he squeezed down on it or he played away from his body and it flew off the top edge. I mean, it certainly sailed high and wide over the top of Kimber at third slip, but certainly wasn't in control of it.
Yeah, top edge. But it was travelling.
Certainly was. Steve says, bottom playing top. Always likely to be an upset in this sort of game. Don't you just love county cricket for that sort of thing, though? Very confident, though, we will come out on top by the end, says Steve, a not supporter. 109 for 4. Lyndon James has 13 now. Ed Barnes bowls to him and he's pushed back to Barnes. Said to Rich this morning, we all love a 3-day game, don't we? We all love a 3-day game, folks, except when we want to watch some cricket and there isn't any on a 4th day. But I'm sure a lot of you will be aware, and maybe even across the border in Leicestershire as well, will be aware that on Thursday, the scheduled 4th day of this match, the Tour of Britain cycle race comes all through Nottinghamshire, weaving its way here, there and everywhere, goes through my home village and all that sort of stuff, as Lyndon James leaves this one alone, goes through to the keeper. So very nice one way or another if they can rattle along, and we're done one way or another by Thursday lunchtime. 109 for 4, purely selfish reasons, i.e. sit in the pub car park and rehydrate whilst watching them. But yeah, if cycling's your thing, just check it out, because they'll Tour of Britain cycling. Cycling's not my thing, but sitting in a pub car park with a glass of something refreshing certainly is. Barnes bowls and James solidly behind it, eases it into the offside.
Those of us who are old enough to remember it used to be known as the milk race.
It did, yeah.
Remember it coming through my hometown on the east coast of Yorkshire when I was very little, back in the 70s.
Well, the big cycling fan amongst the BBC commentators, of course, is Martin Emerson, the Lycra lad, and he's at Derby this week, Derbyshire versus Durham. So I'm sure he'll be also keeping an eye on it if it's in this part of the world. Next one to Lyndon James, steered along the ground to Sam Evans. There's no run. Evans took off to attempt a flying catch when Montgomery was in the early stages of his innings. In fact, it was just after he was dropped, wasn't it, on 1. It was the boundary that then took him to 5. Didn't get a hand on it, but it was a dramatic acrobatic leap at backward point. And then, lo and behold, a couple of hours later, he had a rather more routine chance to finally see off Montgomery. Next ball is punched through the offside by Lyndon James. Skippers after this think the ball might win the race, although it's going to be dragged back. Good chase by Parkinson, who had nobody out there in support for the relay return, so he has to drag it back and then check his forward momentum, pick the ball up and hurl it in, and they take 3 runs. 112 for 4. Lyndon James on to 16. Stephen Mullane is still to get going.
James dropped on 4, so what with Montgomery's 42 extra runs and James now
there's some more coming out of the forum
on 12 extra runs. It's already cost Leicestershire 54 runs, those 2 drops. Plenty of time to add as well for Nottinghamshire. Chris Wright will continue from the Radcliffe Road end. 2 for 23 from 12, 6 of which have been maidens for the Oxford man. Turns quite a straight run, charges in and bowls outside off stump again. There's a little bit of straightening to the delivery. He's hitting the seam nicely. It's just a little bit too wide, and James can let it go through.
In case the listeners are hearing all sorts of noises, sort of as a backdrop to the commentary, there is very much a building site effect away to the right behind the William Clark stand, behind the Smith Cooper stand there, just over the road. We've seen it as a car lot, and then as a garden centre. We understand now it's going to be retirement flats, but there's lots of banging and building and bulldozers and cranes and all sorts.
Right, Bowles again straightens, but again it's too wide, and again James can let it go through. Well, certainly retirement for the sports lover, ideally situated with Forest County and Nottinghamshire all very much within walking distance.
You want car parking space, don't you? If you're buying one, you'd hope there's a car park at the bottom there somewhere.
Well, you could walk to all the grounds, I suppose.
Well, you could walk from there to the grounds, but I mean, where are you going to put your car otherwise?
Right, Bowles, straight edged caught. This time it's Ackerman who takes the catch. At second slip, it doesn't go to Patel, and I suspect Patel is probably quite pleased about that, and Ackerman didn't look like dropping it. Went pretty much straight to him. He held it fairly low in the end, but it was squared up. James, it swung a little bit. Probably pitched around about middle and leg, swung a little bit towards middle, took an outside edge and flew low to Ackerman, who took the catch. The third wicket to fall post lunch. And this time Chris Wright gets, well, he'll possibly feel his just desserts. He picks up the wicket of James for 16, and Nottinghamshire 112 now for 5.
Yeah, it's very wobbly start to the afternoon session. What have we been playing? Not quite 40 minutes yet. 3 wickets have gone down for 30 runs. Lyndon James had 1 or 2 flirts with danger, was at the crease for half an hour, faced 23 balls, 3 fours, but on a couple of occasions he could have gone earlier. This time a genuine nick, and well taken by Colin Ackerman. Got a lefty on his way out to the middle. Now Tom Moores, another member of that successful Trent Rockets side in recent days, winning the 100, and yesterday more celebrations for Tom Moores, his 26th birthday, and he'll come out to bat against a side that he has had runs against this season. Mixed blessings, painful memories maybe. Got to 81, and then with Notts 9 down, you just wondered, you know, we said at the time, you know, is he now with the last man? I think it was Dane Patterson, the last man. Is he now going to try and monopolise the strike and play some big shots and try and get to his 100? But he got one that somehow hit the bat handle and flew up right under his helmet, under his chin, and struck him in the old windpipe there. And he was down on the ground. He had to have treatment down on the ground for quite some while, and then they advised him to retire hurt. And actually, Dane Schardendorf came and popped the gloves on for the Leicestershire second innings, so we didn't see Tom again. But thankfully, it was nothing more than, you know, a nasty knock which sidelined him for, you know, a couple of hours really. Good wicket for Wright. That's his third.
Bowling 2. Moores comes in. Bowles goes past the outside edge. Ball just pushed across. The left-hander didn't do too much. Laid down the wrong line. Yeah, 3 for 23 now for Chris Wright, who's bowled better in actually both forms of the game, red and white ball. Well, they didn't play T20, played throughout the Royal London Cup, and was Leicestershire most economical bowler throughout the entirety of the competition. Wasn't sure of his place in the Royal London Cup side as he goes in and bowls to Moores, who leaves, and it swings back in a little bit. It is taken by Swindles, moving across to his right behind the stumps, but there's certainly movement. There's swing as well as seam, and not easy batting out there at the moment. Good though the conditions in terms of the overheads are, not so easy conditions off the pitch, and there's enough in the air to keep the ball swinging too.
He was terrific in that Royal London game, wasn't he? It ended up being overshadowed, but that was a shame really.
In he goes, bowls to Moores, who leaves more safely on this occasion. It is a little bit wider outside off stump, and just rehearses a little cut away through the offside, that it was far too early in his innings to attempt a wicket maiden for Chris Wright. 13 overs, 7 maidens now, 3 for 23. Nottinghamshire 112 for 5. The innings sort of back in the balance a bit.
Still got my laptop here, the scorecard from the championship game at Leicester, where Notts racked up 548. Chris Wright, 24 overs. How many maidens do you think?
15.
None. 24 overs, no maidens. 2 for 108 in that match. And today, different conditions. Yeah, we know all the rest of it, but it's been right on song. 13 overs, 7 maidens. 3 wickets as well.
You saw me a real dummy there. I almost had to pay to get back in there, didn't I?
I wasn't trying to catch you out, but I'm just emphasising different matches, different conditions, different days. As Mulaney still looking for his first run, lets this one from Ed Barnes go through to the keeper. So they've been going 3/4 of an hour. Rich, you see them more than me, but generally you'd say 45 minutes is about it, except for the fact that with the 3 wickets going down, what have they had? Oh, so this is only the 8th over since lunch, so the over 8 might be taking a little bit of a dip because we only had 8 overs in 3/4 of an hour, but they've picked up those 3 wickets. This one goes through to the keeper, Swindle, so yeah, you'd imagine they'll keep them going a little bit longer, wouldn't you?
You'd think so, but the other reason, of course, being that Parkinson is well aware that his backup bowlers have not been as good as Wright and Barnes by quite a distance, and he'll be nervous. He'll want these two to keep going as long as they sort of feel able to.
But the other side of that is he's got Moores with 0 against his name. He's got Mulaney with 0 against his name. You know, it's a good time to slip somebody else back on to boost their confidence.
True.
As Barnes bowls one, that again Mulaney's happy to shoulder arms. No cricket at all for Stephen Mulaney in the last 5.5 weeks. Was in the Trent Rocket squad but didn't get a game. Tom Moores was he was watching the first part of the tournament as Cola Cadmore took the gloves, but
at least he could be. He was at home though, wasn't he? I suppose, so he wasn't stuck in a hotel for 5 weeks or something.
I suppose that's
something in there.
Yeah. Ed Barnes halfway through his 11th over. Bowls now to Mulaney, works it to mid-on. There was just the initial step forward as if he was trying to steal a single to get off the mark, but realised it wasn't there. 112 for 5. Lots of encouragement out there.
Yeah, chorus of encouragement for Barnes.
That meeting's still going on, you know. There's still lots and lots of people inside there. 112 for 5. Next ball is driven by Mulaney, but again he won't get a run. Or will he? It's a misfield by the captain. Oh dear, Callum. Might have got it on the knee or even on the finger end as it popped up and struck him and then ran away, and they took the single. 113 for 5. Stephen Mulaney is off the mark. $113 for 5. They swap over for the left-handed Moores, including umpire Pratt, who's marched from square leg to square leg. Tom Moores drops it on the leg side. Another slight misfield. This time Roman Walker is the accused. 114 for 5, and Tom Moores will keep strike. The end of that over. They were sort of 2 soft runs, weren't they? You want to keep them on naught as long as you can.
There've been, yeah, 1 or 2 little incidents before lunch as well. Brilliant in the field, Leicestershire. Right, we'll continue from the Radcliffe Road end. Parkinson will be guided to a certain extent, obviously, by the bowler. No one knows his own body better than Chris Wright, who's not necessarily the most voluble character, unless you get him talking about stretches and exercises and weight machines and all sorts of
things. Is he a gym bunny?
He does love his keeping himself in good shape. Comes in and bowls 2 Moores outside off stump. Tom Moores lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go through.
I was here 25 past 8 maybe, and as I got out of the car in the car park, takes you the walk to the Radcliffe Road entrance, takes you past the gym, and just as I walked past it, no intention of going in of course, but as I walked past it, Brett Hutton was coming out, and my first thoughts, oh, if he's having if he's having a gym, is he playing, mate? Yep, yeah. So
right, bowls 2 Moores straighter, 1 off stump, just half a step forward, no big stride, blocking it out towards point. You heard the call of no.
So I don't know what, obviously I don't know what he was up to, but they have a fairly rigorous warm-up down there on the field, don't they? They bat and they bowl, and then they do the fielding drills, and they'll have a game of football or whatever, and catching practice and all the rest of it. But certainly for a period of the morning anyway, he didn't come out and look as if he was in his his best suit. He came out in gym gear with a sweat on, so been going through it early morning.
Right, bowls, goes past the outside edge of Moore's back with a beauty, absolute beauty. Squared him up, left him, went past the outside edge. Not much Moores can do about that. And in fairness, he looks fairly sort of philosophical about it. Just head to one side, yeah, a little bit too much. And the pitch there's not much a batter can do about that. Had to play at it. It's pretty straight before leaving him, that was. Right. Turns, runs in and bowls down the leg sides, and appeal for a catch down the leg side, not really from right. I think it flicked the thigh pad of Moores. It certainly moved away after going past the left-hander. Let's have a quick look at the replay. He just sort of gestured at it, or took his bottom hand off the bat and gestured at it. It certainly wasn't bad.
It's good work by Swindles, wasn't it?
Diving away to his right. But as I say, it's odd. The catches that have gone through behind this, they haven't gone through particularly quickly, have they? It's a strange pitch. Right, bowls again 2 Moores, who an exaggerated leave from Tom Moores, who lifted his bat over the line of the ball with the bat pointing upwards, and really did thrust it skywards. Make sure it was nowhere near the path of the ball. 1 ball to go in what will be his 14th over. Parkinson speaking to right, who is looking a fraction wearied. It's his demeanour a little bit, but Parkinson may need to make a change after this one. Right is in, bowls. Moores just turns him calmly off his legs towards square leg. Azad runs in, shies at the stumps and misses them. It is backed up over there by Evans, and that is the end of the over. Moores has a couple, Mullaney has one, and Nottinghamshire, after 39 overs, are 115 for 5, trying to rebuild after losing 3 wickets post lunch.
Just got the binoculars on the Data Randall suite over there, and with the binoculars you can see behind the glass it is absolutely packed in there, and that's for a forum that started at 12:30. So obviously lots to discuss with the panel and the members. It's still going on. 115 for 5, Nottinghamshire, as the drilling continues away to our right. Going to be Ed Barnes to bowl to Tom Moores. 2 singles to his name. Allows this to pass through to the keeper. If you're just joining us, Notts were put into bat. 10:30 start this morning. Asiba Mead first to go, edging Chris Wright to Rishi Patel. That first slip, it was a regulation catch. He gobbled that one up. Mead out for 4. That was 9 for 1 in the 5th. Ben Slater then got a good delivery. He was shouldering arms. It was leaving it alone, but just nibbled back a touch and clipped off a bail. Wondered if they were appealing for LBW initially. Very difficult to see the bail, but it had been clipped off. It all went up. Next ball is driven crisply by Moores to mid-off. There's no run. Slater out was bowled then by Chris Wright for 17. That was 26 for 2. In the 9th over, Matthew Montgomery got a single, and would have been 26 for 3 at that stage, but he was dropped, and again it was another fairly routine snick to first slip to Rishi Patel, this time off Ed Barnes. But down it went. At lunch, Notts were 82 for 2. Now 115 for 5 as Tom Moores plays this out into the offside. There was a strangled appeal from Ed Barnes, who must have thought there was a potential of it being bat first. Since lunch, Joe Clark, LBW Barnes for 20. That was 83 for 3. It was the third ball of the afternoon session, and the first that Joe Clark had faced after lunch, out for 20. That's in the 30th over. Montgomery eventually went for 43, caught at backward point, steered Ed Barnes really straight to Evans. A loose looking shot from Montgomery, 104 for 4 in the 34th, and then Lyndon James, he was caught at second slip by Ackerman off right. As Moores clips this to mid-wicket, there's no run. Lyndon James caught Ackerman bowled right for 16. That was 112 for 5 in the 37th over. And with those last 2 wickets going down in pretty quick succession, we had Stephen Mullaney and Tom Moores together, both without a run to their name. Moores has now got 2, Mullaney's got 1, the partnership 3 from 19 balls.
Victory for the Conservative Party in 2024. Thank you.
115 for 5. As Barnes bowls again to Moores. Goes past the shoulder of the bat. Moores making sure he had his off stump well protected.
It'll be a whirlwind few days for Ms. Truss as she selects her top team and faces opposition MPs in
One ball left in the 40th over.
Vicky Young explains what happens.
Very used to seeing Notts rattling along at 4 or more than 4 and over in their home games this year. They're under 3 and over for this one, as Moores takes a little or a quick single. He dropped it on the leg side. Barnes did really well to field off his own bowling, shied at the stumps and narrowly misses. And Tom Moores moves on to 3, 116 for 5.
Across Nottingham for traces of the polio virus. It comes after the virus was found in samples collected in London.
It's
As a precaution,
a little tight.
scrutiny agency is looking
There'll be an
at
update
places
for
outside
Radio Nottingham in just a moment.
Further, more than 20 places have been identified, including Nottingham, Birmingham, Manchester, Leicester and Sheffield.
So I think we're going to get a change at this end of the ground. It's going to be Roman Walker to come on and replace Chris Wright, who's 14 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 24. There is that radio update.
Trent, where Nottinghamshire had been batting on the first day of their county championship game against Leicestershire. Dave Bracegirdle is there.
It's been tough going throughout the day for Notts, and particularly in the hour that we've had since lunch. Notts are now 116 for 5. They were 82 for 2 after the morning session. Lost Joe Clark, first ball he faced after lunch, out for 20. Matthew Montgomery, who had been dropped on 1, eventually fell for 43. And recently Lyndon James has fallen for 16. Tom Moores and Stephen Mullaney both fresh at the crease. Nottinghamshire 116 for 5.
Thanks, Dave. There's full ball commentary on the BBC Sport website and the app. And in the weather, largely dry and sunny today. The odd
So you
chance
missed
of a shower
one delivery. Roman Walker bowling to Moores, no run from it. This time he's over pitched, and Moores may feel he's missed out a little bit, punching this low full toss into the offside. Again, no run. 116 for 5. Players resumed at Taunton, where Gloucestershire are now 157 for 1 against Somerset. Ben Charlesworth made 56. Marcus Harris, the Australian, 66 not out. Ollie Price 16 not out, as Moores happy to defend there. 157 for 1 Gloucestershire. That's a really good start against the Somerset side that are languishing down towards the bottom. Still no resumption at the Ageas Bowl, where Hampshire were 31 for 1 early on when they went off against Northants. Essex 115 for 1 at Canterbury against Kent, and Lancashire's openers still together, 129 without loss against Yorkshire. Luke Wells has Moores drives up to mid-on. There won't be an opportunity of a single. 116 for 5. Those two left-handed towers at the crease together going along nicely as well. Luke Wells 62 not out, Keaton Jennings 66 not out. So Lancashire at the moment monopolising the White Rose in that Roses battle. Just two other scores to give you from Division 2 as Roman Walker again bowls down the leg side. Loosish delivery and a fairly casual looking flick from Tom Moores, doesn't get anything on it, and again Swindles, courtesy of good foot and glove work, makes the stop at Derby. Derbyshire 145 for 4, 2 wickets to Rushworth, 2 to Ben Rain, with Derbyshire looking to bounce back after lunch, and Worcestershire now 121 for 4 against Glamorgan. And some interesting debutants in that particular game, as this one's wide of the off stump. In that Glamorgan Worcestershire game, Shubman Gill, the Indian opener's playing for Glamorgan. They've also got his compatriot Ajaz Patel, and Worcestershire without any overseas for that particular game. So Glamorgan will be looking to just get on top and just try and pick up a win, which would very much take them into second place, ahead of Middlesex, and they've been Nottinghamshire's closest challengers. 116 for 5 as Rich returns.
No overseas players on either side of this game.
Dane Patterson.
Oh, Dane, of course,
Dane Patterson, yeah.
So many Pattersons.
Yeah.
I was losing track of which was which.
We haven't got a picture of Michael Finan, which is a shame.
A reminder that this is his first class game. Well, he won't mind if he can pick up his first class wicket. Struggled a little bit line and length this morning. 6 overs, none for 29 when he's getting his second chance now. But this is an important phase of the game. Walker has come on to replace Wright, Finan to replace Barnes. So Leicestershire's 2 best bowlers out of the attack. Finan is in bowls. That's a decent line and length. Perhaps a little bit of shape back in towards Mullaney as he walks forward into his defensive press, out into the offside. To Parkinson it goes. Just the 2 slips for Finan, looking to push the ball across, perhaps, or the occasional one across the right-handed Mullaney. For the most part looking to swing it back in to him. Wright is gesturing to the Leicestershire bench, making the substitute sign again. Finan in. Mullaney gets a full toss that he drives for 4. Low full toss, but it was a full toss, giving it a chance to swing. Perhaps Finan overdid it rather, and although his hand came off the bat, the bottom hand came off the bat in the end from Mullaney, it didn't when he actually made contact, and didn't try and overhit it. Way through the offside it went for 4. He moves on to 5, 120 for 5, and as with Walker, Finan is letting the pressure go, taking the pressure off to a certain extent. The batsman at the crease.
Chris Wright just shepherding the 12th man to pop a drink on the boundary edge for him.
Finan in again to Mullaney, goes past his outside edge. Did he just drop his hands at
so.
That one? It was a little bit short and wide, but he was drawn into thinking about playing a shot at it. Just have, in the end, taken a very, very late decision to let that one go through. A drink coming out for Walker from Leicestershire's, one of Leicestershire's acting 12th men, Uttam Ramji. Utam Ramji, who I'm told is a Leicestershire leg spinner who's been through the age groups. And a good fielder who's getting his chance with the second 11 heading on up to Durham. Their game up there starts tomorrow. So numbers a little bit scarce.
Rian Ahmed go up there, do you think? Or?
No, I don't think so. I'm told he's missing this game because of injury.
Right,
so
okay, yep.
He's going to go round the wicket now Michael Finan, and bowls very wide outside off stump. There's a fraction of shape back in, but it was far too wide. Rishi Patel has gone from slip to gully, with Finan going round the wicket to the right-handed Mullaney, and Kimber has gone in at first slip. Ackerman who likes to be at second slip and nowhere else. He's still at second slip. Has got cover out there on the point boundary, but he's, in fact, on both sides of the wicket, deep squares out as well, so they're both out there. Finan is in very wide, and it's a no ball as well. So, well, it was either going to be a no ball or a wide, and no ball is the call. It was a very early call from Richard Illingworth, so I think it was probably a big no ball from Finan.
Been on his case most of the day, actually. Keeps going and remarking the crease and just checking his footmarks.
Just struggling to get into it at the moment. He needs maybe needs a slightly fortuitous wicket, something like that. Runs in and bowls again, short and wide, not quite as wide as the previous delivery, but Mullaney has nothing to do with it. Evans out there on the point boundary. Walker on the square leg boundary. Big problem for Parkinson and Leicestershire though. Backup seam bowling. It's got to try and maintain the pressure. Not necessarily beat the bat, but keep the batsman playing line and length. Finan is in and bowls. That's better. A bit fuller, straighter, certainly. Mullaney leans forward, plays it firmly back down the pitch to the left-hander, who I think is from Manchester originally, Staley Bridge. Same neck of the woods as Aaron Lilly. Playing for Cheshire. I think he's 26 now. He's been given a 2-year contract by Leicestershire, and this is his first class fixture. Knots 1-2-2 for 5. 42 overs have gone.
Still going to be Roman Walker. We had 2 overs of spin to round off the morning session. Otherwise it's the 4-seamers that have held sway. Walker and Finan bowling in tandem at the moment, 7 overs apiece. Here's Roman Walker, none for 24. Bowls a delivery across Tom Moores that he has nothing to do with. 122 for 5, Nottinghamshire. As they look to post a substantial first innings score. What's happening now? Roman Walker's decided that he's going to go round the wicket to bowl to Tom Moores. Very pleasant conditions. Those of you watching the live stream will see that there's good, strong, clear shadows around all the players. Really lovely day. Don't know what time it was, but middle of the night, crikey, could hear the thunder and the storms rattling against the bedroom window. Next delivery, again well wide of the off stump through to the keeper. 122 for 5. Don't think he was entirely happy with that delivery, Roman Walker, and he may well, yeah, he is. Just one delivery round the crease, and now he's decided he's going to go back over. So whether he had a little plan that he deviated away from, and now has decided he wants to go back to plan A, or he didn't like the way it came out, or the follow through. As Moores caresses this through the offside, over pitch, there was width right in the slot, and Tom Moores has been waiting just for an opportunity to free the arms and punch it away, and he certainly did that with power. We've had 1 or 2 that have only just made the boundary rope on that side of the ground today. This one absolutely rattled into the boards, and they're a good 20 yards the other side of the boundary rope.
Walker 7.3 overs, none for 28. Finan 7 overs, none for 35. So between them, 14.3 overs, none for 63. And I think their figures reflect the quality of the bowling.
I think that meeting's now eventually broken up, because
seems to have come out now,
they're coming out in their droves now. 126 for 5. Roman Walker bowls to Tom Moores. Reverts to defensive mode as he gets behind it and pushes it back to the bowler. 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, and mid off, and on the leg side mid on, and then 2 fielders on the rope. A mid wicket come deep square leg, probably more deep square leg than the conventional mid wicket, and also a long leg. Walker, squad number 49 for reasons probably best known to himself, bowls to Tom Moores, who just gently drops this on the leg side. There's nobody saving one, so they can just amble through a single. And it's 127 for 5. Notts have scored 45 runs since lunch for the loss of 3 wickets. Still got 21 overs to go until the tea break. It should be at 3:10, so we're not going to get 21 overs in 55 minutes. 127 for 5. Walking out to Mullaney, who's on 5. Again with sufficient width, and Mullaney won't be drawn into it. 127 for 5 at the end of the 43rd. Stephen Mullaney has 5, Tom Moores has 8. They've added 15 between them, and we've had 43 overs in the innings.
Yeah, just, you know, you whatever you put it down to, whether it's inexperience, Finan obviously in his first, and Walker just playing his, did I say second first-class game of the season, but 15 overs, 4 maidens, none for 63 for those two. Barnes and Wright, 26 overs, 11 maidens, 5 for 51. Contrast at the moment is marked. This partnership just beginning to build a little bit. Needed it, Nottinghamshire, after those 3 relatively quick wickets after lunch. It's only worth 15, but important runs. Finan is in to Moores, who's defending a ball that's swinging away from him. A touch on off stump, thick outside part of the bat, along the ground all the way, gets on top of it, steers it down towards gully. Patel falls to his left to make the stop. Crowd absorbed. Very different form of cricket to what they've been used to watching in recent weeks, but in its own way, for my money, and I suspect for most people here, equally if not more entertaining, but in a very, very different way. Finan is in and bowls outside off stump, cut away, it's short, and a good work down there on the point boundary, which isn't so very far away on that side of the ground, by Walker. Gets something behind it, picks it up cleanly. Outfielders recovered a lot. I remember when we were here, it looked
scorched,
hard.
wasn't it?
It was scorched, but rough as well. But been enough rain for it to have greened up nicely. Well, enough rain fell on it in an hour yesterday to green it up, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Round the wicket comes Finan to the right-handed Mullaney. Too short, Mullaney can just go back and just very calmly just turn his wrists on it, drop it out towards mid-wicket, jog a single. Very straightforward. Exchanges words with Michael Finan. I don't know what that's, and they're ongoing. I don't know what that's about. Whether they're old adversaries or they've met in other forms, or who knows. Could be just introducing himself, Stephen Mullaney. You're going to have to bowl quicker than that, young man.
Yeah.
Something like that, I don't know. Who knows? But lovely. It would be lovely to know, wouldn't it? What is being said out there. Back over the wicket goes Finan to the left-handed Moores. Outside off stump, looking to steer it away. Didn't put his full weight in the attempted cut, and I think it slid through under his bat in the end. To Swindles.
Just the old head-to-heads. 175 previous meetings, not 65 wins, 32 defeats. Not played a county championship match here, Rich, since 2017, and not so successful on that occasion. It was the last time they were in Division 2.
Finan is in, bowls to Moores. Foolish, turned off the stumps by Moores, out towards mid-wicket. Evans comes scampering in from deep square to field, and it is just a single. Moores into double figures now, on to 10, 130 for 5.
I'm going to be naughty. A naughty quiz question for you. The last time they played here in 2017, did Leicestershire score more runs in their first innings or their second innings?
usually it's in Leicestershire's first innings, but you're going to tell me it's not.
Well, I told you it was a naughty question. They were bowled out for 134 in each innings.
Ah, okay. Not very many in either. Round the wicket comes Finan. Bowls full to Mullaney, who's looking to drive, but might just have swung a fraction more. In fact, he makes a gesture that it did swing a little bit more than he. So he had to be a little. He just checked the shot. He didn't put his full weight into it, and although he hit it nice and cleanly and straight, didn't put his full weight into it. And Parkinson able to get across from mid-off to field. End of Finan's over. His 8th, none for 38. His figures: Nottinghamshire 130 for 5.
That was the week when Samit Patel was in the best form of his life, literally, because Notts had come here having played Gloucestershire down at Bristol, where he scored 256, and then in that match against Leicestershire he scored 247, the only Nottinghamshire player to score a double hundred in consecutive innings. And Notts racked up 548. The Leicestershire bowling figures: Dieter Klein 6 for 142, Colin Ackerman 2 for 135, and Gavin Griffiths 1 for 113, the wicket takers, as new over starts from Ed Barnes. So extraordinary game, but Samit in the form of his life, he would remember that pretty well.
Dieter Klein now involved in coaching at Upton Steel County Ground, but I think there's quite a few at Leicestershire supporters would have liked to have seen him sort of retained on the staff. Really, he could be very effective early overs of T20 cricket. He was genuinely quick. He had a wicked Yorker.
There's Walker bowling, nicked and gone. Wicket for Walker. Another one taken in the slip cordon. 130 for 6. Tom Moores is out for 10. It's a good sharp catch there.
I think
130 for 6. It's the first wicket for Walker. We'll just get confirmation. Yeah, it's gone up as Rishi Patel on the scoreboard, so I'm sure you're absolutely spot on. I just wondered if it was a little wider than that, but clearly not.
Well, he'd moved to gully for the left-hander. It wasn't a great shot from Moores, was it? It was a little bit flat-footed and reaching for it, but Leicestershire won't mind, and certainly Rishi Patel, having binned a couple, will be a relieved young man.
That one went quickly, didn't it? It was probably the one with most pace on it. So Moores has gone. A left-hander will almost certainly be replaced by another left-hander, with Liam Patterson-White due in next. Tom Moores batted for just over half an hour, faced 33 balls at the 1-4. Looked for the most part to be playing very sensibly, very cautiously, very carefully, but throw one in there outside the off stump, as Walker did in the previous over, which he crashed away for 4. Might just have been sensing this was another opportunity to drive him away through the offside, and this time it was a regulation nick, although he did go hard at it, really did get lots on it, and it flew very quickly to Patel. So Notts in a bit of a hole at 130 for 6, and welcome reward for Roman Walker.
He needed it, Walker, there. It wasn't the greatest deliveries, not the greatest of shots, but as I say, he won't mind. Needed a little bit of a break, and he got one. Now can Leicestershire maintain this post-lunch pressure? 82 for 2 at lunch, so 48 added the loss of 4 wickets post-lunch.
It's one of those scenarios where supporters are always fearful of the lower order biting back, aren't they? I know if Leicestershire were 130 for 6, the Notts supporters would be saying exactly the same now. Oh, you just watch the lower order, double this score or whatever. But Leicestershire, Leicestershire got to make sure that was it third slip he was at?
It was. He reached for it a bit, didn't he?
So they've had a bit of a switcheroo, haven't they? As Walker then into the new man, Liam Patterson-White, who lets this go through to the keeper. Should actually call him the England Lion, Liam Patterson-White, because since the last time he played red ball cricket, of course, he's gone on and played for the England Lions, an England Lions side that defeated South Africa as well, down at Where was that one? Was that the Canterbury game? I think it was. Played at Chelmsford against New Zealand for the first class counties 11. He's defended this, his second delivery up to mid-off, and there's no run. Liam Patterson-White just averaging over 22 this season. Well, I'm going to say he's a little better than that. The averages suggest he isn't this season, but best of 54. But scored some very useful runs as well in the Royal London One Day Cup. He's proven himself to be an all-format cricketer. As he blocks this one. What did he get? Just 14 against Leicestershire in the Royal London One Day Cup. Had a 62 here against Sussex, a 43 against Warwickshire, his top 2 scores in that competition. 130 for 6, with 1 ball left in the 45th. And Callum Parkinson will be mightily relieved, I think, and very pleased that he won the toss, and very pleased that his bowlers have managed to convert 2 wickets at lunch to 6 by this stage of the day, as Patterson-White sees out the remainder of the over without getting off the mark. 130 for 6 is the score, and Leicestershire have 2 bowling bonus points.
A wicket maiden for Roman Walker as well. That will do his confidence the world of good, one assumes.
Just why I'd taken the trouble to pull up all those stats. Homework, Rich, homework. Leicestershire have only played 4 times here this century. You know, it just shows they've obviously often been in different divisions and all the rest of it. The last time Leicestershire won here at Trent Bridge was 1996 in a first-class game, although the 1998 fixture was staged at Worksop and Leicestershire won that.
Leicestershire not win the title in 96?
Something like that, yeah.
So Finan is going to continue. Can he chip in as well? He's going to come around the wicket, the left armour, to Stephen Mullaney. A little bit short, Mullaney, as he sometimes does, as he defends that one. Bottom hand off the bat, just pushes it out into the onside as it swings back into him. Barnes is the fielder. Yes, Kimber and Patel have essentially swapped positions. So Kimber, who was at 3rd slip, is now at 1st slip. Patel has moved actually to the gully in this instance, but maybe just a question of seeing better. He was just struggling a little bit at 1st slip. In comes Finan, bowls thick out. Oh, it's another no ball. Looked a bit thick outside edge along the ground. That bounces down towards sort of 3rd slip. Patel moves across to field. Fraction late on that one, Mullaney, but as I say, it was a no ball anyway. So 2 more for the score. May have to abandon in mid-over here. Well, definitely will now that there's been a no ball, that's for sure. Finan turns. Runs in and bowls short. Another no ball. Consecutive no balls. He banged it in short, and Mullaney just pulled it around the corner. Had to wait for it. It sat up a little bit and running around.
Is that your friend Utam out there?
Utam ran around to field.
He threw it in, and well, if Harry Swindles hadn't taken it high above his head, that would have gone for 4 overthrows. It was thrown in with all the aggression and enthusiasm that you'd want from a youngster coming on to field for the first team. Really got plenty of power behind it. So Liam Patterson-White is on strike for the first time. Against Michael Finan. 135 for 6.
Nottinghamshire are playing Leicestershire in a 4-day second division county championship.
This one wide of the off stump.
He's at home, he's at Trent Bridge today. Dave, how's it going?
Yeah, it's like getting reacquainted with an old house. We've not been here for so long, of course. The last few weeks have been occupied with some players away playing the 100 and others playing on the Royal London One-Day competition. So we've not had any cricketers in white clothing playing with a red ball here for quite some time now. Nottinghamshire were put into bat this morning, and there are obvious signs of rustiness. I think we can expect that up and down the country today as red ball cricket returns after quite a long break. Nottinghamshire 100 130. They're going to come back for 2 here, so that'll take it to 137 for 6. There were 2 wickets down at lunch, and this afternoon wickets have tumbled. Joe Clark for 20, Matthew Montgomery 43, Lyndon James 16, and Tom Moores has just gone for 10. So Notts 137 for 6.
Wonderful stuff, Dave. Thank you very much. We'll catch you in half an hour's time.
Okay. Couple of runs taken by Liam Patterson-White to get him off the mark. Here comes Finan again, halfway through his 9th over, none for 45, left arm not the tallest, skiddy bowler, this one horizon past the outside edge and through into the gloves of Swindles. There's 3 slips to his left, as we've been saying. Louis Kimber, Man Mountain, is at first slip. Colin Ackerman, world record holder, at second, and Rishi Patel, who's taken a couple of catches today, is at third. 137 for 6 it remains, as once again Finan, past umpire Illingworth, bowls a short pitch delivery which again is called as a no ball, overstepping Michael Finan. 2 more to the total. The extras are rattling along now, on to 20, 139 for 6. So simple from here. Why don't you just come back an inch or two? But it's never quite like that, is it? The bowlers will say, you know, you're striving, you're accelerating. If you're looking where the line is, you're not properly concentrating on the business of putting the ball in good areas, directing it where you want to be. As Liam Patterson-White chops this away on the offside, gets a single. 140 for 6, Nottinghamshire. They've added 58 for the loss of 4 wickets since lunch.
Yeah, they want Finan to try and bowl quickly. They think he has got a little bit of extra pace compared to the seamers that they have, Leicestershire, so they encourage him to put it all in, so to speak. So it's sort of understandable that he's bowling the occasional no ball, but 3 in an overs are plenty.
Yeah, this is potentially the final ball of what will be a 9-ball over. Stephen Mullaney on 7 on strike. Fine into bowl to the Notts skipper, and down the leg side it's taken by Swindles. Would have been a 1-day wide, but none of that nonsense here. 140 for 6 at the end of the 46th.
None for 48 for Michael Finan. Did beat the Patterson-White bat a couple of times in that over. Hasn't yet been lucky enough to find the edge. Walker has been. It wasn't much of an edge, in fairness, from Tom Moores. He got plenty on it, but he couldn't keep it down. And Parkinson is beginning to warm up, so Finan might be taken off again shortly, but they can't afford Leicestershire. I mean, if Nottinghamshire were to get from here 250, something like that, that would be a very, very decent score on this pitch. Plenty to score to get to that point, but it's certainly feasible. Walker is in, bowls to Patterson-White, who very big trigger movements from Patterson-White, steps right across his stumps, then lets that one go through. Some strange old noises coming from the building site. I know they are sort of prep building noises, so to speak. There's no sign of anything rising. They're at the stage of sort of still digging holes over there to prepare for these retirement flats. Walker turns, leans forward, gets into his run, bowls very straight. Patterson-White head right over the ball as he stretches forward to that one, bat next to front pad, very solid. Walker himself feels in his follow through.
Yes, every now and again you'll get a noise. It's almost like one of those Formula 1 pit stops, isn't it, when they change the tyres in 2.1 seconds and somebody sort of, whatever they do, tightens the nuts on very quickly. I'm sure they're not exactly doing that.
Walker, full toss outside off stump that Patterson-White can't time. Looked a little bit surprised to get it and steered it out into the covers. Hassan Azad made the stop. Walker gets away with one. Leicestershire's bowling coach Alfonso Thomas stalking the boundary. be waiting, I suspect, for Walker to go back to his fielding position.
Or the great Alfonso, as they call him in Taunton. Who's off the field? Right.
In goes Walker, bowls, cut away for 4. Just enough width, and that's a nice way for Patterson White to score his first boundary. Just enough width, and the sort of stocky left-hander got up on his toes, and everything was fairly neat as he cut that one away to the backward point boundary for 4. Just looking around to see if I can see. Right would normally be at mid-on, but Barnes is there. Well, Parkinson's there, Barnes is at mid-off, so yes, right. It looks like is the man who is elsewhere at the moment. Just seeing who's that down there at long leg.
I presume that's fine, and is it? If he's
It
bowling,
is.
yeah.
So yeah, right is the man. Might want him to come back soon. In goes Walker down the leg side this time. Just hasn't found a consistent line or length. Doesn't get anything on it. Patterson White taken by Swindles. Giving him a quick rub down right and saying, can you go out and finish off the Nottinghamshire innings, please, Chris? Alfonso Thomas is now in the ear of Michael Finan. As Walker goes in and bowls, full and straight and punched back towards him. He fields in his follow through as he falls to his left, slows the ball down, and it's picked up by the bouncing Uttam Ramji running in from mid-wicket, thoroughly enjoying his first appearance. Well, he's not in a Leicestershire shirt, but representing Leicestershire on a first-class cricket field.
Is it going to be the skipper to have a bowl? I think it is. Just whilst he's getting ready and helmets are being donned and all the rest of it. I can tell you, for younger cricket followers, obviously my big hero, of course, was Garfield Sobers. Garfield Sobers. On this day in 1973, this is just goes to show sort of when they stopped playing red ball cricket, or when limited overs cricket really got going, because on this day in 1973, right at the back end of his career, he played his only one-day international at Headingley and was bowled by Chris Old of England for naught. Just one. All the fantastic things Sobers did in his career, and it is their ODI appearances: 1 innings, 1 runs, naught. One sort of blot on his career record. Here's Parkinson then. He had a couple of overs before lunch. First ball is just dropped away on the leg side. Now, was it bat or was it thigh pad? Let's have a look. Yeah, it was a leg by. Just refresh my mind, because it was all of a couple of hours ago. Were Parkinson's other overs from this end?
Yes, they were.
Yeah,
2 overs
thought they were.
Just before lunch.
Thought they were. So 145 for 6. That brings Liam Patterson White down onto strike. One slip, attacking mid-wicket, and nobody had extra cover to throw that one back, because he's overpitched it, and Liam Patterson White has handsomely driven it through the offside for 4. 149 for 6, and Patterson White's already gone past Mullaney. He's on 11, Mullaney on 7.
Parkinson has kind of brought himself on because he hasn't too many options really, but got to keep a tighter lid on things than this.
As I say, up and down the country, there's going to be a few cricketers desperate for a bit of game time. A lot of them are a little rusty. Callum Parkinson bowls to Liam Patterson White, who blocks this one. 2 skippers out there at the toss this morning. I think Stephen Mullaney couldn't have flicked it any higher. Went high up into the sky, came down, and then rolled and rolled and rolled, and our match referee Will Smith chased after it. Confirmed that Leicestershire had won it as Patterson White pushes this back, and didn't take Callum Parkinson too long to say we'll have a bowl.
Now I understand from my colleague John Mallett, Leicestershire club photographer, that
next delivery on its way. Patterson White just trying to get himself, or give himself a little bit of room, perhaps to swat that one away, and the ball followed him, so he had to play it defensively.
When Steve Mullaney realised he'd lost the toss, he just looked at Park and said, I'm guessing we're going to be batting, are we?
Yeah. Next delivery in now from the slow left arm spinner, and Patterson White, a fellow paid up member of the slow left armers club, blocks this one. 149 for 6 after 48 overs. Notts have just inched their way over 3 runs and over at this stage of the day, with Stephen Mullaney on 7 and Liam Patterson White on 11. Yes, he likes to get in close, your photographer. I've seen 1 or 2 match referees that I've sometimes said, hang on a minute, can you just back away, guys, and let us have a little bit of a chat. You sometimes have to be careful who the umpires and who the match referees are if you're getting in close for a photograph. Wait till they've had all the chats about the rollers and the floodlight use and all the other bits and pieces and paraphernalia they go through before the toss of the coin up and down the country. But there's 1 or 2 match referees that just back off, guys, let us have a bit of a chat.
Walker is in to Stephen Mullaney, bowls on towards middle and leg. Mullaney goes back and turns it down towards backwards square. It's a long chase around for Finan down there, around the boundary, picks up and throws in, but Mullaney picks up a couple and brings up the Nottinghamshire 150.
Well, I can't promise I'm going to bring you the best stat that's ever been given out on this radio station, but that is 5,000 first-class runs that Stephen Mullaney has scored on this ground. This is his 138th innings here, an average of 37.5, 10 centuries and 30 50s. 5,000 runs solely at Trent Bridge.
Walker bowls and Mullaney stretches forward and blocks that one out into the onside. Azad picks it up. That's a pretty good stat, I would say. I wouldn't knock that stat. 5,000 runs on a ground. I wonder if they'll pick that one up on the PA.
Yeah.
It's a landmark of which Stephen Mullaney should be very proud. In goes Walker and bowls to the Notts skipper, who gets a delivery outside off stump that he gets in position to cut away, and he lifts his bat, but then he decides, no, I won't take the risk. But had he done so, you feel that would have thumped into the advertising hoardings over there, possibly the brickwork slightly behind square, the exposed brickwork at the bottom of that stand. Walker is in. That's a better, straighter delivery that Mullaney treats with respect, leans forward and blocks it out into the offside. Sun has gone behind the fast moving light cloud, a bit of grey amongst them, a few greyer clouds amongst them, but no real sign of any possible storms building up at the moment. Plenty of blue around too. We are only just halfway through the allotted day's play as Walker bowls outside off stump, and Mullaney rather disdainfully ignores that one. 151 for 6. Mullaney 9. Patterson White 11.
There we are. I've got my tweet out. I've got my stat out for the day.
Good stat. A good stat too.
It's all about the homework, Rich.
Walker.
And then remembering to bring it in with you.
Going to say, I forgot my homework. Bowls foolish and driven for 4 by Stephen Mullaney. No chance for Uttam Ramji to get across, and certainly not to chase it back down. Again, a fairly almost effortless shot from Mullaney, all about timing and wristy as well. Nice shot, nice cover drive, and he moves into double figures onto 13. 155 for 6. Walker 1 for 39 from 11. The runs have begun to flow a little bit for these two. The run rate at the moment is over 3 at 3.16. 49 overs have been bowled, and the scoreboard doesn't look great for not 155 for 6, but in the context of the pitch I don't think it's necessarily too bad a score, and I think 250 or more would be a very decent score indeed.
Yes, I wonder how many of that 5,000 have been scored through the cover region. A fairly lofty proportion, I would imagine. Purely speculation, but I've seen him play that shot a few times. Here's Callum Parkinson, 3 overs none for 10 so far to Bowl to Liam Patterson-White, who nudges it out to Utam, the sub-fielder. I'll have to call him Utam because I can't remember his R-A-M-J-I. His other name. He's been on the field for 3 or 4 overs now. We'll just have to keep abreast of that. Wouldn't have thought it was anything too sinister. Leicestershire can't really afford to, according to Rich, lose any more into the hospital tent. 156 for 5, almost down to the bare bones, figuratively speaking.
Well, there'd be a few who, well, they'd have to make a few calls to bring people back down from Durham, presumably.
156 for 6. Mullaney has 13 now. Goes down on one knee and then just dinks it round the corner. Didn't get too much purchase on the ball, but Leicestershire had nobody either at short, fine, or indeed all the way down at long leg. So Utam Orangi has to run round from deep backward square to do the fielding, and they take 2. 158 for 6. It'll be one that I'll follow with interest, as next one's cut into the offside. The single. I saw Rian Ahmed, I think it was his first-class debut last year for the Indians. Was it last year or the year before? It was last year, wasn't it, for the Indian, playing for the first-class Counties 11 against the Indians up at Chesterley Street, the behind-closed-doors game. It was a first-class debut for a number of players. Young James Rue, the Somerset wicket-keeper, played in that game, and 1 or 2 others. This time it's defended. 159 for 6, but Rian Ahmed certainly played in that one. I think that was his first.
He's just made 1 first-class appearance for Leicestershire, actually, against Worcestershire earlier this season.
Final ball of the 50th over, so we've still got 14 overs to go till tea. As Patterson-White just fends this off his body. Out to Sam Evans, who took the catch to dismiss Matthew Montgomery around about an hour or so ago now, and it's 160 for 6 at the end of the 50th over, and this pair have added 30 since the fall of Tom Moore's wicket.
The over 8 is still showing as level, which is a little bit surprising. But,
tend to do it in the intervals, don't they?
Yeah, considering they were 3 short at lunch, but there you go.
Clark and Montgomery put 57 on. That's the highest partnership we've had so far today.
This one is now worth 30, and it's come at a better rate too. I think Patterson-White tends to score his runs well. Mullaney does too, but Patterson-White particularly scores his runs quickly. 13 off 23 for him, 16 off 34 for Mullaney. It's Patterson-White on strike as Walker is in to him and wristily chopping the ball away, off stump, down into the ground, bounces up nicely for Evans to field at a deepish backward point. Dot ball, still got the 3 slips. Parkinson speaks to Barnes. Could be about whether he's ready to come back on. Could be about how Leeds United got on, or how Bolton Wanderers got on. In goes Walker, bowls straighter, short again though, so Patterson-White stays on the back foot and just blocks it back down the pitch, but then rehearses a pull. It looks like it was about bowling, because Barnes has started to do some fairly meaningful calisthenics there at mid-wicket.
Back on at the Aegeus Bowl. Hampshire 60 for 2 against Northampton. Big scores elsewhere in Division 1 today.
Walker is in, bowls line and length, and Patterson-White stretches forward and defends off stump.
Essex are 159 for 1 against Kent. Lancashire's openers are still there, 163 without loss against Yorkshire, and Gloucestershire 198 for 1 at Taunton against Somerset, and the batting sides in Division 2. Derbyshire 187 for 4 against Durham, and Worcestershire 164 for 4 against Glamorgan.
Walker is in, Patterson-White is looking to on drive. Doesn't put his full weight into it. Walker tries to deflect it onto the stumps. Doesn't miss them by much, but does miss them right. Completes the fielding. Moving across from mid-off. does get through his overs at a reasonable rate, which is something. Goes in and bowls. A little bit squared up. Patterson White playing in front of his front pad, but middle of the defensive bat. Out into the offside it goes. No run. Better over so far from Roman Walker. A little bit more consistent in terms of line and length. Runs in and bowls, and that one is fuller, and looking to sort of drive, steer it away through the offside. I think hit over the top of it. Patterson White might just have swung back in a fraction, gone underneath the bat. End of the over. I think a maiden for Roman Walker. 12 overs, 1 for 39, 5 maidens to him. 160 for 6 remains the Nottinghamshire score. Beginning to look as though Leicestershire might be needing to bat before the day is out, but they still have 4 key wickets, and this partnership is building threateningly as far as they are concerned. It's worth 30 now.
Well, as I always say around about this time, Luke Fletcher has always promised me that one day I'd commentate on his maiden first-class 100. He's still to come. Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson to bring up the rear. There's Callum Parkinson. Dropped this short and whipped away by Mullaney into space on the leg side. Should come back for 2. Certainly Leicestershire will, I'm sure, regard it as an opportunity lost if Luke Fletcher were to get 100 in this particular contest from this position. 162 for 6. Indeed, any of them really. Top score Matthew Montgomery's 43. As Parkinson round the wicket, bowls, and it's going to be another single here. Just playing with soft hands, Mullaney, isn't he? He's not looking for any big shots really, just happy to work the ball around. It's another leg bite, doesn't even have to play it with the bat, just to take that single as it ricochets off the pad down the leg side. 163 for 6. Would suit Notts needs just have a nice quiet run into the tea interval here, just take what's out, whatever's on offer, don't lose any more wickets as Patterson White drives out into the offside and gets a single. 164 for 6. He's on 14, Mullaney on 18. Parkinson round the wicket, tosses that up, and Mullaney has driven this time crisply into the offside. There's no run. Beg your pardon, there's 1 run. Got a bit of a Leicestershire posse walking round the boundary edge, just taking in the afternoon air. 165 for 6. Ben Mike in the whites with the bib on, and 3 members of the backroom staff. Next ball blocked back to Parkinson by Patterson White. 165 for 6. Had a little bit of a bowl at lunchtime, didn't he, Ben Mike? There's the feeling that he perhaps just hasn't played enough cricket to feature in this one, and they were looking to get him ready for next week, as this is driven into the offside by LPW. 166 for 6.
No, I don't think he's going to play anymore for Leicestershire. I think the intention is that
I was going to say the wording on the website when this, I saw the squad announcement last night and read the piece, and Ben Mike not selected with sort of paraphrasing the words with an imminent move to Yorkshire, but then he's here as 12th man today.
I think it was a case of needs must, say with the injuries and the second team being elsewhere or heading elsewhere, and Ben being very much in the vicinity.
166 for 6. Expecting his dad to be on the ground tomorrow for the Past Players Day.
Walker. 13th over is in and bowls edge dropped. Rishi Patel at 3rd slip drops his 3rd catch. Got 2 hands to it. It was a high one this time. It wasn't a straightforward opportunity, but it was an opportunity. It bounced a little bit more than Patterson White expected, took the edge, and although it was a foot above his head, he got his 2 hands to it, burst through them. Patterson White picks up a couple of runs. Leicestershire drop a 3rd catch. Rishi Patel drops a 3rd catch.
Montgomery and James were reprieved earlier. Liam Patterson White, who takes 2, moves on to 17. First slip, 3rd slip, wherever you put him. Rishi Patel is a ball magnet today.
Outside off stump from Roman Walker, and Patterson White, having had a life, lets that one go through. So he was on 15 when that one went down.
You just know he's going to be taken by the most sensational diving one-handed catch by somebody, don't you, when it's his turn to bat. Cricket is it's a funny old game like that. Lady Luck will have a little bit of fun at your expense sometimes.
Could have 5 catches today,
Yeah.
Rishi Patel. In goes Walker and bowls. Patterson White defends on off stump, forward defensive solidly. Fielded in his follow through by Walker.
Yeah, because he's caught Hamid and Moores and dropped Montgomery, James and Patterson White.
Unfortunately, and all those 3 drops were eminently catchable, but certainly catchable. There was no sort of diving or one-hand jobs involved. He just wasn't able to take the ball cleanly. Sun comes back out at Trent Bridge as Walker is in. Bowls in the air, caught and bowled. Walker has done it himself. He looked to work it away on the leg side. Sounded very tinny off the bat, didn't get it off the middle. It looped back down the pitch towards Walker, who fell to his left, just got 2 hands underneath the ball before it hit the turf. So this time the Patel miss, not an expensive one. Patterson White goes, caught and bowled Roman Walker for 17. Nottinghamshire 168 for 7.
Really good reflex catch by the big man. Didn't have too long to get down there. Instant reaction. Got both hands to it and scooped it up. Certainly no quibbles about that from anybody. It was nice and clean, although low down. Liam Patterson White thrust his head back in disappointment. He's gone for 17, batted for 35 minutes, faced 36 balls, hit 2 fours, knots 168 for 7. And will it be Luke Fletcher or Brett Hutton who comes out to bat at number 9? Whoever it is, not so going to need a few more runs yet, you'd imagine. This game moving on apace as we still half an hour or so away from the tea break, and it's Brett Hutton coming in ahead of Luke Fletcher. So Brett Hutton, who had a terrific time of things against the Foxes one-day side just a couple of weeks ago in Leicester, when he got the best figures ever recorded by a Nottinghamshire bowler in one-day cricket of 7 for 26. Astonishing performance, it really was. He's going to go out there now and have to find a few runs alongside his skipper Stephen Mullaney, who's on 19, who comes down and gives him a little bit of a briefing. Been times in his career where Brett Hutton has very much looked the definitive all-rounder. There's been other times where, I guess, like so many lower order players, where he's not been able to buy a run. His top score is 74, only averages about 17.5 in first-class cricket. As I say, on days he's looked much better than that. On other days it's come and gone very cheaply. Made his first-class debut for Notts 11 years ago now, as Roman Walker bowls to him, strikes him on the pad first ball, got into a rather ugly off-balance position to play it and couldn't, would have gone over the top, and that spared him. He made his debut when Notts were county champions in 2010. The following March they trooped off to Abu Dhabi to play the MCC in that pink ball game, the curtain raiser as they call it, and Brett Hutton and Jake Ball made their first class debuts. Took him quite a while to establish himself in the side, and he's just about dug this out from behind the wicket. It presumably looked as if it was boot first, hence the cry of LBW, but not given. 168 for 7. End of the 2017 season, Brett left Trent Bridge, went off and had 3 seasons with Northants, and came back for the short COVID season. This is his 3rd year back, 2020, 2021, and now back for a 3rd year, approaching his 30th birthday. Doncaster born, but very much a North Nottinghamshire product. Came through the county age group system. Don't think anybody sort of begrudged him the opportunity to go off and join Northants with the promise that he'd be offered cricket in all formats. So away he went, but also seized the opportunity to come back to Trent Bridge 3 winters ago now. 168 for 7. Ed Barnes back into the attack. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 27. So it wasn't too much of an ordeal by spin for the Nottinghamshire batters to undergo. Callum Parkinson quickly out of the attack. Here's Barnes, starting the 54th over, and Mullaney just chops it down towards 3rd man. In fact, there's nobody down here, of course, so an opportunity for a couple of runs, which they've already scampered through as Louis Kimber comes down, keeps it inside the boundary rope and fires it back in. Mullaney on to 19. Has it gone on? No, it hadn't. Mullaney on to 21. 170 for 7. Be another update for Radio Nottingham listeners in just a moment or two. Mullaney still on strike. Barnes bowls to him. Mullaney solidly behind it.
Nottingham is one of more than 20 places outside of London that want to have its sewers checked for traces of polio. Experts will be taking samples. The virus was found in London sewers. And cricket, let's check in on the latest at Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire have been batting on their first day of their county championship game against Leicestershire. Dave Bracegirdle is there.
It's been a poor afternoon for Nottinghamshire. They were 2 wickets down at lunch. They're now 170 for 7. Still 10 overs to go until the tea break. Stephen Mullaney there trying to hold it all together. The skipper, 21 not out. Just been joined by Brett Hutton, who's yet to score. Top scorer today, Matthew Montgomery, was dropped on 1. Eventually out for 43. Joe Clark made 20. Nobody else getting more than 17 until Mullaney's 21. Let's see what the skipper can get. Notts 170 for 7. Next ball into Mullaney. That struck him on the pad and he's out. Mullaney's gone. Won't get any more than 21. 170 for 8. Another wicket for Ed Barnes with the naked eye. I'm looking away to my left. I wondered if that might be sliding down. We'll just see the replay now. Oh, it's very, very full again. That live stream camera shot, not quite over the bowler's shoulder, over the umpire's shoulder, but it looked a lot closer on the stream than it did with the naked eye. Stephen Mullaney has gone for 21. LBW to Ed Barnes. 170 for 8 is the score now. And we're in the 54th over, and well, can Notts take their first innings up to the tea break, or indeed beyond the tea break? They've got a bit of work to do with still more than 9 overs to go. In fact, more than 8 overs, 8.2 overs to go until the tea break. Mullaney out for 21, batted for an hour and a half, faced 41 balls, 2 fours, and he has to go and make way for Luke Fletcher, who's on his way out to the middle, and there's only Dane Patterson to come.
Fair to say that he thought he might have got a little something on it, the way he looked at his bat as he
Right, I didn't pick up on that. Initially, the wicket fell right as I was doing my Radio Nottingham update, and watching it from here, the initial thing was I thought it might have been sliding down. Looking at the replay, which again isn't right behind the umpire, not quite, looked a lot closer on the replay, but I couldn't discern whether he'd nicked it or not. It looked disappointed.
Well, I've not a clue whether he did, but he might have thought.
Yeah, I was going to say he looked disappointed.
I think it's one of the most difficult ones to be sure about from an umpire's point of view, where the batsman has got an edge. And
Second of the day, isn't it? Joe Clark was also out, LBW to Ed Barnes, who's then got 3 for 29.
Well, Luke Fletcher has come out to join the two seamers are at the wicket. Two very solid figures of men indeed. And he's promised you a first-class century. This may not be the wicket. No. This may not be the pitch.
At some stage in his first-class career, he's planning on playing until he's 55.
There you go.
170 for 8. Fletcher to face his first ball from Barnes. Lets it go through to the keeper. He's another one that's hardly had any cricket at all of late. Played a couple of matches. I think he played the second and the third match in the 100 for Trent Rockets, but certainly hasn't played for about a month any competitive cricket. Bowlers might be grateful of a little bit of a rest. I guess it's a fine line, isn't it, between rest versus rust, just how rusty you are. Most of them, of course, will have done the work in the nets as Fletcher plays it on the leg side. Brett Hutton comes galloping down and then is sent back, and it is the end of the 54th over. So was getting my maths wrong as usual a moment or two ago when I said we've got 9 overs to go. We've got 10 overs to go, but of course that pitch could very much be muddied if a 9th wicket goes down. It's 170 for 8. They'll have tea. They'll have tea when they have tea. Essentially, we'll see how this pans out. We might, in fact, we're at 3:10 now. So if these 2 wickets went bang bang, they'd take tea anyway, wouldn't they? And then it'd be a ridiculously long final session.
They would. 88 for 6 in this session.
Yeah.
I think. Having done the maths, yes, I think that's right. But Leicestershire will feel, I'm sure, that the lunch score should have been at least 2 more wickets more. Walker is in, bowls to Hutton, who is solidly behind that one on off stump, knocking it out towards Barnes.
I don't know if we can sort of weigh September scores against earlier in the season, but Nott's lowest first innings score is still 70 runs away this season, bowled out here the last match they played in the middle of July in the first innings by Sussex for 240. They still won that game by an innings, but they have been racking up the runs.
Walker is in, a lovely clip away off his legs by Brett Hutton, and that's going to run away for 4. Beautifully timed and played wristily, and waited for it, clipped it away out to square leg. The ball races.
On his day, he looks $1 million, but he only has 1 or 2 days a season.
Super way to get off the mark. Perfect piece of timing.
I said when he came out, all through his career, you've thought, he's got the capability to be more than just a bowler who bats a bit. A proper high-run scoring all-rounder. Walker is
in, bowls to him, and in its own way, that's just as good a shot. A solid forward defensive press, everything nicely close together, back down the pitch on the on side. 174 for 8. Sounds like a plane leaving or heading towards, or leaving East Midlands, I would suggest, given that it's pouring on the power. Walker, 2 for 45, runs in and bowls looking for the Yorker. It's down the leg side. Hutton tries to flick it on its way down towards fine leg, doesn't get anything on it. Bounces up quite nicely for Swindles behind the stumps to take.
Meant to say earlier, I had a message from Jackie in the Trent Bridge reception. A Steve Taylor Well, I used to work with a million years ago, and I am talking a million years ago, in the late 70s. I worked with him. Sends his best regards, but we've got no other contact details, no nothing. If you're listening, Steve, at Brace Cricket on the old Twittery thing, drop me a message on there.
Walker is in, driving is Hutton. He's got on top of the bounce. It wasn't off the middle of the bat, that's for sure, for thick outside edge. It runs past third slip, the reaching Patel, and down to third man for 4. Hutton's second scoring shot, not quite as convincing as his first. Both look exactly the same in the scorebook. He moves on to 8, 178 for 8.
And the other bit of housekeeping that I should do, as and when there is a tea interval, if you're listening in the ground, I guess now rather than anybody coming, but the tea interval in the Derek Randall suite in the Hound Road stand where they had that members forum.
Walker is in 2. Hutton, who leaves outside off stump, allows it to go through, and that is the end of Walker's 14th over, and 2 for 49. His figures, Nottinghamshire 178 for 8.
There'll be talks, there'll be presentations from the heritage team throughout all the next intervals in this game, starting with the tea interval today. And today it's appropriately enough crossing the border. It's called Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire. Players that have played for both, represented both, contacts with both, all the rest of it. There'll be talks. I'm sure they've got photographs. I don't know if they're setting up any sort of cinematic presentation in there, but there'll be lots of stuff. I mean, we can. I would imagine most county cricket supporters would be able to name a number of players that have represented both. I don't know off the top of his head how many Rich can get. We might put the clock on him. 178 for 8.
I was actually just looking at the Mulaney dismissal again there. It swung a bit, actually. It's swung all day, hasn't it?
Yeah. Is this your over or mine? It's Ed Barnes anyway, bowling. Oh, he's hit Fletcher on the pad. Might have been an inside edge. Anyway, he's not going to get the verdict. 178 for 8. As he weren't paying attention, I'll read them. I've got a list here. It won't be a fully exhaustive list, but players that have played for both. In random order: AJ Harris, Will Jefferson, Peter Such, David Milnes, Nadeem Malik, Vasbert Drakes, Chris Lewis, Kevin O'Brien, Charlie Schreck, Stuart Broad, Harry Gurney, James Taylor, Greg Smith, Zach Chappell. The list goes on. Next one played into the offside by Fletcher. Ben Slater, of course, playing in this game. Joey Everson did play a first test game for Leicestershire, didn't he?
He did.
And of course, likely to be the next on the list at some stage, Sol Budinger, we believe. 178 for 8. But there's probably one or two more we've missed, but there we are. So the talk, the presentation at lunchtime, the players that have played for both. But there you are. If you're going along, there's one or two names just to take with you. As Barnes into Fletcher, moving in the crease, and he's going to get a run as Sam Evans, who's had a pretty decent day at backward point, partially stops it, and they take a single. Might have been 2 or 3, or unlikely to have been 4, but had he not got a hand to it, it would certainly been more than the one that they did get. 179 for 8.
And Mike's out there now. In the covers, Wright is back out there, so Wright hasn't got an issue. There's no problems with Wright, so it's just a case of comfort break for somebody, presumably.
So Notts need 21 for a batting point. They've got a batting point, as we were saying, in every single game this season. Oh, that's cut Brett Hutton in half. Absolutely beautiful delivery from Ed Barnes, who was a little unfair to say playing second fiddle, I guess, to Chris Wright. He was unlucky in the morning session, didn't get a wicket. Chris Wright did, but straight after lunch there was a couple of wickets that Ed Barnes took. Third ball of the afternoon session to get rid of Joe Clark, and then Matthew Montgomery, and more recently Stephen Mulaney. Certainly earned him equal top billing at least. 179 for 8. He's in again, and they'll take a leg by. Hutton scampering down the other end. And the score, Rich, in your best darts referee's voice is?
It is indeed 180.
Is that it?
I'm afraid so. Not a big don't mind a bit of snooker on the telly in the winter, but no darts. I have to admit, I can take or leave.
A long conversation on Saturday about the personalities in snooker and darts today compared to years gone by. We won't crack into it now as Fletcher defends this one back to Ed Barnes, who comes to the end of his 14th over, 3 for 30. Those noises, I promise you, aren't from the commentary box, they're from the builder's yard away to our right. They were working feverishly when we got here this morning, and they're still at it. What do you reckon, early knock-off? What is it, 3:15? You think they'll be done by 4? No, they do, don't they? They tend to get there early, and they probably have workers come in from miles around, so they let them get away at 4. Going to have a bit more twirly-whirly stuff, I think.
Which is one way of saying Callum Parkinson is going to come back on from this time. The over from which he was the end from which he was bowling before lunch, that is to say the Radcliffe Road end. 5 overs, none for 20. 2 spells of 2 and 3 overs. It's not particularly distinguished, either of them, but it can make a difference against the tail. Comes in and bowls to Brett Hutton, who goes back and works it off the back foot out towards mid-wicket. Hassan Azad scrambles across to field and does. Men out at deep mid-wicket and on the cover boundary for Parkinson as he comes in and bowls to Hutton, very short outside off stump, slapped off the back foot down into the ground by Hutton, not timed at all. Kimber, who's at that short straight extra cover, makes the stop. Parkinson jogs in and bowls quite flat again, waiting for it, playing it off the pitch is Hutton, just pushing it out into the offside.
I'm getting a ticking off from Steve Lamotte, the heritage officer, for running through that list of Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire players.
Have you spoiled his thunder, rather? It goes.
Sorry, Steve.
Parkinson bowls, edged, caught behind, plunged forward there. Hutton, he kind of waited for the decision, but I'm laughing because he was stepping backwards as he waited. He was sort of starting to set off for the pavilion, walking backwards towards it, and he looked up, and I think his movements, stepping backwards 2 or 3 steps before umpire Pratt raised his finger, were a bit of a giveaway. Parkinson got one to turn there. They have taken the 9th wicket, picked up another and 3rd bowling bonus point. Hutton goes, caught Swindells, bowled Parkinson for 8, and Nottinghamshire 180 for 9.
Again, I'm not down there. He obviously hit it, but it's one of those with wicket keepers, isn't it, where they almost undo their good work by then going for the stumping, which he did. He took it and was half appealing, and then whipped off a bail, and it was a little bit, say, like when Joe Clark got out for 95 down at Cardiff. The umpire at the standing end gave him out caught behind, yet the wicket-keeper on that occasion was looking towards the square leg umpire, asking him, well, can you give it out for a stumping? He wasn't on this occasion, but Swindles, I think, was just trying to make sure, wasn't he? Well, if we can't get you that way, we'll get you that way. But clearly he nicked it because the umpire's finger went up straight away, and Brett Hutton turned and trooped off. So it wasn't to be today. Brett out for 8. Here comes Dane Patterson, and well, I think we'll be having tea before too long. He tends to be all or nothing, muck or glory.
They know him because they've sent mid-on and mid-off back to 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. Barnes and Wright. Parkinson is in to Patterson, pushes that one through. Patterson stays on the back foot and pushes it firmly back down the pitch towards the Lancastrian.
To be fair to him, he has hit some of the biggest blows I've seen this summer.
Parkinson is in, bowls to him, bit thick inside edge as he steps forward and sort of gestures at that one. Thick inside edge and pad, and the ball trickles back down the pitch towards Parkinson. A first successful over for Leicestershire's captain, 1 for 20 for him, 180 for 9. This is... It's not a score that means Nottinghamshire are out of the game on this pitch, not by any stretch of the imagination. I'm sure they would have liked sort of 240, 250 if at all possible, but you kind of feel 210, 220 might be about par, if that. So I don't think not so far away here. Wicket maiden for Parkinson.
Yeah. So Dane Patterson, that last match that a Nottinghamshire side played in was at Blackpool last Friday, and he finished the innings. He came in with 3 balls to go and marched off for the mid-innings break 16 not out, 6-6-4 or 4-6-6, whatever it was, and those 2 sixes were 2 of the biggest hits I've seen. They left Stanley Park and needed air traffic control clearance wherever they went. Colossal blows. Yeah, he really can give it a wallop, but
is it? I've never been to Stanley Park. Is it a nice crowd?
I've been twice this season. Been there for both games this season. Next delivery is on its way and defended by Fletcher. I've done 3 games there now. Yeah, it's very nice. You know, you can see the tower, so it's that close. Nice natural bank all the way round, and a proper large brick pavilion. You can hear the noise, and Steve Crawley says the noise sounds like that massive bronze statue from Jason and the Argonauts. So I've not quite got the reference, Steve. And Lord Greystoke says, are you sure the background noises aren't caused by Talos? 180 for 9, walking over Trent Bridge as this is pushed back to the bowler. And again, sorry, I've not got that reference.
Jason the Argonauts.
Oh, there we are.
Here
we are.
Harryhausen, there you go. He creaked a bit, and I think eventually rusted. I think that's how they got rid of him.
Is it pronounced Talos or Talos? Do we know? No, but from Jason and the Argonauts anyway. But thank you, gents. You've both had the same sort of thought. I've got the picture. I'm very much a bit of an ignoramus, and I've neither read it nor seen it at 180 for 9. No. Next ball is again defended by Fletcher.
It's a digger that's basically moving up and around that, but it needs a bit of oil.
What, in Jason and the Argonauts?
Well, he needed a bit of oil. Old Talos did in the end.
Was that him with the golden fleas?
For its time, it was remarkable, considering there were no computer special effects in those days.
Thanks, Steve and Lord Greystoke. They both had the same thought at the same time. They're obviously working hard, but from where we are, we can't see anything in particular. Evans has gone into gully, chopped away. Fletcher says, great, absolutely brilliant, because he just chopped that as to where Sam Evans was standing and takes a seat. In fact, it wasn't Sam Evans, it was Rishi Patel. Evans had gone in the other direction out onto the fence. 181 for 9 brings Dane Patterson down onto strike. How eager is he for a cup of tea? Probably not, as he's been in the dressing room all day. Might just fancy Ed Barnes, though.
It could be a tough old evening session for Leicestershire on this pitch.
Could be for Notts as well. If they've got to bowl 38 overs, because we won't lose any overs, we don't think. Patterson on strike. Barnes to bowls to him. Oh, it's a low full toss, and he's just dinked it into the offside. Ben Mike doing the fielding. Does he throw it? Has the ball been thrown? I can't see the ball. Where's the ball?
It's still in his
hand. Still in his hand.
He didn't want to give away an overthrow.
No, wicketkeeper Swindles did me then, because he was waving his arms around, trying to get people backing up. And thought the throw had come in and he'd missed it. Naughty Ben Mike.
I don't think there would have been an overthrow, considering it's not that far to the sort of backing up fielders. And
no.
You know, Fletcher would have had to turn and get back up the other end. So, but Mike decided discretion the better part of valour on that occasion.
Next delivery, driven into the offside. There's no run.
With some style by Luke Fletcher, and then he punches his bat with annoyance at not getting it past Ben Mike. And it does mean Dane Patterson will be on strike.
He's got 1, Fletcher 2. Nobody has betted. Matthew Montgomery's 43. The only others to reach 20, Stephen Mullaney 21, Joe Clark 20, a couple of 17s, Liam Patterson-White and Ben Slater, and a 16 from Lyndon James. You talk about players getting a start, but I don't think there's anybody that's really looked in and comfortable and set. Even, you know, Montgomery made 43, but it was over an hour and a half. It was dropped early on, but nobody's absolutely looked completely at ease out there.
Not that sort of pitch, is it, really?
Parkinson bowls. It's steered into the offside, and there's no run. Must be you.
Have I not just done?
I thought I'd just. All right. Well,
no, I don't.
182 for 9.
I'll happily cracking.
Next,
go on then.
next ball, and there's the blow way over the leg side for 6. In truth, it cleared the rope by 15 or 20 yards. It wasn't one of his big ones, but if that's a rangefinder, it was big enough. Away for 6 from Dane Patterson.
It's a long boundary down there. It's a good sort of 75 yards. So let's say that's an 85-yard hit before the ball actually landed. It would have been a 6 at just about any ground, I think.
188 for 9. Radio Nottingham coming slightly early to me for the next update. Patterson rocks back, pushes this into the offside, no run. 188 for 9. You were alarmed then because you thought it was 3:30. There's Parkinson, bowls, full toss, hit back on the bounce. Well, around about half an hour or so ago I told you that Nottinghamshire had a poor afternoon. Well, it's continued. There are 188 for 9, and we're very much down to the last couple. Dane Patterson, who's just hit a huge 6, the first of the day. He's gone on to 8. Luke Fletcher with him on 2. Top score for Notts today, Matthew Montgomery, who's in the side today because Ben Duckett's away with the England squad. Stephen Mullaney 21, Joe Clark 20, but not a lot else. It's been a ball-dominating bat sort of day here. A lot of these players haven't played red ball cricket, of course, for 5 or 6 weeks now, whilst they've had a break away from the county championship, and Notts in truth have looked rusty. It will be the tea interval when this final wicket goes down. When that is, we're not sure. Nottinghamshire 189 for 9.
Looks like it's not the case.
189 for 9. The end of that over. Update there for BBC Radio Nottingham, the afternoon show with Verity Cowley. 6 in that over then from Dane Patterson. $189 for 9. Who's going to bowl from the far end? It's going to be Michael Finan brought back. Nice idea this from Callum Parkinson. If he gets the wicket, will enable Finan to troop off at the end of the innings with his maiden wicket. Feel a little bit better over the next day or two whilst he waits for another bowl. But if it goes wrong, well, let's see. Here's Finan. Bowls, and one just too quick, I think, for Dane Patterson, who backed away, trying to give himself some room, missed it, taken low down by Swindles. Notts need 11 for a batting point. John 88 makes a decent point that extras are creeping up. Yeah, nice spot. 23 extras, so second top score after Matthew Montgomery's 43. Fine and contributing with a handful of no balls earlier. 3 in 1 over. He's in again, and Patterson will probably get a couple of runs here. Didn't quite go where he meant it, into the offside. In fact, they've run the first 2 quickly. Will they turn? No, they'll settle for 2. So Dane Patterson on to 10. 191 for 9. Not had too many opportunities to stick around for too long, Dane Patterson, and let's have a look. He's now within 1 of his season high, and that was in the last match against Sussex here when he made 11. So an opportunity here, perhaps. One run away from his best. Next delivery pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run. Steve Rose sends a photo of the ground. No better place on a Monday afternoon, Dave, and says, "Come on, Fletch." Let's just retweet that at Brace Cricket. Thank you, Steve. 191 for 9. Not seen much of the strike, Fletcher. In fact, he's faced 12 balls for his 2 runs, but he's certainly not seen much of it in this partnership with Dane Patterson, who's on strike again. And well, he's almost followed by Finan, as Patterson again just showed an indication of backing away, and Finan followed him. 191 for 9. So Notts have scored 109 runs this afternoon, but lost 7 wickets in doing it. Two balls left in the 60th over of the day. Dane Patterson on strike. Michael Finan bowls to him, and Patterson with a huge heave, and he's got it away through mid-wicket. Not entirely where he wanted it to go, but it's gone for 4, and he slapped his pads with the bat as he jogged down to the other end, because he knows that was a miscue, a miss-hit, but a useful miscue and miss-hit for the South African international. 195 for 9. Patterson on to 14. It's usually fun whilst he's out there. 6 and a 4 already to him. Michael Finan won't be enjoying it. On for 54 now, his figures. Last ball of his 10th over. Patterson on strike on 14. What's he going to do with this one? He's had a lift over the legs, over the offside. Not entirely sure that was deliberate either, but he's lifted it over cover, and not as far out as the sweeper on the offside boundary, so he's got a single, and it's 196 for 9. And suddenly, with these 2 or 3 big shots from Dane Patterson, Notts are sniffing out a bonus point at 196 for 9. They're 4 away from a batting point, so if he can middle another one. Is it going to be Callum Parkinson? No, Chris Wright's taken his cap off, so he fancies an early end to this session. 3 wickets already to Chris Wright. 3 for 24 from his 14 overs, 7 maidens. Those of you watching the live stream will see the shot of the ground there, looking an absolute picture. Really has done today. So just wonder if Chris Wright might just have a little too much nous for Dane Patterson. Richard's back to see if that's how it pans out, with Notts requiring 4 for a batting point.
Valuable runs these in the context of the game as a whole. As I say, it's sort of 200, 210. It's not too bad a score, and the pitch is still doing plenty.
He was appalled with that last boundary through mid-wicket, wasn't he, Patterson? He whacked himself in the pads because he knew he hadn't got hold of it.
He won't mind too much, but yes, he did. You know, he has aspirations, doesn't he?
Yes.
Style. Wright is in to bowl to him outside off stump, wristily cut away or chopped away into the offside, but not quite timed, and it goes more or less straight to Walker, who's at extra cover.
It's a bonkers game, cricket. You get 9 wickets out, you get the number 11 out there, and they've got 4 on the boundary.
Yeah.
They've packed up work. You see, it's 4. Oh no, it's not 4 o'clock. It's 3:30. They've packed up work.
Perhaps they've started half an hour early as well.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe
Yeah,
they keep
they're on
cricketing
autumn hours
in the September. Wright is in, and bowls go straight through Patterson, whose instinct is to sort of, against pace-ish or pacey-ish bowling, he does take a slight step into the leg side. He has a very good eye though.
Yeah, if it's in his slot, it'll go.
It will, as we've seen already. And that one was just a little bit too good for him. Went past his outside edge.
Wondered about the decision to bring back Michael Finan, and It's one of those, if he gets the wicket, he's going to go off with his head held high a little bit and a little bit of confidence. If he's whacked around by number 11, it'll go the other way.
Right is in, back goes Patterson to the slightly short ball outside off stump, cuts it away perfectly effectively, out towards Rishi Patel, who's out there on the point boundary, takes his one, moves on to 16 off 17, and it says over to you, Fletch, who's on 2 off 12, 197 for 9. Can you get the boundary we need for that? Oh, just 3 runs now we need for that batting bonus point. I mean, in the context of the division rather than the game, the extra run's probably not that important. 35 points clear, not so. I know they played a game more than
Glamorgan in third,
and Middlesex, but still a pretty solid
30
lead.
clear of Middlesex, same number of games.
Lead as right is in to Fletcher, who's pushing a delivery outside off stump that just perhaps holds its own and beats the outside edge. Through to Swindles it goes. Third slip has gone in for Fletcher.
Yeah, Patel. I was just going to say, wouldn't it be typical if he gets a skyer on the boundary edge, as he'd left the close catching cordon for the first time today.
Parkinson has a quick word with Wright. He's looking for his 4th wicket of the innings. 3 for 25 or 14.4. Definitely fair to say he's been the pick. Runs in and bowls. Fletcher is turning one neatly off his legs down toward deep backward square where Finan makes a long barrier, gets his throw away, takes the one. Happy to give Patterson the strike now. He wasn't too sure when he first came in, I don't think, Luke Fletcher, but more than happy for Patterson to see if he can get knots over the 200 barrier.
It'll push to mid-wicket. Might just be able to scamper 2 depending on how weighty it is.
I'll go for the cut between sort of to backward point.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be any.
Making a bit of room.
I don't think there'll be any little pushes to mid-wicket.
A bit of dark cloud is beginning to build away to the east now as in goes Right and meets a very solid defensive straight bat from Dane Patterson. Out to mid-off it goes to Ed Barnes. End of Wright's 15th over. 3 for 26. His figures, 198 for 9 the score. Will Finan continue? Discussions going on involving Harry Swindles, Leicestershire's wicketkeeper, Callum Parkinson 2. Walker is there, but it is going to be Finan. I suppose he is the quickest of the Leicestershire seamers. He's not expressive by any means, but if you can get a sharpish swinging Yorker through, might be the delivery. 35 to go until the close.
So here is Finan bowling to Luke Fletcher. Round the wicket he comes. It drifted on down the leg side with the angle, poorly directed. Just needed a thickish tickle from Luke Fletcher. Notts would have had that 200 up on the board. Always sounds a lot better than 198, of course, and would at least mean they'd achieve batting bonus points in every game so far. Certainly it looks very much as if this is going to be their poorest first innings performance of the campaign. It's Finan bolts. Was that a no ball? Was that a cry of no ball, or was it from the crowd? It was a cry of no ball. So the single is taken, but the no ball takes Notts on its own up to and beyond the 200, and the batting bonus point's not gone on the board yet. They've got the single up there. Board says 199, but it was a no ball, and pretty sure it was acknowledged.
Yeah, it was a no ball for certain.
One.
Crowder ahead of the score, isn't that? There he goes. Yeah. Ironic cheer.
It's Ian Smith who works the screens, is keeping them waiting. Got the kettle on there early, Ian. So Patterson back on strike. Oh, a bouncer to him. That one wasn't going to be in his arc, was it? Dug in short. A little bit of venom from Mikey Finan. One for the over, says the umpire. 201 for 9, so Nottinghamshire have a batting bonus point. Leicestershire have 3 bowling points. They've done pretty well. If you said to them you can bowl Notts out For under 220 by T, they'd have, I think, been relatively happy. Finan round the wicket bowls. Patterson's hit this one up into the air, and straight away he knows that he's going to be caught on the deep mid-wicket fence, and Finan has got the wicket, and Notts have gone for 201 after 61.3 overs. And the last man out is Dane Patterson for 16. Luke Fletcher is 4 not out, and first wicket for Michael Finan, who finishes with 1 for 58 in his 11th over, and it's Louis Kimber who's taken the catch on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So there'll be 34 overs remaining after tea, so not that long a session, not a extra super long if we get them all in. As Rich said, the cloud cover just starting to roll in, but hopefully we'll be okay. Dane Patterson out for 16, hit a 4 and a 6 in his 20-minute stay. Notts 201 all out. 82 for 2 at lunch. He'd have
yeah, he would certainly at lunch they would have taken 201 all out. That is for sure. Offered it this morning before the start of play. Might have scratched their chins a little bit, but I think they would have taken that. Well bowled Chris Wright and Ed Barnes in particular. Walker came back well after struggling a little bit early on. Got a little bit of good fortune to pick up a couple of wickets. Parkinson got one, and then Finan at the end with his first class wicket. I'm not sure he'll remember it particularly fondly, but they all count in the book. Now we will find out against a very good Notts seam attack what this pitch really is all about. Leicestershire would certainly take sort of 82 for 2 at the close, put it that way, as Notts were after their first session of batting. We'll find out.
Yeah, as John 88 pointed out, extras 25, second top scorer. Been that sort of
no balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there we are, folks. Tea at Trent Bridge. 34 overs remain when we come back in around about 20 minutes' time to see how Leicestershire get on. Notts have been bowled out for 201. Matthew Montgomery top score with 43. It's tea at Trent Bridge. We'll be back with you shortly. Well, welcome back everybody to Trent Bridge. The umpires have just crossed the boundary rope at the far end, and Stephen Mullane and his side just gathering inside the boundary rope for a little bit of a huddle, causing the two Leicestershire openers just to make a little bit of a detour around that huddle as they make their way out to the middle. That famous walk from the Trent Bridge dressing rooms down the stairs and along the corridor, out the door, down the steps, out the gate, and on the way out to the middle. And as they look up, they'll see that the sky has really filled in. It's cloudy all around, just peering away. There we go on the live stream. You can see actually it looks a little more threatening on the live stream than it does in real life. Famous last words, Bracegirdle, but it doesn't look as if there's any rain imminent. Peter Moores this morning when I chatted said hopefully we're going to be in for a full day weather-wise. Tend to trust the balm, isn't it? You tend to trust the cricket dressing rooms more than you trust the weather apps and whatever. But not so hopeful for a full day. We've got 34 overs remaining. So just put there on Twitter. That might very much come back to bite me. I mean, I don't know who's winning this game. I know Notts were rusty. It wasn't a particularly good batting performance. A few loose shots that contributed to their downfall. But as Rich has been saying throughout the day, it's certainly not been easy out there at all for any of them. And Leicestershire have now got to try and respond with the bat. And, how good a fist they make of it will really depend on how good a score 201 is. It's going to be Stephen... no, it's not. It's not. It's going to be Luke Fletcher from the pavilion end, and somewhat unusually for him, he's going to be bowling... Luke Fletcher's going to be bowling from that pavilion end. First ball is defended. Sam Evans is on strike, right-hander. Sanazad at the non-striker's end. Umpire Illingworth straight away just having a word with Luke Fletcher about where his feet are landing. Breeze has certainly picked up. Just a gentle, what's the word, a gentle zephyr, is that the right word? Earlier in the day, it's a bit of a stronger breeze now as Fletcher comes in again to Evans on his pads and dangled away for the first run of the day for Leicestershire, down to long leg, Dane Patterson fields. So the Foxes are up and running, one without loss. New man is the left-handed as Sanazad. Played a little bit in the Notts age groups and a handful of games for Notts seconds before getting an opportunity with Leicestershire. Got a radio update to come. And there's, well, in fact, it's a no ball as you come to me. Leicestershire now batting. They very nearly got off to the worst possible start because Luke Fletcher has bowled a delivery that's been edged to Montgomery in the slips, and it's a no ball. So Leicestershire now 3 without loss, and that's after Nottinghamshire were bowled out in 2 sessions today for 201. Not entirely sure how good a score that is because it's looked really tricky out there all day. None of these players have played red ball cricket for 5 or 6 weeks now. A lot of them looked very rusty. Matthew Montgomery, the leading scorer with 43, as Notts bowled out for 201. Leicestershire with a bit of a scare, a 3 without loss. So that was fairly dramatic for Sanazad. First delivery that he received, he nicked into the slip cordon where Matthew Montgomery gobbled it up at second slip. It's the leading catcher in the Royal London competition, Matthew Montgomery, with 11. Safe pair of hands. Joe Clogg's at first, Montgomery's at second, and this one is defended by Sanazad as play restarts with a legal delivery. So a little bit of a bizarre start. Umpire Illingworth's been right on the money all day with that front line and no balls, and now Nottinghamshire. I think that's the second time this season they've lost a wicket because of somebody overstepping. James Pattinson right back at the start of the season against Glamorgan, and in his first over had David Lloyd caught by Duckett off a no ball. There's Fletcher. Keep your feet behind the line, lad, as this one goes through to Moores, 3 without loss. Welcome back, Rich.
Thank you. It's all happening here. Just wondering whether that signifies a change in fortune for Hassan Azad, who's found some extraordinary ways to get out. Actually, in his first-class career, to be quite honest, in recent seasons, particularly this season, and all sorts of sort of rumours surrounding his future and what his plans are going to be.
Comes Fletcher again, round the wicket to Azad, and he's off the mark, clipping it down to Slater at long leg for a single, 4 without loss. One or two things troubling me right now. I'm not entirely sure why Luke Fletcher is bowling from the Pavilion end rather than his favoured Radcliffe Road end. We'll talk about breeze and all the rest of the bits and pieces. I don't know if it's going to be Brett Hutton or Dane Patterson sharing the new ball with him. Maybe they've been given the little bit of assistance, but with a right-hander and a left-hander there, I don't know. Anyway, Fletcher bowls, and there's going to be another run here off the shoulder of Sam Evans' bat. Slater's chasing it down towards the third man rope down below us somewhere, and they come back for a second run, so 6 from an indifferent opening for Nottinghamshire. It could have been so different, and he kept his foot behind the line. Evans has 3, Azad has 1, extras have 2.
One thing that's troubling me is the amount of dark cloud that's been to build away to the sort of south and actually pretty much all around, but it's moving fairly quickly, so
it's high as well, isn't it?
We might just be lucky. We might get all 34 of these overs in this session that are due to be bowled.
Got a picture of Brett Hutton holding a bat up there on the screen.
Looks very moody in that picture, doesn't it?
It does.
Film star looks there.
He only made 8 with the bat earlier. What can he do with the ball?
Well, he knows that he can take a lot of Leicestershire wickets with a white ball. What can he do with a red ball on a pitch that is offering him plenty? He's going to come in from the Radcliffe Road end to bowl to Hassan Azad outside off stump. Azad just steps forward and leaves his bat raised as it swings through into the gloves of Tom Moores. 3 slips, very staggered, behind Azad. From where we're sitting up on this, halfway up this Radcliffe Road stand, they're almost in a line. We're at a very straight long off, not quite behind the bowler's arm, but it's still a wonderful view. Hutton is into Azad. He's half appealing for a leg before as it thumps into the pad, trickles out towards backwards square. Well, there was no bat involved, but it pitched outside leg probably and may have swung up down again. There was enough doubt for umpire Pratt to be walking away, and Hutton choked off his appeal really. He knew it was asking a little bit too much in that case. A leg bye is taken, 7 without loss.
Brett Hutton was in at 3rd slip in the first over. Obviously he's bowling now, so can't be in at slip as well. And Lyndon James has slotted in there beside Clark and Montgomery.
Hutton turns, runs in and bowls and beats Evans, the groping Evans. He took a big stride, Evans, who's not a particularly tall man, but he did take a big stride trying to get to the pitch of the ball, and it bounced and went past his outside edge, left him. Into the gloves of Moores it went.
A couple of Centurions in Division 1. Keaton Jennings has just gone to his 100 in the Roses match for Lancashire. They're 198 for 1 against Yorkshire, and Marcus Harris of Gloucestershire with a century. They're going well against Somerset.
Hutton is in again. Evans is reaching for it a little bit, getting to it this time, steering it out to Hamid, who's at point. Formerly of Leicestershire, of course, Marcus Harris. It was good to see him when we went down to Bristol for the Royal London Cup game. He came bouncing up with a very familiar grin. How are things going? He said, "You're finding a sort of way in the white ball game?" I said, "Yeah, sort of." It wasn't entirely convincing, and so it proved. As Hutton is in to Evans, who might just have dropped his hands, as that one was a little bit shorter of a length. Again, there was movement, straightened a bit for Hutton, who's getting a word from umpire Pratt. I don't know what that was about. Pitch has lightened a little, as you would expect, over the day, but there's still plenty of green on it, and certainly there's movement. Hutton is in and bowls, and this time a very clear leave from Sam Evans, who looked determined to get on the front foot, and did, and then lifted his bat over the line. Over the ball, 2 overs are done, 7 without loss. Leicestershire, they still trail by 194 runs. What's your prediction for the close of play? It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because you don't want to be, but based on what we've seen so far.
Well, right now it could be anything. It couldn't it? You know, it could be. What have we got? 32 overs.
Yep.
3 and over. 9. You know, it could be 96 to 98 without loss. As Fletcher starts a new over and it bowls, you would expect, just by the way, you know, the regularity that wickets have gone down today. We've had a top score of 43. We've only had one partnership of 50. The ball has done a bit for most of the day. Added on top of everything that we've seen up to this point in the day, we've now got the overhead cloud cover, so you'd expect that would help Fletcher, Houghton and Dane Patterson. Don't think there'll be too many other bowlers employed in this session. He'll keep them going for as long as he can. I think Notts will be disappointed if they didn't get 5 wickets today, as Fletcher bowls past the outside edge and it goes through to the keeper. That's, you know, that's not a prediction. That's, I would imagine, you know, with the intel that we've got from watching the first 2 sessions, you'd imagine that maybe 5 wickets would go in this session. Leicestershire will be desperately keen, not just to prove Bracegirdle wrong, but to get the foundations. Notts will be obviously looking to make the most of this new ball.
They'd definitely take 92 without loss, that's for
Well,
sure.
yeah, well, they would. There's add-on 1. Fletcher bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run.
Hassan Azad this season, 527 runs. He started wonderfully with a very good century in the first game to save the game. 17 innings, he's averaging 33 basically, and I say he's found some very strange way and unfortunate ways to get out. But, there's rumours linking him with Derbyshire and going into a different profession altogether.
Fletcher bowls, Sanazad works it to square leg where Lyndon James is now. Square leg for Fletcher's bowling. In at slip for Hutton's bowling.
I think he was very disappointed not to sort of get a chance in the Royal London Cup where he could have had a role. You know, they didn't find a convincing opening partnership in that game. He's not just a red ball player. I think it's difficult to make a living just as a red ball player now as a first-class cricketer.
Yeah, you saw how Asiba Mead had, you know, sort of remodelled his game. This is pushed into the offside. You'd imagine when he made the move 3 years ago from Lancashire to Notts, obviously looking to rebuild his career first and foremost. But you know, certainly, I'm sure if we went through the trouble of looking back on the signing media briefings and all the rest of it, I don't think there'll been any quotes in there from Mick Newell or Peter Moores. You know, we're looking to bring Asiba Mead to Trent Bridge as an all-format player. We're very much looking forward to seeing him skippering in white ball cricket or anything like that. But he's remodelled his game, adapted it nicely, played very, very well in that format as Fletcher bowls outside the off stump, and it goes through to Tom Moores. 7 without loss, 1 from that Fletcher over. In fact, none from that Fletcher over. He's got through a maiden, 7 without loss.
And he's a very bright man, Azad, with his first-class honours in chemical engineering, and He's also looked at the law, and I think he's not short of offers should he wish to do something else. Should he decide to go down, he's going to be a huge success in whatever he does in that respect, I'm certain. So he's a lot for him to think about.
He talked about grunting bowlers earlier. Listen to Brett Hutton.
He's in, and he's appealing for leg before. Something of an afterthought, I suspect, from Hutton. It was looked to be going down towards the leg side. It came off the pad, trickled down towards long leg. Evans got the afterburners on, completed 2.
A better throw would have been interesting, wouldn't it?
It would. It wasn't the greatest of throws from long leg. It required Moores, who's still looking rather reproachfully in that direction, to leap and take it high above his head. But Evans was having to hurry, certainly, and had that one been just above the stumps, it would have been very interesting indeed. Perhaps too interesting for Sam Evans. In goes Hutton and bowls to him again outside off stump. Looks to steer it away and gets it past Hamid, who's a little bit slow in diving away or getting down away to his right. And Evans got just enough on it out of the reach of Hamid, and it trickles over the ropes to cover, and he picks up 4, moves on to 7-13 without loss. Leicestershire, they trail by 188.
Nice tweet here from Suzanne Martin. I've completely succeeded at parenthood, Dave. I got home from school with the kid.
Hutton is into Evans, a little bit squared up by that one, but plenty of bat on it, pushes it out into the offside.
I've completely succeeded at parenthood, Dave. Got home from school with the kid. His first words as he plonked down on the chair were, "Can we watch the live stream, Mum?"
Bless him.
Bless him, yep. Very nice, Suzanne. Maybe first day back. I don't know, 1 or 2 would have started back end of last week, I think, but for many it was first day back. Hope he had a good day and will enjoy the next couple of hours with us, Suzanne.
Could be tense as Hutton is into Evans, who is forward on off stump. Out into the offside it goes. Hamid comes bounding in. Still got his... I remember seeing him at when he came to the Upton Steel County ground for the Royal London Cup game. Most of his fingers seem to be bound up, and there's still plenty
held together by sticking plaster,
bandages and plasters and all sorts on his fingers. Rubs his hands together and walks in as Hutton comes in and bowls to Evans, who again is defending solidly enough on off stump, line and length delivery out into the offside. Fletcher at mid-off picks up.
Yeah, I still wonder if he's had a few flashbacks after being 98 not out and taking a single, the penultimate ball of the innings there at Leicester. 98 not out. He could have turned it down. He only got Dane Patterson with him at the back end of the innings. I don't think anybody would have had anything negative to say if he'd turned it down and then had a bit of a go with the last ball to try and get his 100.
Hutton is in Fuller, but no movement again, really, not much movement again, and forward goes Evans, blocking it out into the offside. 13 without loss. That 4 hit by Evans, the only scoring shot off Hutton's 2 overs thus far. 13 without loss, and the sounds like 1 or 2 still in the building site. I think he's cleaning. Oh, he's cleaning the cement mixer, cement wagon. Gentleman in orange dungarees.
Or everybody else has vacated the site,
exactly.
And
Yeah,
a deposit of cement has been dumped ready for the morning. And here's Fletcher starting a new over past the outside edge. It goes through to Tom Moores. I think we're all right for a while weather-wise. That filthy black cloud has passed away. That's on its way to my garden in Newark, but we can see the chimney from the power station way over to our right, and beyond it East Midlands Airport and all that sort of malarkey over there, so reasonably good visibility.
It looks a bit lighter over there too, so it looks like we're going to be fortunate.
Different first over from Fletcher. He overstepped, found the outside edge of Asanazad's bat. It was caught by Montgomery, but no ball. This time a defensive block denies the Bulwell bomber, as he's been affectionately known during his time here at Trent Bridge. It's 34 in a week or so, Luke Fletcher. Well, almost a fortnight, the 18th. Here he comes. Again, round the wicket, past umpire Illingworth, and a push at that one, and the edge, and Hassan Azad goes, and Fletcher gets his man, and it's 13 for 1. Regulation catch behind the stumps for Tom Moores. Fletcher putting it in a good area. Hassan Azad, by the time he's even walked up to his partner at the other end, has played the shot again a couple of times. A little bit of frustration there, no doubt, and a thin feather through to the keeper, and Notts have got an early one that they'd have been looking for. Hassan Azad caught Moore's ball. Fletcher won at the crease for 20 minutes, faced 15 balls before departing, and Luke Fletcher right back on the money. That's his first wicket for 6 weeks or so. 13 for 1.
Could hear the edge from up here. He went at it quite hard hands, Azad. Mayfield, they've got to try and pick up what runs they can while they can, Leicestershire. Whether that's the right attitude. The umpires are looking somewhat concernedly towards the dark clouds, but we have a slightly better view, I suspect. And they are being chased across. We can see rain away to the south, but it is quite a long way to the south, and now it's sort of to the east as well. So, which is the way the wind is blowing. And I think, as Dave has said, we're going to be good for the foreseeable. Louis Kimber coming in at 3. Well, he likes to go for his shots, so it could be brief and it could be spectacular, but if he hangs around, he'll score his runs at a run a ball, if not better. Louis Kimber, he has been in pretty good form. This is a different sort of challenge to the white ball.
Floodlights are just starting to crank into life. That was obviously as a result of the umpires coming together at the fall of that wicket and getting on the old, can we still call them walkie-talkies? Whatever it is they have nowadays to get in touch with the scorers or the ground authorities. Here's Fletcher into the new man. This one strikes him in the breadbasket somewhere. 13 for 1. Just nipped back a little bit to into the midriff of the giant that is Louis Kimber. His brother played against Notts a week or two back, Nick Kimber, for Surrey at Welbeck.
As you know, he caught Nick in the game at Guildford against Surrey.
Looks much darker on the live stream, those of you watching the pictures. Sometimes it's the other way round as Fletcher again bowls, this time into the thigh pad of Kimber. Sometimes it's the other way round, isn't it? It appears okay on the monitors when it's very dark in the ground. We're up on high looking down on it, and as Rich says, we've got a nice vantage point in that we can see away towards the airport and whatever weather the weather is blowing across. It's all looking okay. I will agree with the umpires that if you look straight up from where they're standing, there's some dirty black clouds overhead, but I think we'll be okay. Notts won't mind bowling in this as Fletcher in again to Kimber, leaves this alone, and just look at the reaction, the oohs and the ahs. 13 for 1 should be a name of a pop band, shouldn't it, after 5 overs. Evans has 7, Kimber fresh at the crease, none, and the man out is Sanazad, who made just 1.
Louis Kimber this season, 11 innings, 355 runs at 32, 100. That was at Sussex, at Hove against Sussex. And a couple of 50s. 100 in these conditions would be a very, very different achievement to that in the bright sunshine on the flat track at Hove. In goes Hutton and bowls to Evans onto middle and leg. Evans hops across his stumps and turns it neatly down towards long leg. Takes 1. Moves on to 8.
I don't think Leicestershire would mind too much if the light deteriorated and the umpires decided to take them off. Not sure what it's going to do tomorrow morning, but you want to You want to play the game and have it in your favour as much as you can, and right now it looks to be decent conditions to assist the bowlers.
Quite a few of the cars coming up Loughborough Road have got their lights on as Hutton turns, runs in and bowls to Kimber outside off stump. That grunt of effort that Dave was talking about, very evident.
Very often it's a modern day thing though, isn't it? I mean, mine is supposed to be automatic, and, you know, in bright daylight they're supposed to turn off, but sometimes you're driving along, you think your blooming lights are on, and you know, it's the automatic sensor just flicking them on. I don't know, but yeah, you're right, they've all got it on, but you wonder how many of those it's on anyway. It's a matter of course.
Hutton is in again outside off stump, trying to tempt Kimber. Takes half a stride forward, but leaves his bat sort of cocked, so to speak, raised up, ready to drive. Wanders down, just finds a little bit of something on the pitch, just picks it up and drops it off the pitch.
Tell you what, it's a little easier to see our screens and monitors in here now.
It is, everything is much more visible. No reflections at all as Hutton is in. Kimber is shaping to push at that one. I think just about give him the benefit as it seemed away outside off stump.
Greenish tinge very visible on the monitors, isn't it? But it's generally what you get here at Trent Bridge. It plays pretty well, always looks as if it'll do a bit for the bowlers. A lot of playing batting here for the top order batsmen is between the ears here.
Hutton is in, back foot defensive push from Kimber, punch from Kimber, back past Hutton, and it's going to go out to the long off boundary for 4. The power of the young man evident there. Just stood up tall, punched it back. It was just short enough for him to get on top of the bounce. Sprawl to his left. Brett Hutton couldn't get there, and nothing Luca Fletcher could do at mid-off other than turn, jog after the ball.
Yep.
Nice way for Louis Kimber to get off the mark. 18 for 1. Hutton is in to him. He's turning that one into the leg side. Again, another nice piece of timing out towards deep backward square. Bit of relay work out there. Ends with Slater, I think it is, down there at long leg. Putting the throw in, Kimber picks up a couple, 6 from the last 2 balls of the over. Leicestershire 20 for 1, replying to Nottinghamshire's 201 all out. The game is moving on apace.
There's Liam Patterson-White with a sliding stop, scooped it up for Slater. Patterson-White, the ball polisher. Bit of an in-depth chat going on there. Joe Clark had stayed down that end to pass on something he'd observed to the skipper, Stephen Mullaney, and the bowler, Luke Fletcher. 20 for 1. Here comes Fletcher in again from the pavilion and bowls down the leg side, taken by Tom Moores. Little backflip from Moores to, I think, towards Joe Clark, but Matthew Montgomery took it. Clark still very animated with something. He's seen something or has a theory. $20 for 1, Leicestershire. Luke Fletcher with the wicket. Bowls again down the leg side, taken by Moores, and again he flicks it back, and Montgomery catches it. Just mentioned a while ago Keaton Jennings had reached 3 figures. He's now out. Lancashire 231 for 2 against Yorkshire. Jennings out for 119 in that Roses match. Really good day for Gloucestershire, or so far, at Taunton, the bottom 2. Gloucestershire 251 for 2, with Marcus Harris 122 not out. 20 for 1. Fletcher. Last 2 overs have been maidens, but this time he leaks a run as it's deflected down to Dane Patterson at long leg. 22 for 1. Division 2 scores: Derbyshire 247 for 5. They were in early strife, but Leos deploy with 82 got them going nicely. Harry Kame is 74 not out. Anna Rusdal 25 not out after a couple of early wickets to both Ben Rain and Chris Rushworth. Liam Travaskis with the other wicket in that one in Division 2. Glamorgan playing Worcestershire at Cardiff as Fletcher comes in wide of the off stump. No run. The visitors Worcestershire are batting. They're 237 for 4 now, with a decent partnership brewing between Gareth Roderick, who's 66 not out, Ed Barnard leaving the county at the end of the year 71 not out. 3 wickets earlier for Tim van der Houten. They're the other 2 matches in Division 2. Where haven't we been? Essex 231 for 4 against Kent, and Hampshire 129 for 3 against Northants, as off the back foot Kimber punches out as far as Lyndon James in the offside. And there's no addition to the total. 27 overs remain in the day if we get them all in. Don't think we've pointed out to you that Leicestershire's over rate at the end of the Notts first innings -2. Ball Notts out by T, albeit a delayed T interval, but Ball Notts out by T, but they've got an over rate of -2 that they'll have to work on in the second innings. There's Fletcher, bowls into the midriff area again of Kimber, end of the over, 21 for 1. At the last match here against Sussex, they went away with no points at all. I don't know if they can't remember now if they finished on 4 or 5 points in the game, but were heavily behind on their over rate. I don't know if they were -4 or -5, but whatever they earned in the game, they lost as a penalty.
Nottinghamshire are back in county championship action this afternoon as they host Leicestershire at Trent.
Where Leicestershire are now 25 for 1. It was an unusual start to this Leicestershire response after tea, and that Luke Fletcher had a Sanazad caught off a no ball in the very first over, but then a couple of overs later he did get his man. Azad, who only made one, just nibbled at one. It was caught behind by Tom Moores. Earlier in the day, Notts bowled out for 201 before tea. Matthew Montgomery with 43, the top scorer. Notts certainly looked rusty after their 6-week layoff from red ball cricket. 201 then for Notts. Still got 26 overs to go in the day if the light holds, and Leicestershire are 25 for 1.
Thanks, Dave. There's ball-by-ball commentary on the Sport website.
No run from the latest delivery sent down. 25 for 1. Sam Evans on 13. Push the first ball of this over away from Brett Hutton through the offside. Nice looking stroke. Evans on 13 from 19 deliveries, the right-hander. Hutton to bowl to him now. Nicked, dropped, second slip Montgomery. Safest hands in the club, and it's burst through his hands, and Joe Clark runs after it, keeps it inside the boundary rope, and they come back for 2. And a little bit of what troubled Leicestershire earlier in the day has now spilled over to the Nottinghamshire fielders, and it's Matthew Montgomery at second slip, spilling Evans on 13. Got both hands to it above his head, seemed to be falling back, falling over, and it escaped from his grasp. And Leicestershire move on to 27 for 1. Hutton in again, bowls, and Evans having nothing to do with that one. So Montgomery was the recipient of a drop very early in his innings when he was on 1. Now gives a life to the man who eventually caught him, Sam Evans. 27 for 1. is Hutton from our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end. Bowls again to the right-hander, and he's flashed at that one. Very extravagant looking shot in the circumstances. Fortunate not to get a nick on it. Of course, had he middled it, it would have raced away for 4, but he didn't get anything on it. Big moment for Sam Evans there. The card shows Colin Ackerman doing next, and Rishi Patel. And Harry Swindle's at 6, 27 for 1. Next ball nice and full. Dug out by Evans, nothing more than that. And it is the end of the 8th over. And Leicestershire trail by 174. Stephen Mullaney goes over and has a word with Brett Hutton, who's bowled 4 overs, none for 17. And yeah, I think I saw the signal there to Dane Patterson next over, if you don't mind. So will be the South African, I'm sure, to bowl the 10th over of the innings after Fletcher has bowled the 9th. Could well be then that once Fletcher's finished this spell, that Hutton replaces him from the pavilion end. Here is Luke Fletcher into Kimber, works it off his hip to Hamid at square leg. No run for the Notts vice captain and one-day skipper, Nasib Hamid. Pleasure of meeting some members of his family during the Royal London game. Came to the matches at Welbeck and Grantham. There at Blackpool, had a bit of a chatter to his dad at Blackpool. Lovely fella. And that's Kimber almost throwing the bat at that one outside the off peg. Again gets nothing on it. Fletcher left disgruntled, shrugs his shoulders, turns and stomps back. 27 for 1 it remains. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leicester, with Dave Bracegirdle and the returning Richard Ray.
Apparently it's quite stormy in Leicester, they tell me, so we are being fortunate.
Here again comes Big Luke to bowl to Louis Kimber, who's on 6, gets everything behind it, works it up to mid-on to the skipper, Stephen Mullaney. Made 21 earlier today, went past 5,000 career runs here at Trent Bridge. He's very close as well to 10,000 in his career, but the 5,000 at Trent Bridge, and not all for Notts. He had one game here for Lancashire right at the start of his career. Kimber on 6. Fletcher bowls him, stump out of the ground, cartwheeling, angled in, may well be the leg stump that's gone. 27 for 2. Kimber's got a beauty there. Matthew Montgomery comes back. No, it is the off stump, I beg his pardon, as he pops it back in the hole. Super delivery, yeah. Fletcher with the first 2 wickets. Louis Kimber faced just 15 balls, 1 boundary, and like Chris Wright early on in the Nottinghamshire innings, it's one of the most experienced guys on the county circuit, with his 2nd wicket as the ground staff suddenly put Bracegirdle on red alert, because they've all come out and they are ready to start up the hover cover, and that generally means that they suspect there might be some rain around. 27 for 2. That might be a timely wicket then for Fletcher to get, with Kimber absolutely bowled neck and crop.
1 or 2 leaving the stand over on that side of the ground, and yet it's actually probably a little bit lighter,
yeah,
if anything, than it was. So it might just be a few spits and spots in the air as Colin Ackerman, the lesser spotted Colin Ackerman, comes out to join Sam Evans. Evans himself has had a life already. Was it Montgomery at second slip?
It was, yeah.
Through whose hands the ball burst, driving rather loosely at a delivery from Brett Hutton. But Leicestershire put down chances as well. I can tell you the general sort of feeling among Leicester supporters that they could be 6 or 7 down by the close, and you know, there's no reason on the evidence of our own eyes to necessarily go against that opinion.
Mark says I'm over here in the Cooper stand and it's raining, Dave. Okay, that's why the ground staff are out there. It's one of those, isn't it? The more you peer, you can imagine things, can't you? The only sort of bit of dot we've got are the gaps in the sight screen, in the scoreboard, as Fletcher comes in to bowl to the new man, who's away first ball with an indistinguished bottom edge away on the leg side. Doesn't matter, gets him down the other end, gets one against his name rather than naught, and world record holder Ackerman is off the mark, 28 for 2. What were his figures? 7 for not very many in that T20 game
20
against Warwickshire 5 or 6 years ago, and I just love it at the county ground there. How they've got it all the way. Well, they've got it part of the way round the concourse area there. Fletcher bowls this one wide of Evans and it goes through to the keeper. So Fletcher, who began with 6 going from his first over, is now 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 8. And it's 28 for 2.
What did you say of Chris Wright? He's on for a 10 for taking the first 2. Well,
we did just before you came. We did manage to spot the signal from Stephen Mullaney to Dane Patterson that he was to take the next over, and that hasn't changed with the fall of the wicket. Brett Hutton will just have a little breather and then he'll replace Fletcher at the far end when Fletcher's done, but it is going to be Dane Patterson to take over. This is just the 10th over of the innings.
Ackerman 613 runs in 17 innings at an average of 41, as Patterson is in to him, bowls outside off stump, bounces for a second time before being gathered by Tom Moores.
Hit the only 6 of the day, didn't he, Dane Patterson? Clubbed blow over deep mid-wicket. The ground staff have actually sat down. They've not gone away,
down, haven't they?
Making themselves comfortable.
And the denizens of the open stand, alongside the Smith Cooper stand, nobody's got umbrellas up over there or anything, so
well, anywhere have they?
We're hopeful, no, indeed. As in goes Patterson and bowls again a little bit too wide, indeed. No ball is signalled by umpire Pratt. Leicestershire managed to bowl.
Tell you what, there is
6 or 7 of them.
One umbrella.
There is, bless her. Yes, I can see it. In a pink
pink
is it a
top.
gentleman or a lady? I can't quite tell who's underneath it, but somebody in a pink top has got a put it down, madam or sir.
Yeah,
it's only putting thoughts into the umpire's minds.
The shadow cast down from the brolly. We can't quite see the face, see if it's a lady or a gentleman.
Patterson is in, that's a straight delivery. Ackerman is forward, solidly enough, pushing it out towards Fletcher, who moves to his left at mid-off. Ackerman 613 runs, 277 not out of them, came in one innings again against Sussex at Hove, and he and Mulder put on a record county championship partnership for the 4th wicket, not just for Leicestershire but in all county championship history. Patterson is in and beats Ackerman to the wide with a delivery which squares him up and holds its own, and Ackerman just wanders forward and prods hopefully at the pitch. 30 for 2, 171 behind. The sort of consensus from those who've been watching on the stream was that it was a sort of 150 wicket really, and that Nottinghamshire had been allowed to get 40 or 50 too many with the catches that went down. Patterson is in and bowls outside off stump. Ackerman threatens to try and flare it away through the offside, and after a certain amount of thought, umpire Pratt decides it was wide enough to be signalled wide. Patterson stops as he walks back and looks in mock disbelief back at says, are we still playing white ball cricket? I'm sure he doesn't say anything of the sort, but
might have swayed his decision by the fact that Ackerman did everything he could possibly do to try and reach it and still couldn't. So I think if he'd just shouldered arms and stayed where he was, it might not have been given.
Got away with it, but he sort of got in position to flay it away and then made it look as though I can't even reach that. Patterson is in and bowls again. Width, that might be close as well, but no, says umpire Pratt. I gave Ackerman the benefit of the doubt first time. You get it this time.
He's got in his armoury and gets an awful lot of wickets with his one that they call it L3 card trick, doesn't they? Away swinger, away swinger, away swinger, away swinger, and then he shoulder arms to one that sends you off stump, castling out of the ground. But these are a little too wide. I don't think they're going to be fooling somebody the experience of Colin Ackerman, who I'm sure is well aware of the prowess of reputation of Dane Patterson.
Who is in, and Ackerman is essaying a huge booming drive and getting nothing on the ball, which bounces through to Moores behind the stumps, and the pink wearing person in the stand has put the umbrella down, which is good to see. So there are now no umbrellas.
So, gentlemen,
up around.
Sorry, sir, if we indicated anything other than that. We just couldn't quite see the body form, if you like, because of the shadow cast down from the umbrella.
Patterson is in straighter. Ackerman is looking to drive. It bounces a little awkwardly out towards Luke Fletcher, who has to sort of steady himself as he moves away to his left, and always was going to be a comfortable single in those circumstances. Ackerman takes it, moves on to 2. 32 for 2, Leicestershire of 10 overs. The innings reflecting each other at the moment to a certain extent, but it does look difficult batting conditions out there. The difference being this time, although the pitch has been exposed to the sun for 4 or 5 hours now, the cloud is over the ground, should be helping. A little bit of swing, but it's swung all day, sunshine or cloud, as well as seamed.
I think the ground staff have had a little bit of a rest. Can we go back, boss? As Fletcher comes in and bowls is pushed into the offside. They'll have a cup of tea and a bit of a rest this afternoon. They went out there in the tea interval and will have to do all the dusting and the remarking of the lines, and then they've just flopped down there by the hover cover away to our right. For a moment it did look as if they were very much on full alert, but they are now just chilled out. .32 for 2. Wickets going down in the 5th and the 9th over, exactly the same as in the Nottinghamshire innings, as Ackerman works this on the leg side, well fielded by a sliding Mead. So definite similarities. Leicestershire 13 for 1, 27 for 2. Nottinghamshire were 9 for 1, 26 for 2. But then came that third wicket partnership of 57, the biggest of the innings.
Could be the difference between the sides, couldn't it? That Conway being shelled on 1, going on to get 43.
Well, Evans, of course, has been shelled on 13, is now on 15. Ackerman on strike on 2 as Fletcher bowls to him, edged and caught by Brett Hutton, and Fletcher's got a 3 for. Fletcher's got himself a bonus bowling point there inside his first 6 overs. Leicestershire 32 for 3, and the safe hands of Brett Hutton gobbles up the opportunity. And we've still got 23 overs to go in the day. 32 for 3.
What price? Nottinghamshire starting their second innings before the close.
None.
You think not?
None.
Right. Mike, what odds would you give me? I might get something out of the day after all.
So Leicestershire didn't put 57 on for the third wicket. Well gathered by Brett Hutton, wasn't it? Low down. A lot of the slip catches have been round about waist height or there or thereabouts. But Colin Ackerman, such a dangerous player, has gone pretty quickly. Only 10 minutes at the crease, 11 balls faced, out for 2. Caught Hutton, and Luke Fletcher's got all 3.
Yeah, it wasn't a great shot from Ackerman, pushing hard hands at the ball. It was a smart catch from Hutton. Rishi Patel swapped positions with, well, he's opened, he's gone in at 3, and now he finds himself at 5, so not necessarily moving in the right direction. I kind of think that Kimber is a more natural 4 or 5, and Patel is a more natural 3, really. And I think the fact that he hasn't scored too many runs in that position has seen the change, but Well, he's found himself going in fairly early anyway, Rishi Patel, since dropping down the order a little bit, and he does so today too.
Just quickly to delete that, spelled Colin with 2 C's. Not too many ways you can get Colin wrong, is there? 32 for 3 as Rishi Patel comes to the crease. Sam Evans 15 not out. He's dodged all the bullets at the other end. Azad out for 1, Kimber for 6, Ackerman for 2.
And remember, Leicestershire have a very long tail in this game.
There's Fletcher. Is this your over or mine?
It's yours.
To the new arrival, Rishi Patel. So Harry Swindle's doing at 6, or listed as 6.
Yeah.
Ed Barnes at 7. Then you've got Roman Walker, Callum Parkinson, Chris Wright, and Michael Finan in Richard's list. That's the way Richard's got them.
That's how it will be. Swindles is in no form at all with the bat.
Suzanne says that'll make up for Fletch not getting his 100 today. 32 for 3. Didn't really look like he was going to get any. This has hit him on the pad and given, and Fletcher's got 4 now. Patel out, second ball, LBW. It was a strong and loud and confident shout from Luke Fletcher, and up went the finger of umpire Richard Illingworth. Here is the decision, and the stream's not in line, Rich, but that looked very close, and it was very full, and Rishi Patel's gone for 2.
Safe to say it wasn't the right shot, that's for sure.
So 2 in the over for Luke Fletcher, and this has turned into a magical day for him. Sam Evans is trooping off as well. I don't know if he's just going to have a word with he's maybe retired, I don't want any more of this. Going to have a word with the new arrival. In fact, I think he's just getting a little drink between wickets as Harry Swindles is on his way to the crease. Patel, LBW, bowled Luke Fletcher.
Double wicket maiden for Fletcher so far. There's a ball to come.
Well, he's not been playing any cricket, Luke Fletcher. Bonkers, really, isn't it? They say fast bowlers need to be playing all the time, or a lot of people do. That takes him from 22 wickets in the season to 26 wickets in the season in next to no time. His best figures for this campaign, 4 for 65. But right now he's doing a little better than that. I'll tell you what his exact figures are in a second when they enormous photograph of Harry Swindles is replaced by the normal board. There we are, Luke Fletcher, 4 for 8. It's a little better than 4 for 65, isn't it? And just listen to the roar.
Crowd enjoying this, and why not?
This is Luke Fletcher, remember, who always likes to bowl from the Radcliffe Road end. All these years he's wasted.
Years he's been wrong. That'll be your first question.
If only I'd had my career again. So he's into bowl to Harry Swindles, who comes charging towards him, and I know all the drinks are available, but I think they call that the Red Bull run, don't they, where they go charging down and just drop and run. So it's not a double wicket maiden, but he still gets a round of applause. What was all that about from Swindles? 33 for 4.
Moving around a bit. So he decided to try and negate the movement by getting as close to the pitch of the ball, but he's still getting plenty of arch looks from Luke Fletcher. He's got a big grin on his face, and why wouldn't he? 4 for 9 from 6 overs for Sergeant Fletcher. 33 for 4. Leicestershire still 168 behind.
So has Rishi Patel had a good day or a bad day, do you reckon?
I think he's had a fairly bad one, really. There's a couple of catches to his name, but he's shelled. Did he shell 3 in the end?
I think he did.
And now he's got
but you're a hard taskmaster.
A second ball. Well, he
no, I think you're right.
I think he did, I'm afraid. I don't think any weren't within reach. Patterson is in 2 Swindles, but it's very wide outside off stump. For me, that was 2 inches wider than the one that was signalled wide.
This strip,
but that one isn't given, and I'm struggling really with that. Maybe it wasn't, but
I said Ackerman, I thought, sort of almost influenced the decision by chasing as wide could be to make out that he was really going after the one that was called and still couldn't reach it.
Patterson is in again to Swindles. That is closer, but again Swindles steps forward. Doesn't chase forward, he just steps forward and then lifts his bat over the line, over the ball.
Tell you what, it's an elaborate setup this from Dane Patterson. I'm bowling on that strip, I'm bowling on that strip, I'm bowling on that strip, and then when he gets one on this strip, see what happens. Fletcher 4 for 9.
14 wickets have fallen so far to date. There are still 22.4 overs left to be bowled, and we have a decent chance of getting them because it's sunny over there where the weather is coming from. Patterson is in. Swindles is pushing towards square leg. He wants the single. He's sent back by the relatively calm Sam Evans, and wisely so. Don't know whether Moores would have got to the stumps in time, but he certainly would have had a throw. Patterson White, and had he hit his stump, Evans would have been in all sorts of strife. 33 for 4.
Not been a good day for the Rishis of this world, has it?
Oh, I see, yeah, sorry. Very good. In goes Patterson and bowls, and forward goes Swindles, pushing the delivery out into the offside where Hasib Hamid is the fielder, but I suspect that at the start of the day the other Rishi knew his fate, so to speak, whereas Rishi Patel was probably hoping for better things. Started well enough for him, didn't he, with his early catch?
Yeah.
Patterson turns, runs in and bowls, stumps into the pads. He's gone. He's got his wicket now. Well, Swindles, as it came back into him, looking back at the stumps in slight disbelief, and it wasn't a huge appeal from behind the stumps, it's got to be said, although it was a splendid appeal from Patterson. It did a bit, in fact it was a decent appeal from behind the stumps, and Swindles looks disappointed, but disappointment is about getting out, I suspect, rather than the decision as a whole. So it won't be a tenfer for Luke Fletcher, but Notts won't be too concerned about that. They've already got 5 wickets, and Leicestershire reeling at 33 for 5.
This is tongue-in-cheek, folks. This is tongue-in-cheek.
Told you you'd be batting again.
Well, I was going to say this, very much tongue-in-cheek, but what's the follow-on mark? 152? No, 52. 52. 33 for 5, crikey. It is tongue-in-cheek, don't get on my case.
It's perfectly reasonable.
I did say 5, didn't I? I wondered if I was being particularly harsh on Leicestershire when you put me on the spot, had your foot on my throat, saying how many wickets are Leicestershire going to be down by the close. And
well,
in fact, I even wriggled out of it and saying Notts would be disappointed, I think, if they don't get 5. Well, they have got 5.
I'd written down 65 for 7. I would happily take that now, but it's not going to be that.
Sam Evans, carry your bat, son. Keep going. Here's Ed Barnes, who earlier in the day, well, not that long ago, took 3 for 32. Chief support for Chris Wright, 3 for 26. Conditions, rustiness of the players, good bowling, poor batting. I think it's all a little bit of a contributory factor. I told you to look out when he got one straight there.
Well, it's asking an awful lot of the bowlers to do what the batters have not been able to do. Ed Barnes, he's a doughty Yorkshireman, but batting is not his strong suit. He's a bowling all-rounder. As Patterson is in and bowls to him outside off stump, he tries to cut it away, and that is not a great shot.
First ball.
Indeed, and it was wide, and it was a bit of a nothing sort of attempt to flay it away through the offside. It bounced over the top of Barnes's bat, and Patterson picks up his first wicket. Indeed, and a wicket maiden for him as well, to follow on the back of a not quite a wicket maiden, a double wicket maiden from Luke Fletcher. 33 for 5 after 12. Leicestershire better go and break the tidings to the folks of BBC Radio Leicester.
Thanks to Richard Ray. He won't be gone for long. Just think most times when he's popped out almost since lunchtime, a wicket's gone down, or there's been a drop, or there's been something. It's going to be Fletcher. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 9. You're not having the ball off me, Skip, he says. He comes in to bowl to Sam Evans, who guides this out onto the offside carefully and gently. Sam Evans obviously is now the one that Notts want. The one remaining top order batter. He's on 15. Was dropped on 13. That seems quite some time ago when Matthew Montgomery put him down, because it was off Brett Hutton, who's been out of the attack for 4 or 5 overs. Fletcher in again. Oh, crikey, that one's cut him in two. Jacked back between Evans' bat and his body. Goes over the middle. Richard Illingworth again just pointing out where Luke Fletcher's feet are landing. Wouldn't want to lose another wicket with a no ball, as he did in the first over of the Leicestershire knock. 33 for 5. Evans on 15. Luke Fletcher in bowls. Rocking forward is Evans defensively, pushes it out to Lyndon James. Notts made 201, Leicestershire 33 for 5. Astonishing return to County Championship cricket. Guess there will have people that, like me, that have been yearning for a return to the red ball game. There'll be, I guess, a number of you out there. We're looking forward to coming along towards the latter end of the scheduled contest, as this is pushed back to Fletcher. May still happen, of course. There's likely to be a little bit of indifferent weather across the week, but if there isn't, 4th day cricket right now is possibly one that you can put a question mark against. You just never know, though, of course, you just never know. 33 for 5. As Fletcher bowls, and Evans again getting the stride in defensively. He's got it away on the leg side to Mead, no run. Final ball coming up at the 13th over. We'll still have 21 to go in the day. In again comes the strapping bowl. A lovely looking shot this time through the offside for 4 by Evans. Really nicely played away. Proper act of defiance. Seized the opportunity there to leap all over that one, drive it away through the offside for 4. Evans on to 19, 37 for 5. Just waiting to know another update for BBC Radio Nottingham when they come to me in a second or two. Here comes Patterson. Bowls to Ed Barnes, who leaves this alone.
Another round of COVID vaccines will begin today across Nottinghamshire. Care home residents and housebound people will be among the first to be offered the booster jabs later. A wider rollout next week will target the elderly and most vulnerable.
Patterson just strayed onto the pads of Ed Barnes, and he's able to get off the mark there, angling it down to long leg. Slater doing the fielding. 38 for 5. Here is that radio update. There's an old saying in cricket, never judge a contest until both sides have had a bat. Notts were bowled out by T for 201. You just wondered how good a score that would be. Well, it's a different context now with Leicestershire 38 for 5 in reply. 4 wickets, the first 4, all to Luke Fletcher. He's been right on the money. Some terrific bowling from him. Dane Patterson has just nicked out Harry Swindles, trapping him LBW to get that 5th wicket. Notts made 201, Leicestershire 38 for 5, and still 20 overs to go in the day. So here's Patterson in again to Evans. He'll run this away down to Slater, who does really well down in front of the Batman board, and fire it back in. Does really well, I think, to keep them to a single from all the way down there. Got to it quickly. 39 for 5. Evans on to 20. Sam Barnes, I beg your pardon, Ed Barnes back on strike on 1. So Patterson can once again get Barnes in the trigger hairs. Bowls and cut away nicely by Ed Barnes for 4. Nice looking shot from Ed Barnes. Moves on to 5. 43 for 5. Richards back alongside me. I shall just try and get rid of the feed from BBC Radio Nottingham in my ears whilst we go through the course of the over.
It looks like Leicester are going to try and take what runs they can while they can. It's a nice shot by Barnes, who has got a good eye. Wasn't a good eye then, as that one from Patterson bounced and left him, and he prodded forward hopefully rather than expectantly, and was not, I suspect, too surprised to see the ball bounce away past his outside edge. End of the over. 43 for 5.
Did you see there? I only had to threaten the studio with giving them a call.
Irate phone call. Politely irate phone call.
43 for 5. Fletcher's going to keep going. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 13. Would love to get this 5th wicket in one session, or one spell, I beg your pardon. He comes in to bowl to Evans, who works this up to the skipper at mid-on. No run. Guess you've just got to imagine that it is a 4-day game and there's a lot of work to do over the next few days, and you won't want to bowl him into the ground right now. He'll want to keep going and going, I guess, while he's on forfeit. You just have to be a little careful, I guess. To say, he's not had a bowl or a meaningful bowl for a month and a half. He's in now to Evans, and he defends. Willing workhorse, always has been, never been afraid to bowl long spells, but you wouldn't necessarily do it in your first game of pre-season, would you? And it's almost like a first game of pre-season. 43 for 5, Leicestershire. Trail by 158.
Looks like they might just limp past the follow-on target.
Here comes Luke Fletcher once more. To ball to Sam Evans. This is dropped on the leg side. The other Evans on the staff still? Is it Alex Evans? Adam Evans?
Yes,
Alex.
Yes, yeah. The young bowler. Hasn't had a first team opportunity so far this season.
Hence why we've got S. Evans on the board. Just need the binos just to close in there. Yeah, S. Evans on his shirt as well. 43 for 5. 3-pronged slip cordon. Will go down. Waiting for the edge, but this is steered nicely to backward point to Ben Slater. One-time Leicestershire loanee. It remains 43 for 5. Got 100 against Lancashire week before last in the Royal London One Day Cup on his birthday, and talked to him afterwards, and Always seems to be Lancashire with Ben Slater. This is driven down the ground by Evans. Going to be a chase for Liam Patterson-White. Taken 2 already. He's got a strong arm and he's quick, and he gets there and he keeps them to 2. 45 for 5. It was, of course, that huge score, 170 odd, that he got for Leicestershire was against Lancashire. He was then recalled after his loan, after his 2-match loan, wasn't he? And got another 100 here against Lancashire. So he's always very much up for scoring runs against the Red Rose. Evans on 22 now. That's a nice looking shot. Fletcher's surely coming towards the end of his spell, but good delivery there, goes through to the keeper. Let's have a look at Stephen Mullaney. Well, he's not gone over to Luke Fletcher. I wonder if there was a word out this, the corner of his mouth. I wonder if he's made a decision for him. If he went over and asked Luke, I'll keep going, don't worry, I'll keep going, but just wonder if he made a decision for him then. Yeah, it's Joe Clark giving him the low 5 rather than the high 5. I suspect that might be the end of Fletcher's spell.
Well, pretty spectacular one. He gets a round of applause too, which he acknowledges, despite not going back to the boundary. He's only at mid-off, essentially.
Well, he can have a...
That's as near as he's going to get at the moment.
Well, I'm wrong in what I was going to say. I was going to say he can have another go at this end when Patterson's finished, but Patterson has finished because Brett Hutton's come back.
He is. Up he goes and bowls to Ed Barnes, who's looking to turn the delivery off middle and leg down towards square leg. It bounces up, misses the bat, hits him high, and bounces out towards Patterson-White, who's at square leg.
So now we've got to have a little bit of a look round and keep an eye on prospective bowlers from the pavilion end. If he has taken Fletcher off, Hutton's bowling here. Has he switched
might he have a
Patterson, or might he have a bowl himself? It's just what I was thinking. Just sort of Stephen Mullaney conditions. Yep, spot on.
Nibble it around. Hutton is in, bowls full. Barnes is driving wristily, but only as far as Luke Fletcher. And there's no run. Sky has lightened a little bit, as I've been saying.
Howard's with us from Buenos Aires, says not CCC, they're the Manchester City of cricket. The Irving Fletcher is knocking them in for knots today. That's Howard in Buenos Aires.
Irving Fletcher.
Irving Ireland, isn't it?
Oh, I see.
We've seen him, crikey. Makes Kimber look like a...
Hutton is in, bowls outside off stump, straightens and beats Barnes. Gropes forward.
The difference between Haaland and Kimber is like between Kimber and me. And if you're with us this morning, I mentioned I went out to the toss and found myself stood beside Louis Kimber, and I'm sure I'm getting shorter and shorter every day. It just seems as with advancing years, I'm no longer. I'm getting closer to 5 foot than 6 foot as I was at one stage in my life. But Kimber towered over me, a giant.
Hutton is in, turned off middle and leg by Barnes, hence the choked off appeals of frustration from the bowler, and that goes behind the stumps. He took it off the stumps, but did so pretty cleanly, turned it out towards square leg. Patterson-White has to chase back 2 taken by Barnes. He moves on to 7, 47 for 5. What have you spotted?
I think the fact they've switched, that nobody else is loosening up, and the fact they've switched Dane Patterson to long leg at the other end of the ground, I would suspect he will take over from Fletcher.
Replace Fletcher at that.
Unless Fletcher's still going, but I think he's off.
Hutton is in. Oh, what a delivery that bounces and leaves Barnes, who went forward and was beaten to the wide, as they say, and then stands with his hands on his left hand on his left hip, leaning on his bat. Not much you can do about that sort of delivery. 47 for 5 remains the score.
Partnership of 14.
Maybe the biggest.
I was just going to say, I'm not.
Second wicket was also 14. In goes Hutton and bowls, and that's in a shout for leg before, but that is probably going on down, or may have been a bit high as well. Not enough quite in it for umpire Pratt to answer Hutton's appeal in the affirmative. It bounces out towards Patterson-White, and there is no run. End of the over. 47 for 5.
It's a joint second, isn't it? The second wicket was 14 as well.
Yeah, Brett Hutton yet to getting the act as far as wicket taking is concerned. Fletcher 4 for 15 is retreating, and it is going to be Dane Patterson changing ends.
Yeah. Who would have thought? Brett Hutton, no wickets against Leicestershire. He's probably had them all for this season.
Yet.
So they've all got into a little bit of a rota here, replacing each other. The next logical switch and change, if there is going to be one, is going to follow the sequence, would be Fletcher to have a little breather and come back from this end, but we'll see. Dane Patterson bowls to Sam Evans, and he pushes this one straight back to Patterson. I think it's fair to say that Dane Patterson had a little bit of difficulty just controlling the ball from this end. He was called for one wide. Agree with Rich, he was perhaps a little fortunate that one or two others weren't called. He was getting a lot of movement, but then he got one right up in the block hole, and Harry Swindles had to go. Comes in and bowls again to Evans, pushes gently up to Mullaney, no run. Had 248 runs for 15 today. I'm not quite able to do that one off the top of my head, but
Springsteen just on Twitter is wondering why Ben Mike isn't playing or bowling. They've just decided, Springsteen, not to select. It's not a question of injury. It's just they've just decided not to select him.
Patterson in. Oh, that's loose from Sam Evans. Really was a loose one, wasn't it? He obviously thought it was there to cut away into the offside. Leicestershire can't afford to lose their opener right now, certainly with a little bit of a loose shot outside the off stump.
Cy Bale has just woken up in Alaska. Did I miss anything? Question mark.
In Alaska.
15 wickets, Cy, already.
I've seen a bit of that their deadliest catch from Alaska, the crab fishermen of Alaska going out in cold weathers from Dutch Harbour. This one is cut into the offside for 4. He's got hold of that one. Nice looking shot. That will take Leicestershire to 51. They need one more run to save the follow-on. Again, just for statistical purposes, I'm mentioning that. As your correspondent, if he or she is aware of Dutch Harbour, is anywhere near Dutch Harbour, where the old crab fishermen are. 51 for 5.
If he's listening, Si, you can tweet and tell us exactly where. And it's a big place, isn't it, Alaska? But whereabouts?
Deadliest catch.
Whereabouts and why?
Why what? Why he's in Alaska?
In Alaska, yeah.
Perhaps he's a crab fisherman. Yeah, very much got into that during the old main lockdown of whenever it was, 2020. Patterson in again to Evans. Happy to revert to defensive tactics here, pushing this out as far as Liam Patterson-White. You wouldn't imagine there's going to be a hefty workload for Liam Patterson-White with the ball in this match. Certainly in the first innings. One ball left in the 17th over. Here comes the South African again, Dane Patterson. Bowls, next one's just pushed gently out. So Dane Patterson's come back over. Went for those 4 runs. He's 1 for 14 now from 4. Leicestershire 51 for 5. Andy Meale's been in touch. Good to watch the red ball game again. He says Brett looks like he's gone all film star.
I said that, didn't I, when his picture appeared on the screen?
Looks a little bit like Ryland Clark. Don't know about that, Andy. I'll ask him when I see him.
17 overs remain to be bowled today. It is 5:20, so we are going to finish at the normal sort of 6:30 sort of time anyway, potentially.
Well, we should finish at 5:30, shouldn't we?
Indeed. Hutton is in, bowls outside off stump. Barnes leaves sort of rather disdainfully, doesn't he? Sort of step forward. Don't want anything to do with that. Let it go through to Tom Moores behind the stumps. 51 for 5. One more run. We'll see Leicestershire save the follow-on, which is something.
Fair to say that Ed's perhaps a place or 2 higher than he normally would be.
It is very fair to say, yeah. And as I say, he's a doughty battler, but he's not a number 7. He's not really a number 8 at the moment. Hutton is in to him and beats him all up, ends up again. Not much foot movement, just did enough. Beat everything, and again Barnes just retreats to short leg and leans on his bat. Hey ho, he thinks.
Mike
still
Brown's with us from Guernsey. Good to have you back with us, Mike. More than justified the trip up, he says today.
Hutton turns. Slightly sort of lumbering run, comes in and bowls out rather wide on that occasion, and Barnes steps forward, leaves his bat raised, lets it go through. That's not meant to be rude. It just looks a little slightly laboured. Very effective. It works for him. That's what it's all about.
Yep. Highest partnership of the innings now as well for the Foxes. This 6th wicket stand. It's only worth 18, but you know, small acorns and all that sort of stuff.
Hutton past umpire Pratt. Bowls slightly short of a length. Beats him again, Barnes, and it bounces for a second time before it is stopped by Moore. So even if it had taken the edge, that wouldn't have been out.
Well, I think it brushed the pad, which took all the sting out of it. That's why it bounced again.
It's been curious in that respect, that though the bounce, the number of the amount of time it's taken to get through to the slips, I'm sure that one of the reasons, not that one off Montgomery, the drive off Evans, he went for it full-bloodedly and it fairly rocketed through. Looks for the Yorker on that occasion, Hutton, but Barnes equal to it. Not entirely convincing, but stops it, bunts it out rather towards Fletcher at mid-off. No run. Beginning to lighten nicely now.
Yeah.
The floodlights are going to be superfluous, I would imagine, for the last 3/4 of an hour.
They'll leave them on though, won't they?
Yeah, I think they kind of have to, don't
Yeah.
they, once they've
Yeah,
switched
they
them
don't.
on. Electricity bills notwithstanding, which would be spectacular, presumably, when all the floodlights are on, in the very worst sense of the word. Hutton is in. Barnes is forward, back next to pad. Again, not entirely convincing. There's something a little tentative about some of his defensive shots, but gets everything behind it, pushes it out of the offside. End of the over. A maiden over, I think it was, from Brett Hutton. 6 overs, none for 19 for him.
It was a great photo. The club retweeted it for whatever reason. You know, about this magnificent venue or something earlier in the week, and had another look at it during the COVID year of 2020. They had a drone up there, and of course all the sport, the football and the cricket, was played behind closed doors, no crowds in, and because of that, the cricket and the football could all go on at the same time. Next ball on its way now from Patterson, and I reckon it's the first time in history that Nottingham Forest, Notts County and Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club were all playing at the same time. The drone had gone up, and great photo of all three with sport going on and the floodlights on at all three grounds.
When was it again?
With no crowds in 2020.
2020.
No crowd, you know, because obviously car parking wasn't an issue, you know, and the stewarding wasn't an issue, and all the rest of it. So all three, for the first time in history, could play at the same time. As Patterson bowls to Evans, a little flashily, gets it off the outside edge past Slater, and there'll be a couple of runs. He was looking to have a little dash there and drive it again through the covers off the South Africans bowling, but it went behind square.
Evans is now the second highest scorer in the game, isn't he? It's extraordinary. He's on 28.
53 for 5. Next delivery on its way now from Patterson. Cut away, more runs here, probably 4. Have we gone early on that one? The ball is just about going to reach the fence, and does. And 57 for 5. Who's that gone chasing after that?
95.
I think it might be Ben Martindale. Let's have a little look. It is Ben Martindale on as a subfielder. You'd imagine Luke No, Fletcher's down at long leg. So, who's gone off? Can't see Brett Hutton. No, he's gone to first slip, Brett Hutton, so it's Joe Clark who's missing. As Patterson comes in, it back to him, and he fields off his own bowling.
Follow on saved.
Patterson bowls again. Just getting a little bit of reaction to my photograph of those delicious looking scones with the cream and the jam that were available at tea time.
Which you manfully eschewed.
Thank you.
I might
thank you.
Right.
Not only did I manfully eschew them, I didn't have one either. I think Rich did, but he's got a bit of travelling to do tonight. I didn't have one. 57 for 5, but I was getting a bit of stick for it as Patterson comes in, bowls straight through Evans and into the gloves of Moores without him nicking it. 19 gone. Steve saying, he can't believe me, having spent some time in Devon, this is me, that I've got it the wrong way round.
Jam before cream.
Yeah, well, that wasn't my doing, Steve. That certainly wasn't my in fact, that's why I didn't have one. Cream first, the Devon way, on principle, yeah. They sort of don't give you a choice, do they, when they come prepared like that with the scone. Oh, scone's gone. The scone cut in half and already dolloped up for you. Fletcher's going off the field now as Joe Clark comes back, so they're just switching the.
Size come back to us about Alaska as well, as Hutton is in from the Radcliffe Road end to bowl to Ed Barnes, who's defending on the back foot and defending successfully, slightly angled back, pushing the ball out to Slater, who's at a deepish backward point, almost sort of a kind of deep gully, sort of halfway back in a way, for the slash really through the offside. Ground staff moving around the cover, but we're not starting it up or anything like it. The conditions are fine at the moment. Hutton is in again to Barnes, who's driving flashily but moving across to his left. Martindale makes the stop successfully, but he hit that quite crisply. Ed Barnes, he has ability. He made a very good unbeaten, I think it was 83 at Taunton 2 years ago in the Bob Willis Trophy, and would have got 100 had the weather not closed in for sure.
He got how many?
83 not out, I think it was.
Crikey.
So there was no question. No, he'll get in line and battle, but they were very different conditions. Hutton is in to him. He's forward to that foolish delivery, stroking it rather than driving it out into the offside.
Come on, back to the matters of state. Does your correspondent know?
Cy Bale, he doesn't know whereabouts in Alaska or near Alaska he is, because he's on the ocean somewhere. He says, Lord only knows, we're on the ocean somewhere on a cruise, he says.
Oh, right. Oh, he's cruising.
He's
not
in the vicinity of Alaska.
Oh, he's not he's not a native.
Somewhere off the Alaskan coast.
He's not an Alaskan crab fisherman.
He's not. Mind you, he could just drop a line off the liner somewhere, couldn't he? And call himself such. In goes Hutton, bowls and bangs it in as Barnes advances down the wicket to him. Barnes plays it neatly down towards long leg and then calls for a second. Hutton demolishes the stumps at the non-striker's end as the throw comes in from Dane Patterson.
I hope somebody's got a photo of that.
He reaches across, Hutton, who's grinning rather sheepishly, and then rather shamefully he leaves the very polite young Evans to help the umpire to put all the stumps back together again. Hutton sort of leant across the stumps, but rather fell into them and left all three on the ground.
You'd build the castle yourself, wouldn't you, if you'd done that?
I think you'd maybe help.
You would.
Pick one or two up at any rate.
Good positive running, but
it was.
Had it gone wrong and there'd been a run out, there'd have been an inquisition, I think.
Hutton, as the sun is threatening to come back out at Trent Bridge, is in to Barnes, who's forward very solidly on off stump, defending the ball out to Martindale. Again, 59 for 5. Barnes has moved on to 9. Sorry, Dave.
That's the thing with these. Yeah, you better go. That's the thing with these Alaskan cruisers. They're not all cracked up what they're meant to be. You get on them, and all you want to do is follow the live stream from Trent Bridge. 59 for 5. 1 ball left in the 20th. Rich just realising that he's got a 5:30 update for BBC Radio Leicester listeners to do. He's running out of the room, and there's an LBW shout given. Hutton's got another one. Well, his first of the innings, but it's another one that Leicestershire have lost on this first evening. 59 for 6. They're not out of the woods yet, despite that being a partnership of 26, just threatening to steer the visitors towards calmer waters. All that cruise talk we've had. 59 for 6. And Brett Hutton gets Ed Barnes, LBW for 9, was at the crease for just over half an hour, faced 23 balls, hit 1 boundary, and then falls to Hutton. Final ball of the 20th over. And Leicestershire desperate for a contribution now from somewhere as the 16th wicket of the day goes down. 4 wickets to Fletcher, 1 to Patterson, now 1 to Brett Hutton. And amidst it all is Sam Evans, 32 not out. New man is Roman Walker. Been at Leicester for 2 or 3 years now. I mean, previously played a little bit of cricket for Glamorgan. Getting a full briefing there from Sam Evans. The pair of them touch gloves. There we are. We'll just tweet the latest wicket for those following on the old social media. 59 for 6 was the end of the over, so Dane Patterson has ball in hand. He'll be bowling to Sam Evans, and every chance that Sam Evans might be able to carry his bat here unless he gets some support from somewhere. Defends this ball from the South African. 59 for 6. The 6 that have been dismissed have all fallen without reaching double figures. Ed Barnes 9, the highest score of those dismissed. We had Rishi Patel with a duck, Hazard and Swindles 1 apiece, Ackerman 2, 6 for Kimber, 9 for Barnes. Evans resisting, Patterson to bowl to him down the leg side, well taken by Tumbling Tom. Tom Moores. 59 for 6 earlier in the day. Notts were 82 for 2 at lunch, 201 all out at tea. Bowled out in the 62nd over. Stephen Mullaney made 21, Joe Clark 20. 25 extras as well. There's Patterson. Bowls again down the leg side, and Moore's repeat of the previous ball, dives full length down the leg side to take it. "13 overs remain after this one. Still 13 overs to go here at Trent Bridge on the first day of this match, and with the light improving, even though the floodlights are on, I think we'll get through to the end. Not entirely sure what the Leicestershire score will be, because they're now 59 for 6 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 201. A fast-moving day this. Saw Notts bowled out by T, with Matt Montgomery's 43 the top score. Notts needed a response, and they got it, with Luke Fletcher knocking over the first 4 wickets. Dane Patterson and Brett Hutton have also picked up 1 apiece. Leicestershire currently 59 for 6. There's Patterson. Bowls to Evans. Tries to push it into what appeared to be a vacant gap at mid-on. Stephen Mullaney had sort of moved across a bit, just trying to sort of fulfil 2 roles, mid-wicket and mid-on. And as Evans pushed it with a little more pace, he would have got it through that gap, but Mullaney moving quickly to his left cut it off. Now a tinkering of the field from the Notts skipper with 1 ball left. He wants Roman Walker to be on strike for the next over, so he's brought the field in tight on the 1. Patterson bowls, pushed into the offside, and that is the end of the over. Slater at point doing the fielding, and it's 59 for 6. Dane Patterson is through 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. Just whilst they turn round elsewhere in Division 1, Hampshire 190 for 5 in a rain interrupted day at home to Northants. Essex 312 for 4 at Canterbury against Kent. Lancashire now 251 for 5 at Old Trafford against Yorkshire, century for Keaton Jennings. Gloucestershire 303 for 5 at Taunton against Somerset, century for Marcus Harris. And in Division 2, Derbyshire 288 for 8 at home to Durham, and Worcestershire 283 for 7 away at Cardiff against Glamorgan. So yeah, bang up to speed with events elsewhere. Here 59 for 6. Brett Hutton starts a new over, bowling to Roman Walker, who blocks this one, still looking for his first run. In fact, that's his first ball faced, so no wonder that Mullaney was keen to have him on strike. Joe Clark at first slip, Matthew Montgomery at second. He spilled Evans when Evans was on the 13. Just wonder how bad it might have been had that catch been taken. Lyndon James in at third slip, and a backward point, extra cover, mid-off. Next ball left alone by Walker. 3 on the leg side, fairly standard long leg mid-wicket, mid-on. Callum Parkinson winning the toss, 10 o'clock this morning. Lovely start to the day after overnight rain, but we had warm sunshine, clear blue skies. Leicestershire though quite right, wanting to bowl. There's Hutton in again, wide of the off stump, but having gone past the bat, Walker not interested in playing it, but as the ball had gone past him, it deviated back, so Tom Moores had to dive away to his left again, even though it had gone past the off stump of the right-hander. 59 for 6. Hutton halfway through his 8th over. Bowls again, brings that one back into Roman Walker, who reaches forward, defensively blocks it. The ball just trickles its way up to the Notts skipper Stephen Mullaney at mid-on. John says he's noticed on the live stream the umpires seem to be having the odd prod with a toe at the pitch. Could this be an issue? 16 wickets fallen. I don't think so. I don't think it's played badly at all, as Walker pushes this into the offside. There's been some very indifferent batting, it has to be said, and I guess if you don't play cricket for weeks on end, as some players haven't, then you can't really expect high scores. It's noticeable that No, there's certainly been 2 Centurions today, Marcus Harris of Gloucestershire and Keaton Jennings of Lancashire. They, of course, are players who've been playing the 50-over game all through. This one through to the keeper, 59 for 6. So they've obviously retained a little bit of form. They've been able to spend a little bit of time at the crease rather than going out there see ball, hit ball cricket. So more power to their elbow, Jennings and Harris in the other games. But in this particular one, no, John, I don't think it's an issue with the pitch. Certainly it's not devilment in the pitch that's produced 16 wickets by this stage of the day. I think there's been some indifferent batting from quite a number, and some decent bowling as well on occasions.
Patterson will continue from the pavilion end then. Evans on 32, second highest score in the game so far. Waits as Patterson is in, bowls to him. He's reaching for it a little bit. Gets enough on it to squeeze it away wide of Patterson, wide into the covers, and decides to take the one. He moves on to 33. Walker coming in at 8 has to be regarded as an all-rounder on that basis, and does have a 50 to his name in recent games. But an awful lot to do. Can he give Sam Evans a little bit of support, drag Leicestershire somewhere close to 3 figures or over? Dane Patterson.
Well, not so desperate to bowl at Walker, and Sam Evans has helped them in their cause there.
Patterson is in, bowls to the Welshman, who's solidly forward. He is a decent bat,
yeah,
but has the potential for me possibly to be a better all-rounder in that respect, at least batting-wise, than one or two of those going in above him, including the likes of Barnes.
You can't, you can't sort of protect your number 8, can you? With so many overs left.
I mean, you've got to take your ones in those circumstances. Walker just walks down the pitch, just shifts a bit of grub or dirt. He takes guard as Patterson comes in and bowls to him. He makes a late decision to leave, the correct decision to leave, as it snakes past outside off stump. Rather pleasant evening now, warm, sun back out in patches, blue sky. There's still a few clouds around, but the threatening dark clouds have long since passed away across the ground towards the east, as Dave said, towards his place in Newark. The A1 and Stamford over there. Patterson is in, bowls. Walker is solidly forward. Again, big man, looks very correct. Pushing the ball out to Patterson White at mid-off, who pulls down his long-sleeved shirt over his wrists and uses his left hand to polish the ball on it. 3 slips. Clark, Montgomery, Hutton alongside Moores. Hamid is out on the square leg boundary as in comes Patterson, bowls onto the hip of Roman Walker, looks to try and turn it away, doesn't get anything on it, I don't think. No, umpire raises his right knee, just taps at it. Moores runs out from behind the stumps to field. The leg bye is taken, 61 for 6. Walker 10 balls without getting off the mark. Evans 33 off 57 will be on strike. Last ball of the over. Patterson tosses the ball from hand to hand, then holds it in his right hand, runs in and bowls short. Evans pulls it in the air round the corner, and it is going to go for 4, but it wasn't convincing. A little bit top edge, and it flew in the air a long way. Had Hasib Hamid been down there still at deep square, and he would have been in the game there. As it was, there was only Luke Fletcher down at long leg, and there was no chance for him to get up to it. But that will give Patterson, Nottinghamshire, a little bit of food for thought. Sometimes it's worth trying the short ball to Sam Evans. He can get in a little bit of bother. He picks up 4 there, though, moves on to 37. Leicestershire 65 for 6.
Here's only one big blow away from Matthew Montgomery's 43, which is the top score in the game. Quite extraordinary, really, that we've come towards the very back end of a full day of county championship cricket, and the top score is 43. 65 for 6, Leicestershire. Both games in 2017, both innings in 2017, the last time the Foxes were here, bowled out for 134. Hutton bowls to Walker, who defends. 3 slips, just had the 3 bowlers used. Luke Fletcher had the 1 spell, got 4 wickets in it, bowling from the pavilion end, and both Hutton and Patterson have played switcheroo. Brett Hutton to his second spell. Patterson's bowled from both ends. Here is Hutton bowled. That's a good catch by Lyndon James at third slip, and Walker's stay is brief, out for naught. Diving away to his right, Lyndon James gleefully and gratefully catches that one. Nicely taken catch by the 6'5" Lyndon James. And the second wicket for Brett Hutton, and Leicestershire 65 for 7. Another one out without reaching double figures. Only one to make it into double figures so far, Sam Evans. Walker out, caught James, bowled Hutton naught, batted for a quarter of an hour, faced 12 balls. Due in at 9. Have we got on your card at 9 the skipper?
Should be.
That was, I think that was somebody that was got out. Yeah, he didn't have to play an aggressive-looking shot at it, but it was put up there, a little bit of swing, almost in the arc of Roman Walker. Went after it, thickish outside edge. If it had gone another foot further away from Lyndon James, it'd have had a boundary, but as it was, James has got huge reach, dived full length away to his right and took a nice catch two-handed. It is the skipper, Callum Parkinson, on his way to the middle with, I think it's fair to say, a little bit of work to do. What were you looking at then?
I was fishing out one or two records just to see. I won't tempt fate, but regarding Sam Evans, you can obviously guess what that might be.
Carrying his bat?
Indeed. It's been
20
years since a Leicestershire opener carried their bat.
When Ben Slater got his 225 not out, interviewed him at the end of the day, and he thought he'd done it for the first time in his career, and I had to point out it doesn't count because Stephen Mullaney declared the innings closed on 9 wickets down. It was just Dane Patterson to come. He wanted time to bowl at the Durham bowlers, so declared. There's Hutton into the new man, the skipper. They'll take a single, a shy at the stumps, narrowly misses. Liam Patterson wide, a good fielder, and he has run out a couple of players this season with direct hits, and he wasn't too far away then. But a single is taken by Parkinson. 66 for 7.
Remarkably, Leicestershire opener Nigel Bryars carried his bat.
66 for 7. Whatever you're going to say now, I'm going to trumpet.
Oh, do you reckon? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell you that Nigel Bryars carried his bat for Leicestershire.
Here is Hutton bowling. Oh, inside edge for 4 by Evans. He's managed to get that inside edge, as I say, past the stumps, past the diving Tom Moores, and down to almost the long stop boundary for 4. 70 for 7. What have you got?
Bryars carried his bat for Leicestershire 4 times in the space of 5 years.
Crikey.
Which must be a record, you would have thought. Between 1990, he carried his bat twice against Nottinghamshire in 2 years at Grace Road, astonishingly.
Here's Hutton. I'll tell you mine in a second. Evans now on to 41, and let's just go through to Moores. I thought you were going to say a low scoring carry in your bat. Not so once bowled out, I think, for 43 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, obviously, and Mick Newell was 14 not out carrying his bat. 14 not out. Well, that's the other 10 wickets went at the other end. 70 for 7 here. Sam Evans doing better than that. He's got well over 50% of the runs here. And an opportunity to get a few more.
Ooh.
Next one. Past the outside edge through to Moores. Hutton's second wicket, he's 2 for 26 from 9 overs. Was it 7 for 26 he got in the one-day game? Different context, of course. That wicket could be, well, you won't say just as important, but everyone's important, of course. Roman Walker out in that over for naught, but not chipping away here. The more they can do this evening, the less they've got to do for tomorrow, I guess. Leicestershire 70 for 7.
Prior to Briars, J.C. Balderston did it 3 times in 3 years, astonishingly. But since 2002, when Ian Sutcliffe carried his bat against Kent at Canterbury, it has not happened for Leicestershire.
Did Barry Duddleston do it at all? Is he on your list?
Yes, he is. In 1971, as in comes Dane Patterson, bowls to Parkinson, who leaves extravagantly outside off stump. He did it in 1971 against Essex at Leighton, the county ground Leighton.
Well, I know I'm not breaking any confidences in saying it, and it's not a secret at all. But I think Barry Duddleston's going to be on the ground tomorrow. I think he's one of the official guests invited to come along and share the day with the Notts committee at their past players' day. So that might be nice.
Patterson is in, goes past the outside edge with a ball that just a little bit short of a length. It drew Parkinson into a twitchy fend and went past the outside edge.
Had a bit of time umpiring, didn't he, Barry Duddleston, after a
Yes.
very, very good first-class career. Imagine he was playing for the Foxes for the best part of 2 decades. Always seemed to get 100 whenever I saw him here, but yeah, was then a very successful umpire.
Patterson into Parkinson, who's beaten on the outside edge, and he's edged it and it's gone, and Patterson has his 100th first-class wicket for Nottinghamshire, and he celebrates like a man who is aware of the fact, Dave.
Well, I'm not entirely sure he is. I think he's just pleased to have found the outside edge. Parkinson's gone for just 1. Look at that scorecard, and it's a little bit of a procession, isn't it? Called by Moores for 1. You look at the scores for those dismissed: 1, 6, 2, 0, 1, 9, 0 and 1, and that tells its own story.
Were it not for Sam Evans, Leicestershire would unquestionably be in danger of following on 70 for 8. As it is, they are 131 behind still.
Got another stat here for you. Dane Patterson's 100th first-class wicket for Nottinghamshire. It's come up in his 22nd game, and I make it that he's the quickest to get to 100 first-class wickets for Nottinghamshire since Franklin Stevenson in 1988. He got there in 20, and Dane Patterson's got there in 22, and I think that's the quickest since. You can tell what I've been doing on my days off, can't you? Missing my cricket, but I can't find anybody there that's done it.
Chris Wright comes to the wicket to replace Callum Parkinson. Wright got over 3,000 first-class runs, but really expecting plenty of him. But can he perhaps hang around long enough for Wisbrit Evans to get to 50? Who knows? It could be the first half-century of the game and would offer Leicestershire some sort of compensation, perhaps. But the likelihood is now that even with just 9.3 overs left to bowl, and almost certain that one feels that the Notts openers will be back out there this evening.
Well,
I did say. I wish you'd take me up. Wish you'd take me up. Patterson is into Wright, who is, well, defending that one on the back foot and doing a little dance, having done so not in celebration as he steered it towards Lyndon James, who's at a deepish gully.
just a word for our commentary, for our broadcasting and journalistic colleague John Cully downstairs in the media room, who's got to write all this up. I mean, they say our job's hard, don't they, Rich? We just sit here and talk waffle for 7-8 hours a day, but I'm going to write all this up. Good luck, John.
Patterson is in, goes past the outside edge. I did it for 25 years.
Yeah, oh yeah, me too.
Both done that, so
Gordon's been in touch.
Like.
We do indeed. Gordon's been in touch. Jimmy Cook once carried his bat twice in one match at Trent Bridge for unbeaten centuries, and Somerset still lost by an innings. It's a unique occurrence in first-class cricket. Thank you, Gordon. Thanks for that.
Tell you what, Gordon, a game I saw when Gibson took his 10. The Hampshire opener, I've forgotten his name, nearly did it twice in that match.
Barry
did
Richards?
It once. No.
After then?
No. As Patterson is in and bowls outside off.
John Crawley?
No, opener. Oh, goodness me. It'll come to me. Anyway, end of the over.
Gordon
70
Greenwich?
for 8. No,
You see, this is...
no, I'll be able to remember those guys. It wasn't somebody not quite so famous, bless his heart, but dear to all Hampshire hearts, and it will come to me. Springsteen cricket. Well, I'll read this out without saying anything. Well, you can read it out if you like, Dave, because it's quite a controversial.
Well, the answer is no.
Question.
He's put, can we assume Notts will be fined and have points deducted for producing an unplayable pitch?
Be interesting to see what the players say about it afterwards. There's something there for the seamers, and has been throughout the day. But there's been plenty of swing as well, and there's nothing that the groundsman can do about that.
Here's Hutton, 70 for 8. Bowls a ball to Sam Evans, and he's eager to get off strike, I think. He's clipped it down to long leg for a single, moves on to 42. 71 for 8. Be interesting to see how he approaches it. Should another wicket go down at the other end, and he's left with Michael Finan. Will he be so eager to take a single first ball then? Remains to be seen. Well, we have one of those sort of false scenarios where Notts push everybody back, inviting him to take a single. I absolutely hate to see all that. Is Hutton bowling now, wide of the off stump, and Chris Wright, who's no mug, leaves it alone. It goes through to the keeper. I can remember saying that just a couple of weeks ago at Leicester, when Chris Wright came out to bat towards the back end of the Leicestershire innings, obviously, in that one-day game. I said, Chris Wright's no mug with the bat. He always gets runs for, or he's always got runs in the past against Notts. And his first or second ball to Brett on, he came charging down, missed it, and got stumped. Yeah. Don't expect him to get stumped here, but Hutton looking for his scalp again, but not with this delivery. Wide of the off stump. But back in his Warwickshire days, certainly he performed the role of night watchman 2 or 3 times for the Bears against Notts, and got huge, well, I don't know about huge scores, but I'm pretty sure he got 50s on 2 or 3 occasions. 71 for 8. Andy's been in touch.
Jimmy Adams. Jimmy Adams, sorry. Hampshire opener.
Jimmy Adams.
Yeah.
I like Jimmy Adams. Next ball, wide of the off stump, through to the keeper. Remains 71 for 8.
Nearly did it twice in the same game.
Yes, he compiled some big scores. They've had some good players, haven't they? Michael Lum got a lot of runs for Hampshire before moving to Notts. Next one just cramps Chris Wright up for room. He's able to defend it. But congratulations to Dane Patterson. He got 54 wickets last year. We just sort of, in a way, just almost lost in the euphoria for Luke Fletcher. Everything that Luke did, leading wicket taker in the country with his, was it 66? But Dane 54 in his first year. But this season he's just carried on again. The same sort of form he did last year. He always chips in with the wickets. Next one driven back towards the bowl. A good stop by Brett Hutton. Round of applause. 71 for 8. End of the over.
Evans and Wright. Punch gloves. Not sure what can be said, really. Let's get what we can. 8 overs to go today.
Partnerships there, the top 126 between Evans and Barnes for the 6th wicket. First two were 13 and 14, but
only 3 in double figures.
Yeah.
Patterson looking for, well, maybe a fourfer. Runs in, bowls to Evans, who leaves outside off stump, lets it go through.
Do apologise, my phone making a noise. Just got to sort of keep it on alerts, just in case. It's the only way we ever know if we've gone off air. If somebody just sends you a quick beep beep, you've gone off air, Dave. We've all been in lots of commentary boxes where we've all turned our phones off and whatever, and then we've been broadcasting to nobody for a few minutes before somebody has to come in and say, you know, you're off air.
In goes Patterson, bowls down the leg side. Evans moves across, tries to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it.
Still 7 overs after this one to go. Where are we for time? 6 o'clock.
It is.
6 o'clock. Have we got a 6 o'clock to do, Rich?
I don't know whether they'll be expecting one. I did tell them the game was scheduled to finish at 5:30, or the day's play was scheduled to finish at 5:30. As ever, it will be about 6:20. So, overtime, if you like. I'll just do this delivery because they'll be doing the news for a couple of minutes. In goes Patterson and bowls to Evans down the leg side. Can't get anything on it, Moores. That's going to go down to fine leg for 4 byes.
Yes, I think there's one or two other things just capturing the news headlines today, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Suzanne, who earlier said she'd cracked parenthood, says, I've now failed at parenthood. Stop in the kitchen and cook tea, Mum. We've taken 3 wickets while you've been in there, he said. Apparently you can't threaten kids with tipping food over them anymore. Thanks for the commentary, both. You're very welcome, Suzanne. Pleasure to be here. Privileged to be here. Pleasure to watch the return of the county championship. I'm not entirely sure we envisaged an 18 wicket day, or I certainly didn't. Here's Patterson to bowl to Sam Evans, again down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 more. Was there a touch on it? No. Back to back 4 byes, and don't think Tom Moores could have got to either of them. It's just started off down the leg side and gone wider and wider and wider. 79 for 8. Useful runs for the Foxes. 8 from consecutive deliveries there. Well, you know what I mean. 4 from consecutive deliveries, 8 from 2. So this partnership 9. Next ball is blocked by Evans. So with 1 ball left in the over now, Stephen Mullaney just whistling in the troops. Ben Slater comes in from the offside boundary to save 1 in the covers. Seba Mead's done the same on the leg side. Patterson to bowl to Evans on 42. Cuts this away, but only straight to Slater. Very nearly got away from Ben Slater, but he quickly recovered. 79 for 8 at the end of the over. So another opportunity here for the Nottinghamshire bowlers. It's going to be Brett Hutton to bowl at Chris Wright. 7 overs left. Wickets have gone down 13, 27, 32, 32, 33, 59, 65 and 70. It'll be Hutton to bowl to Wright. Still the 3 slips wait. Hutton bowls driven to Luke Fletcher at mid-off. Well, an astonishing turnaround in the fortunes of both these sides over the course of the day. Notts were bowled out by T for just 201. There was some indifferent batting, some good Leicestershire bowling. A lot of these players, of course, rusty, not played a lot of cricket, certainly not red ball cricket for the last few weeks. Montgomery's 43 was the top scorer as Notts were bowled out for 201. They needed wickets and needed them quickly when play resumed after the interval. Luke Fletcher blew away the top order with 4 wickets, and there's been a couple of apiece to Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson. The opener Evans is there on 42, but Leicestershire with 7 overs remaining, a 79 for 8. Next one clipped to mid-on, and there's another wicket, and that's a tame end for Chris Wright, who's just chipped Hutton to Liam Patterson-White at mid-on, and now it's 79 for 9. A very tame dismissal there, Chris Wright, just getting into a position just to try and work it, but gave it too much elevation, and a simple catch for Liam Patterson-White. 79 for 9, and Wright has become the 3rd member of the side to go for naught, and Brett Hutton with his 3rd wicket of the innings. John 88 says Extra's now 2nd top score in both innings of this match. So Sam Evans now has only one partner to come, and that is the debutant, first-class debutant, Michael Finan. He'll be making his way out. Here he comes. You'd imagine it'd have been ready, but now eventually makes his way out. You don't want to be timed out, do you? Crikey me. But here he comes, 79 for 9.
Have you ever seen that? Anyone timed out?
I've not, because I wasn't here, but the last one to do it has played for Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire. No, I beg your pardon. AJ Harris was involved. He was dismissed. Let's have a think. No, it was AJ Harris. I beg your pardon. It was AJ Harris here in a pre-season game. 13-4. Well, I don't know. A bit more than that now. Getting on for the best part of 20 years ago, I guess. AJ Harris was the Notts number 11, and they weren't going to send him out because he'd got a bit of a niggle. But as it was, as I say, pre-season friend against one of the university sides, but as the 9th wicket went down, Chris Reed was 96, 97, 98 or something not out. He was in training gear when the wicket went down. The coaching staff and the other players quickly ripped off his clothes, threw on his clothes, put on the pads, put on the gloves and everything, and as he marched down the steps, the umpire and the players were coming the other way. There's Hutton in to bowl. This one's down the leg side, 79 for 9. I think if you have a look, if anybody wants to have a look, I think that's the last occasion in first-class cricket in England that a player has been given out, timed out. AJ Harris of Nottinghamshire, and so they weren't going to send him out, whatever, because he had a bit of a niggle. But and with Chris Reed so close to 100, they quickly got him out there, but not quickly enough. Hutton, 2 balls left in this over, bowls and defended. Now they're going to take a single. The wisdom of that, well, you can make your own mind up. Finan's first run in first-class cricket, so he'll be delighted, but there's 1 ball left in the over. It's 80 for 9. Don't think at any stage Sam Evans has sort of looked up to this point to keep hold of the strike and not want to relinquish it. We haven't had that sort of scenario.
Might have been the moment, though.
Yeah, yeah.
It didn't.
Just gonna say the same, because whether he's aware or not, I'm sure he is now. There's 1 ball left in the over. So Mullaney directing his troops. They're all either catching or saving one. And Brett Hutton tasked with either getting him out or keeping him there, and it's driven through the offside. Will probably go for 4. Let's have a little look. No, it's been, yes, it is 4. It's a good effort by Asiba Mead. I hope he's okay. Yeah, I think it's just disappointment. He almost slid into either the wall or the railings at the side there of. It's got up in pieces, hasn't it? At the side of the Fox Road stand.
Fletcher's do you think he's just a little bit of seniority there? I fancy a five for here, and he's going to take over from Dane Patterson.
So we don't know too much about Michael Finan's batting, do we? But the fact he's come out at number 11 suggests that those that do have a little bit of intelligence and inside information on his batting capabilities haven't judged him high enough to come in at 7, 8 or 9 or 10.
They must have seen him in the nets a few times, Leicestershire, and have judged him accordingly. But Sam Evans has become the game's top scorer, the day's top scorer, and indeed the game's top scorer with that boundary. He's 46 not out, but he's at the wrong end as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 6 overs left in the day. Luke Fletcher is going to be bowling to Michael Finan. Down he comes from the pavilion end, bowls to Finan, who tries to turn it into the leg side. It thumps into the pad and bounces gently out towards happily Hasib Hamid, who's at square leg now.
Can I just pop out a gentle reminder there, because we don't know if we're going to be finished. Well, if a wicket goes down now, of course they'll come out for a couple of overs. But the close of play, those of you who are watching on the live stream, as and when Rich and I say good night from Trent Bridge, if you just stay watching the live stream, Aaron will pick up down on the boundary edge and he'll get some players to have a chat to.
Fletcher is in, bowls. Finan is nicely behind that one. Everything's in place, not backing away. Dropping it down the pitch on the on side. He's getting in line.
But yeah, there's still, the board says at the moment, 5.4 overs left, so we'd have to get down to within the last 3, wouldn't we? Then there'd be no play, so there'd be no time to come back out.
The overnight forecast, which I tend to pick up on the back of the Radio Leicester News when I go and do my updates, isn't great. But that could be just Leicester. In goes Fletcher, bowls, played firmly down, solidly down into the ground. A decent forward defensive from Finan. Fletcher fields in his follow through.
Can I just refer the Nottinghamshire listeners back to Middlesex versus Notts at Lord's earlier in the season, when Notts had to come out to begin their second innings with 1 over left in the day. And who was it who came out to face that over? It was Luke Fletcher, and he went on to bag a 50 as an opener the next morning at Lord's. So we'll keep our minds open towards that happening again.
Fletcher is in. Finan is hitting him through mid-wicket for 4. Laissez-majesté, I believe, is the phrase. But
does that translate as no respect at all, young man?
Exactly. Who does he think he is? But that was a decent whack from Michael Finan.
Yeah.
His first-class boundary.
I'm sure there'll be many more. Seba Mead's been put out on the on the deep square boundary, as if they're sort of saying to Michael Finan, we're going to get a bouncer now, son. Let's see how you can play one of those.
Yeah, forecast tomorrow isn't great. It's sort of 50, 60, 70%, 80% in some parts of the day. Chance of rain all day, so we're going to have to be very lucky to get another dry day like we've had today. 88 for 9. Leicestershire, they still trail by 113 runs, and that is plenty on a pitch that is doing what it is. Luke Fletcher will be nettled by that boundary, runs in and bowls to Finan, who leans forward, then he calls Evans through for the single, and calls him through very correctly as well, despite it being the 5th ball of the over. Finan fancies this, played it solidly enough out towards mid-on, realised it was going to take a few moments to get towards Stephen Mullaney, and went through for the single. Moves on to 6, and well, perhaps he won't be at number 11 for long if he keeps this up.
No, whatever happens, it very much looks as if it's going to be Fletcher's best figures of the season. 4 for 65 is best. I'd like to get that first 5 of the campaign.
Evans would love a 50 in these circumstances. Fletcher is in. Evans is down the wicket, pushing it through mid-off.
How many does he run?
2.
You can run 3 here,
he
can't you?
could run 3, but I think he'll settle for 2. Patterson White is closing on the ball. No, he is going to take the 3, so sort of perfect in that respect. 3 off the last ball means Evans keeps the strike. Fletcher went for 8 in the over, actually. The 4, the 1 and the 3, so 8 off the over, which has ruined his figures. Not really. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 23. Now for Luke Fletcher, Leicestershire 92 for 9. Sam Evans on to 49. Michael Finan has 6. Can they get over 100 and at least reduce the deficit to double figures rather than 3 figures?
So who is going to bowl? It is going to be a little bit of twirly-whirly stuff, just to prod a little bit of something into the Leicestershire spoke.
See if Finan hits it up in the air. Is that the idea, you think? Deep mid-wicket?
Well, he's got to get on strike first, hasn't he? Because Sam Evans will be on strike.
I would think they'll give him, they'd be obviously prepared to give him the one he needs for his 50, but I don't think Evans will be inclined to take it. Helmet coming out. No, so wouldn't be inclined to take it.
No.
Not early in the over anyway.
No, I wouldn't think Notts would be inclined to give it him either. Make him work for it.
Well, I don't know. They'd rather have Finan on strike, do you think? Or
I think you'd rather have somebody on 49 and just let the pressure build up, and perhaps a little bit of chirping here and there. Just get into him, fellas. Still needs one.
Big gaps square of the wicket. Oh, I see what you mean. No, don't worry about a 50.
Here's Liam Patterson-White. Bowls, and there is the 50. Sam Evans quite happy to take it first ball.
In the context of the innings and of the day, that's a very, very decent effort from Sam Evans. 71 balls he has faced. Did get lucky just the once, but you probably need to on this wicket. 8 fours in those 71 balls he's hit. And his 50 in the context of an innings that is yet to reach 100. It would be pretty messy without it. Pretty messy as it is, 93 for 9.
And the staggering thing was it's Matthew Montgomery who dropped it. He was the leading catcher. There's only the final to go. He was the leading catcher in the Royal London One Day Cup. Got 11 offerings as Liam Patterson-White bowls to the Leicestershire number 11, Michael Finan. Just how will he be able to resist the ball? Nicely flighted, tossed up there from LPW as he bowls, pushed into the offside, and Finan looks as if he's going to be a difficult man to run with. In fact, Sam Evans has gone down there and just had a little bit of a word. For goodness sake, if you're going to go and call, let's not have any of this shall we, shan't we business, because they were both setting off and then both head back. Next delivery is hitting them on the pad, and they're asking the umpire not out. Pat and pad together.
Sounded a bit wooden.
From the bowler's perspective, he's asking the umpire, was it pat first or pad first, But he let out a throaty roar. He'll be enjoying the opportunity of a first bowl here. 5th ball of the over. Has bowled him!
Oh.
Finan shouldered arms and lost his off stump, and I make it that we've got 2 overs left in the Nottinghamshire innings, or there'll be 2 overs left in the day for Nottinghamshire to bat again. Should have offered, shouldn't have offered Rich any odds. 93 all out. Well battered Sam Evans, who becomes the first Leicestershire batsman since, and Rich will conclude the rest of that sentence in a moment. But Leicestershire 93 all out, a deficit of 108 as Finan is bowled by Liam Patterson-White for naught. No, he's not for naught, for 6 up on the board. And Patterson-White finishes 1 for 1. Luke Fletcher 4 for 23, and that's a terrific effort from Notts. Leicestershire have been bowled out in 29.4 overs.
And it's not much compensation, but Sam Evans, the first batter in the game to reach a half century, is 50 not out, and is the first Leicestershire batsman to carry his bat, the first Leicester opener to carry his bat since Ian Sutcliffe against Kent at Canterbury in 2002, when Sutcliffe made 125, obviously not out of 259. These rather different circumstances, but nonetheless a wholly admirable effort from Evans.
So terrific stuff from Sam Evans, exactly 50. That's right, it's 2 overs to go, isn't it? I think that's it. 1 or 2 people are leaving, but I think there's 2 overs left. The ground staff are out there. That
was a good leave from Finan, wasn't it? Flattened his stumps absolutely. It wasn't. It didn't just clip them. But he looked very good in those few balls that he faced. Michael Finan. He's obviously capable of holding a bat well. Harry Swindles, I can see out there with Paul Nixon warming up. And Leicestershire make it 21 wickets before the close.
I'm just wondering, I don't know if you were in the room when I said at Lord's there was 1 over left in the day, and Luke Fletcher is usually the night watchman, said, well, I want that, and they let him go out as the opener. 2 overs to go here. I wonder if they... Well, we'll find out in a second or two. The card, quickly, or not so quickly, as we've got a few moments just to work through. Sanazad, Courton Moores, bowled Fletcher for 1. That was 13 for 1, but Luke Fletcher could already have had a wicket in the very first over. Sanazad had edged Fletcher to Montgomery in the slip cordon, and it was a no ball, so that one was waved off, but Fletcher then getting his man for just 1. Louis Kimber lost his off stump to Luke Fletcher, absolutely poleaxed the stump. He was bowled for 6, that was 27 for 2. Then Luke Fletcher bowled, got a couple of wickets in the same over, the 11th over. Ackerman well caught by Brett Hutton at third slip for 2, and Rishi Patel, who had an indifferent sort of day in the field, caught 2 and dropped 3, was out for a second ball duck, LBW to Fletcher for 0. So that was 32 for 5 in the 11th, and at that stage Fletcher had got all 4 wickets, 4 for 8 at that stage. 5th wicket was taken by Dane Patterson. Harry Swindles, LBW for just 1, that was 33 for 5. A little bit of a partnership for the 6th wicket. Ed Barnes eventually fell, 59 for 6. He was LBW ball. Brett Hutton for 9. That was at the end of the 20th over. Roman Walker was 7th out, another one making 0, caught by Lyndon James, another fine slip catch off the bowling of Brett Hutton. That was in the 24th over, 65 for 7. 70 for 8 when Callum Parkinson, the skipper, edged Patterson behind to Tom Moores for 1. That was Dane Patterson's 100th first-class wicket for Notts. The South African, remember, only came to Trent Bridge the start of last summer, took 54 wickets last year, has now taken 46 already this year. So congratulations to him in just his 22nd game. That was 70 for 8, 79 for 9 when Chris Wright rather tamely chipped Brett Hutton up to Liam Patterson wide at mid-on for 0. And the last man, Michael Finan, on his first-class debut made 6 and then picked the wrong one to shoulder arms and was bowled by Liam Patterson wide. The one we've not mentioned, or I've not mentioned, I'll probably leave that to Rich. How high would you praise that innings of Sam Evans?
It was a very decent effort, wasn't it? He did have one chance, but he held his nerve and kept his head while all around were losing theirs. And,
you know, who said that? Somebody famously said that, didn't they?
And he can be proud, at least, of his efforts today. And without them, it would be a sorry card indeed. Bell goes. It tolls for Leicestershire, one feels. They still trail by 108 runs, so, well, Notts may already have enough in the context of what's gone before as the light roller goes up and down the pitch. But assuming they extend their first innings lead to, if they get 150, they're going to be 252, they're good, and that's going to be plenty, but 150 minimum they'd expect, I think, in the second innings. And Leicestershire will be hoping to pick up a late first wicket just to boost them as they go into the changing rooms tonight. Forecast for tomorrow, as I say, though, isn't good, Dave, so I don't think it's going to be a 2-day game.
We've both done enough games to know the sort of reaction that we get from people on days like this, and invariably it'll revolve around, well, how bad was that wicket? I'm not entirely sure that the wicket has been the main reason that we've had 20 wickets go down today and still 2 overs to go. I think there's been some decent bowling, but I think there's been some very indifferent batting on both sides. You see somebody, Sam Evans, prepared to scrap it out, or did he scrap it out? Did he just ride his luck, play sensibly? He never refused a run, did he?
Yeah.
He took what was there. He was always happy to take a single first ball of the over, even with the lower order. I'm not entirely sure it was that bad a wicket. I think there was a lot of other factors. There's some very good bowling.
Not quite sure what the rules are these days. Is that it used to be an automatic referral if it was it 14 wickets or 16 wickets fell during the day. Now whether it's still automatic or whether the match referee now has
there was only 2 or 3 ground inspectors or whatever they called them back in the day, but each match has a match referee. Will Smith is the man here, and he will counsel the opinions of the umpires and both sides. I mean, I'm sure by tea Leicestershire wouldn't have said this is an absolute shocker, would they, as they bowled Notts out in 2 sessions.
They didn't bowl well this morning. They certainly didn't catch well this morning. They knew there was plenty in the pitch. But it'll be interesting to see what they say afterwards. We'll have a better idea what both sides think about it tomorrow.
I don't think it's... Well, that looks like Slater and Mead. Just getting a quick glimpse on the live stream. Yep, it is Slater and Mead. So whether Luke Fletcher fancied it or not, he won't be opening the batting for Nottinghamshire for the 2nd time this season.
Ground is bathed in sunshine now.
He might, of course, be asked to stick the pads on in case a wicket goes down in this first over. If it does, then somebody would have to come out at number 3. But
yes, who is padded up? Somebody will be, won't they?
Yep.
Could be Big Luke.
Going with who are you going with? Wright and Barnes over a piece?
Logically, I think that
they opened with
makes a
Michael
lot of
Finan
sense.
this morning, but Barnes
Not
looked
today, I
the
don't
best
think.
bet, didn't he?
Yeah, not today, I don't think. Finan's weapons, such as they are, seem to be sort of swing as much as anything at a reasonable lick. Whereas it's been the bowlers who've hit the seam who've got the movement, which suggests Barnes and Wright.
So what happened earlier on today? A Seba Mead out for 4, Ben Slater out for 17, both dismissed by Chris Wright. I'll go down the non-strikers then, mate, you're alright. Now always Ben Slater takes the first ball. I think he likes doing it, and Seba Mead likes to be at the non-strikers end, so I would imagine that will carry on. Umpires will change ends.
Beautiful evening now.
Yeah. It really is.
And he's going to be Wright. He's going to open the bowling from this Radcliffe Road end of the ground.
We should have finished just about an hour ago.
Yes,
Almost an hour ago.
Yeah. 'Twas ever thus.
Yep. We haven't lost any time during the day, but I guess with 20 wickets going down, that's a little bit more than normal. And of course, we've just had that change of innings there. We had a natural one with the tea break, but here we go. Here's Chris Wright and here's Richard Ray.
Players casting long shadows as Wright runs in and bowls to Slater's looking to work it off his legs, thumps into the pads, bounces out towards square leg. Walker comes bustling in from mid-wicket to field. There's no run.
4 slips.
Azad the 4th, Patel the 3rd, Ackerman the 2nd, Kimber the 1st.
Kimber the 1st.
King Louis the 1st. Wright turns, runs in and bowls. Oh my goodness, Slater almost turns the ball into his own stumps, thick inside edge, looking to perhaps play it away through the offside, missed the leg stump by a whisker and runs down towards fine leg. Goodness me, that was close. Fine and runs round to field and a single is taken. Almost a wicket off the second board. It's Barnes who will take the next over. He's warming up at the moment, but my word, that was close for Ben Slater.
Was indeed. That would have been a pretty sorry way for an opener to end day 1 of a county championship game, dismissed twice. Might happen yet for one of these.
Right is in to Hamid down the leg side, went with deliveries like that, and Hamid, who'd gone forward, looked to help it on its way, didn't get anything on it taken by Swindles. Long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off point, shielding his eyes there, Sam Evans, as he looks towards the sun. As Wright is in on off stump. Hamid plays it well, leaning forward rather than stretching forward, dropping the ball out into the offside. shots, effectively 109 without loss. What a day's cricket it's been. 20 wickets. Almost 300 runs as Wright is in and clipped away through the leg side. It was full and it was on the stumps or on the leg stump, and that's where Hamid likes them. And he leant forward and just turned his wrists on it and clipped it away out towards the mid-wicket boundary. No chance at all for Walker at mid-wicket to get across and cut it off, and it's Finan who goes running. Is it Finan? No, it's Evans. Is it Evans down there? Not sure who that is. Could be one of the 12th men. I think it is Evans who's out there, so Finan might be at point at the moment. 5 without loss. Nottinghamshire extend their lead to 113. Wright is in and bowls outside off stump, and an exaggerated leave, shall we say, from Hasib Hamid, who stepped forward then lifted his bat over the line of the ball in a very neat parabola. End of the over. He's survived it. 5 without loss. Nottinghamshire in their second innings.
Yep, so whoever was padded up to come in 3 can take those pads off now and relax in the knowledge they won't be required this evening. If Ed Barnes were to get a wicket, they'd all troop off. Ben Slater is on strike for the final over of the day. We've had 20 wickets. Nottinghamshire bowled out by T for 201 in the 62nd over. Matthew Montgomery top scoring with 43. Notts were 82 for 2 at lunch. Lost a wicket in the first over. Straight afterwards, Joe Clark for 20. He, along with Stephen Mullany, made 21. The only others to get 20 or more. Extras were second top scorer, as they were in the Leicestershire innings. Barnes bowls, and first one allowed to pass through into the gloves of Swindles. Notts 201 all out. 3 wickets to Wright, 3 wickets to Barnes. Notts needed a response. They got it straight away, almost, with Luke Fletcher blowing away the top 4. 32 for 4 at that stage. Then a couple of wickets for Dane Patterson, 3 for Brett Hutton, 1 for Liam Patterson-White. Sam Evans dodging all the calamities at the other end to finish 50 not out to carry his bat. Here's Ed Barnes bowling to Slater, former teammate. Eases us into the offside, and there's no run, albeit very briefly. 5 without loss. 4 balls left in the day. Fair number have left, but still a decent enough crowd left just to give them a good old cheer at the end of the day. I would imagine many of them will have very much enjoyed being out again in the fresh air and watching a very full day's cricket. Wait there, screams Hasib Hamid as Slater runs this sort of between gully and backward point and contemplated a single, but Michael Finan and Rishi Patel were quickly on the scene to deter any singles being taken. In fact, it's Zad there. He's gone at 4th slip, Patel at 3rd, Ackerman 2nd, Kimber at 1st. 5 without loss. 3 balls left in the day. There's Barnes from the pavilion end. Runs past umpire Pratt. This is pulled away on the leg side by Slater. He made a couple of those shots this morning, didn't he?
Beautifully as well.
Finan gets a boundary.
He does pull well, Ben Slater.
A reminder, those of you watching on the live stream, if you stay watching, just as we say ta-ta, just stay watching the pictures if you want some Nottinghamshire reaction. Aaron's already down on the boundary edge, and he will grab hold of one or two, or try and entice one. Well, he will entice one or two out of the dressing room just to go through the story of the day with you, so you can get some instant reaction on what we've seen today, 9 without loss. Next ball wide of the off stump. Oh, we've got to have another delivery, a no ball, which has also been a story of the day from both sides. Nottinghamshire 11 without loss.
There will be a Leicestershire interview at some stage, which we played out on BBC Radio Leicester, or bits thereof, and I'll try and tweet it if I possibly can. I would imagine it'll be Sam Evans, really, who's had the longest look at the pitch and can talk about the bowling and
been on the field for every minute of the day, hasn't he?
He has.
As this one goes through to the keeper. 11 without loss, and there's one ball left unless it's a no ball. So many thanks for your company, many thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble during the course of the day to get in touch with either Rich or myself. Really appreciate it. You help us get through the day. We're not entirely sure what's
like jelly babies
around, yeah, well, not around the corner tomorrow in terms of the weather, but don't forget, if it's okay, it will be a 10:30 start. We'll hopefully, and God willing, be here to bring you the start of the day. Slater thumps this one as a little bit of a day-ending statement, slaps it into the boards away to our left for 4, and Notts close on 15 without loss, and the day ends with Notts having a lead of 1, 2, 3. Slater 9 not out, and Hamid is 4 not out. I think we've just about covered almost everything we've got to say, or had to say, over the last whatever it is, 8 hours. Yeah, we've been here for 8 hours since we said good morning. 1 or 2 technical difficulties in the first 10 minutes or so of the day, which I'm sure you'll have forgotten about, but hopefully it didn't spoil the early stages. It wasn't our doing, it was the line somewhere between BBC Radio Nottingham and Salford. 15 without loss. Hamid 4, Slater 9 from Rich and myself again. Thanks for your company, and we'll speak to you in the morning.
Okay, so first question is, put your hand up if you've missed county championship cricket. What a day that has been. 20 wickets in the day. Yes, so if we take you back to the morning, Leicestershire won the toss and they put Notts into bat. Notts got 201 but Leicester got those 10 wickets. That meant that obviously Leicester came out. Well, Leicester got bowled out for 93, so they were trailing by 108 runs after the first innings. But at the end of a 2-over tricky spell for Ben Slater and Haseeb Hameed, the current score reads that Nottinghamshire lead by 123 runs. It's been an absolutely jam-packed day of cricket here. Peter Moores, the head coach, is wandering over to get his thoughts on today's proceedings because, like I say, 20 wickets have fallen. It's been a pitch for the bowlers, you can say that. Matthew Montgomery, top scoring 4 knots. Mr. Moores.
Hello, Aaron. Hello, everybody.
That's escalated, shall we say. So my first question is, 20 wickets in the day. Are you disappointed with the first innings kind of performance, or are you quite happy that after those 20 wickets we have a lead of 123 runs?
Oh, you're happy with the position we're in the game? Of course we are. I mean, I think we'd be slightly frustrated how we played, actually. I think, we've got probably 8 of our lads got in double figures and no one went and got a 50. So we'd be a bit frustrated. I think how we batted, we thought we could have gone on. You had to play well on the pitch, there's no doubt about that. It swung, and I think Wright was probably the pick of their bowlers. But we'd have liked to have gone and got a better score. And then we obviously had a very tough session, I think, for Leicester. Got overcast, a lot of rain around, but it didn't rain. And we didn't bowl that well, if I'm honest, compared to where we often bowl. There's some good balls flying around. So I think it was one of those days. I think we think we've got a lot better cricket to play. And we haven't quite played as well as we'd like to, but we're in a great position in the game. So that was a combination of, as a pitch, there was swing in the air, there was a bit of movement, but no different to often what we play at Trent Bridge here, I don't think. But the lads have all played a month of red white ball cricket, so for some of these lads in the game, probably 36 hours ago they were playing in the final for some of the lads of a white ball, 100 ball game. So that has an impact on it, I think. So settling yourself down, I think both sides will be better for as the game goes on. And we'll look to build a big lead hopefully tomorrow, get a couple of people in, see off the new ball and try and build some big partnerships.
You mentioned the pitch, and a lot of people tweeted in, like Dave Bracegirdle and Rich in commentary, asking about the pitch, like, is there even a chance of, us as a club getting docked points for it because of the 20 wickets? But do you just feel there was a lot in that pitch for bowlers, and then potentially a bit of rustiness in batters, like you say, not playing red ball for a month? The combination of that has resulted in those 20 wickets being taken. Well,
there's really good carry in the pitch. There's really good carry in the pitch, which I think is really promising for bowlers and for batters, because you can score quickly. As I say, I thought they didn't bowl as well probably in the first session. Wright did, he bowled beautifully up front. And we got a couple of people in. I think what tells you that you can bat okay on the pitch is their opening batter was still there at the end. And credit to Evans, he played beautifully all the way through and didn't look overly in trouble. You had to be able to know where your off stump was. You had to play late and play well. As we know in England, that's how you've got to play. It was going to challenge you technically, and that never changes really with that red ball. And it's something you're going to need if you're going to progress to be a top flight player and be able to play in different conditions. So I'm not saying it was an easy day to be a batter, but certainly once you got in on that pitch, our lads came up very frustrated that they hadn't been able to make more of the pitch and get more runs, because we started lots of small partnerships, but didn't really get on. I thought obviously Matthew Montgomery played really well, but again he would also be frustrated eventually how he got out, but he played beautifully up to that point.
Just talking about obviously that session where you mentioned earlier, really came really gloomy over here. We thought potentially we might go off for rain, but Luke Fletcher, it's kind of, I won't say it's been a frustrating season for him. He's bowled very well, but he potentially hasn't got the wickets that he got last season. So to kind of that spell of 4 wickets there, going for that 5, kind of set the tone for that innings, I felt.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, it was interesting actually. Very first couple of overs of the game, Brett Hutton would probably look like he'd settled into a great rhythm actually and was bowling really well. And then Luke had probably just you couldn't be short on the pitch, you had to be up on length, and suddenly got one in the right area, got a wicket, got out the blocks, and done what Luke can do then. He bowls good balls, big tall man, hits the seam and makes it challenging. And you felt like this season he's bowled really well at times without getting wickets, and today he was going to get some. So nice reward for that, a lot of work. He's had He's had a month where he's not played as much as he would have liked in that 100. So all the lads, in some ways, nearly trying too hard at times. Too much energy to get out there, excited about playing the game. Especially at Trent Bridge, all the lads are hugely up to play well. And as I say, we'll look back at the end of the day. You think, well, we're in a strong position. We can hopefully bring that and push that on tomorrow morning.
It was nice to see him get the crowd involved as well. That feel of a late night here at Trent Bridge with County Championship cricket, getting the crowd involved as well, and that obviously I think helped him as it helped the crowd as well. But looking for you as head coach, like you've mentioned, it's been a month where there's been white ball cricket for ourselves, but obviously the 100's been going on. Players have been away. I spoke to Stephen Mullaney this morning. He said they all speak to each other on text, etc., WhatsApp and stuff like that. But have you had to do anything special to get the lads sort of focused on the red ball campaign and what we want to achieve in these 3 games we've got coming up?
Well, we changed it around a little bit in that we had quite a few players, coaches and support staff involved in the final of the 100, which is on the Saturday. So credit, I think it probably shows the care everybody's got for each other in some ways, in that those guys, that game didn't finish till 9:30 whatever at night. They always have a few drinks after because they've won the trophy. We trained at 2 o'clock on Sunday, and the measure for that session was a really good session. The lads really got stuck into it. What we did really was we got an analyst, Kunal Manik. He put together sort of a bit of highlights so people reconnect to where we are. That there's been a lot of effort and work gone into get us into this position with a chance of winning that second division. We played good cricket, I think, for the last 24 months really, and we want to carry on this season and try and get ourselves exactly to win a trophy. And that reconnection, I think, is not just for players, it's for support staff and everybody. So we can come in today because the captain of the club, Steve Mullaney, he's not been around. Though you can text people, it's not the same. And I think it was a chance for everybody to get together, spend a bit of time first. Then we came out and trained, had a good session, and then came in this morning. And you'll have, like always, if you felt a little bit tired when you first came in, as soon as you connect with everybody else and the game starts, there's never a problem for energy then, because that's one of the beautiful things about sport. You get into the contest, and I think all the lads are excited about playing, and they'll be excited about coming back tomorrow and getting stuck in, I think. Talking about tomorrow, bringing it back to the game in hand. Tricky two overs there at the end for Ben Slater and Haas. Was there any danger of a night watchman coming out? Was Luke Fletcher getting his pads on like we've seen already this season, or was it confidence in the 2 openers? No, I mean, it's always a question, do you or not? I mean, I think normally if the conditions are okay, and tonight the sun was still out and we felt the pitch was fine, that it's the job partly of those 2 openers, I think. You want them there the following morning to see off the new ball and build a partnership and get ourselves in a strong position. Had we lost one, we'd have probably used one, I think. Luke's always up for it. He's always up for it because he loves his bat and he works hard at it. And we saw him at Lord's. Lord's was a classic Luke, really. He's always up for any challenge, really. So, as I say, the thought if he got in tonight, or if we said to him, "Listen, go straight out there," he'd have taken it on the as he does always, as an opportunity for him to go and show what he can do. Just finally from you, with what's happened today, and as I say, leading by 123 runs, does the game plan change at all, especially potentially with the weather that we've got coming over the next 3 days? Because the game has, moved on so fast in day one. Does it change for what you want to do, or does it keep the same? Keeps the same, really. We basically we'll try and build as big a lead as we can. I think we know there's a bit of weather around. This is an interesting place. Often, people say it splits, it goes down the river, whatever, but sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't. So we'll hope we get plenty of cricket in. We can bat well. We've got a lot of lads individually working hard to finish the season strong, and as a team we know we want to win a game. And we, in the position we're in now, we're going to get an opportunity. We're going to have to play some good cricket still, because Leicester will be really up for the challenge. They'll know they've got a couple of guys, certainly, I say Wright, Barnes, bowl well first innings. They'll be looking tomorrow morning to come hunting for more wickets, so we'll have to play really well. Well, I appreciate your time. I'm going to let you go and get hot water and lemon, or have a cough, whatever you want to do, Pete, but always appreciate your time. Cheers, very much, boss. Thanks, mate. All right, okay, thank you very much to Pete Moores for joining us, head coach of Nottinghamshire CCC. Right, so as I've mentioned already,
Notts currently lead by 123 runs. Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid are out there and in their second innings. So do join us tomorrow. We will get underway at 10:30. We should be live around 10:15. But there is going to be a bumper highlights package tomorrow morning, so make sure that you obviously are ready, settled for those tomorrow morning. But thank you very much for everybody that's joined us today on Trent Bridge Live. It's been great to be able to bring you County Championship red ball action from Trent Bridge. We hope to see you tomorrow, but from everybody here, enjoy the rest of your evening.